Okay, we are back with more Ace Investigations collection, where we have just reached, according to the guide, we've reached the halfway point. So after doing our investigation in one area, we went back to the other area where we investigated that. We were able to get Larry off of a murder charge. We were able to figure out what was going on there. We did a lot of back and forth, and then we've just gathered enough information on both sides to now go back to the center of the area, and where we're going to start doing some other. I'm just going to make sure that everything's working for a second before I go and do everything else, because I need to make sure that I've got everything. I think I have everything done. Because last night I finished something else, and that's thing. So I've got all my normal setup. So basically, from what I actually, from what I remember, we investigated in the Alabast embassy. After we finished doing everything in there, we got Kay off of that for now. She can't go to the other embassy yet, but then we have Francisca over on that side with Lang Shi doing stuff. So basically, two investigations are happening at once. Kay and Gumshoe on one side, and Francisca and Lang on the other side. We got Larry off of the thing. We met Oldbag again. We figured out what was going on with that little story. Then we went back to Alabast, investigated the areas that we couldn't see originally. In thing, we also did a revert of the crime scene. Then we went back again to go and do some stuff, and then we think. So the rest of this week, there's a chance we can finish this. Since we're at the halfway point, it took us nearly 8 hours to get to the halfway point last time. So there's a chance we could still not finish this stream. We'll have to just wait and see how much time we get. If we do finish it, then we'll finish early. If we don't finish it, then we'll just finish it on the next stream. So, we'll just see what happens there. So the rest of this week, either tomorrow will be the new game maybe, or it'll be Thursday through Fridays. Will be this. Saturday will be Strikers if we're able to do it. If I'm not able to do Strikers on Saturday, I'll take this weekend off, potentially, because Sunday we might even do Rivals. It just depends on how much time there is. I'll see. Monday will be Rivals, and then Tuesday for Friday will be the remaining stuff where we may finish the game in that week, but I'm not really sure. I think I have everything set up though, and then we can go ahead and figure out what we're doing with this. But in terms of the actual story progression, pretty much we are about halfway through apparently. Let me actually check to see how far we are, so I can give a quick little recap. I know I didn't do it all the other times before, but it's fine. Yeah, we started in the middle portion, like right at the start of it, and yeah, pretty much after getting Missile the dog in and doing the stuff with Actually, we started in the beginning. Now that I think about it, after investigating the safe, we did all the stuff with Sheena to try and get characters off. That didn't work out for everyone. We got Kay off basically, and then we were allowed to actually investigate a little bit further, which is where we did the stuff with the ambassador. Then all the Steel Samurai stuff happened with Francisca, and we had to get Larry off because Master Mask number 2 was killed by somebody, and they thought it was Larry. Then Detective Bad arrived. Like, a lot of the players from the previous cases have all come back to either solve a crime or to be involved in some way. So I would expect Emma to maybe appear at some point as well. Who knows? We were then also able to figure out about what was going on with the Steel Samurais, what weapons were being used. We did the stuff with the Pink Princess. Once all that got resolved with, then we got Missile found some information. We got Doggo cameo. Once we got Larry off of the crime, we had to basically figure out what was going on there. That was like a mini crime and the thing. We've still got 2 murders to solve, so we still haven't figured out everything with that yet. And we also figured out about which statue was the fake one, which was the real one, because of some evidence there. We talked more with the ambassador to figure out what was going on with him. We did the crime scene reconstruction as well. We went into the Rose Garden on the other side, figured out how the Yatagarasu symbol was made with the shadows. We figured out that. Detective Bad had a lot of information for us there as well. And yeah, after we reinvestigated the area that we were in before, we did a crime scene reconstruction, which found us some more evidence and what had moved and what other things had been changed as well. And talking about like the green flames and how the fire was started, what started the fire, and once all that was basically put together and resolved, we ended up coming to the conclusion that Sheena should have seen the killer, but we also came and thought that, figured out that Kay was chasing Sheena and that she was, and also the stuff with the fireplace and things as well. So now we're at the point where we're going to confront Sheena. We've got Lang there, and we have to go and do a bunch of other stuff. I think that's about everything that I need to think of before we go ahead and do everything else. I'm a little bit distracted right now, but that's the plan. Today is a Wednesday, so if we finish the game today, we'll do the review for the first part, then we'll continue on to the second game until we get that finished next week for the Platinum. So Thursday and Friday as well. So Thursday will either be the new game or the end of this game and maybe the beginning of the other one, or a review for it. Saturday needs to be Strikers. If we can't do it on Saturday, then I will... Allison's going out on Sunday, I believe, so that is going to... mean we can't stream that day for the Striker stuff, and then Monday will be Rivals. Also, I should mention for this game in particular, like again, fully voice acted, all the press statements, all the optional bad endings, all the trophies for the Platinum, of course. So yeah, I feel like I've rambled on long enough at this point, so let's just get things started. I think I've caught everybody up with everything. Let's go. So, from what I remember, we're doing stuff with Sheena at the moment. Yeah, so this is the recreation that they're talking about here, where, basically, K is K, Sheena is S, Y is the Yatagarasu, and Gumshoe is the G. So what happened was, basically, like, K chased the Yatagarasu around the corner, the Yatagarasu went inside this room, and they're trying to argue that when the lights went out, that they went back out of the hallway, but they couldn't do that because if Sheena was in the hallway and Gumshoe was on the hallway, they would have seen the Yatagarasu. So they're trying to argue that Sheena is the Yatagarasu by saying that they used the fireplace walkway, because we also figured out that the embassy, because essentially the two murders is one person was killed in the Alabastian embassy with a Babal weapon, and the other one was killed in the Babal embassy with a Alabastian weapon. So, and we've also been told that the actual embassy itself is a symmetrical thing. So if there was a fireplace hidden secret passage there in the Alabastian embassy, there was also a hidden secret passageway in the same place in the Babal embassy. So we've already figured all that stuff out. That's basically the gist of it. There's a lot of stuff going on. It's hard to explain everything that's happened. Went towards Mr. Kurchin's office on the opposite direction of Agent Sheena, so Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must see that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed him with just an explanation of what happened. Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. This is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route the Yatagarasu could have taken. I get it. So that's where you were trying to show what you were trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you were trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route. then there must have been another way up. Precisely. Yep. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, something bust out with our revolving fireplace wall explanation, right? Oh, thank you very much for the raid, movie critic. I mean to give you a shout out. There you go. Welcome in raiders, do all Switch games, speedruns, reaction videos, platinum playthroughs. We just got started. We may finish this game today, I'm not entirely sure. Apparently we're about halfway through the case, but there's a lot of reading and a lot of optional endings and a lot of other things. So we won't finish the, when I say finish the game, it'll be the first game. We still have 2 more games to do. And that marks the end of the platinum grind, thank god. Up next, Death Stranding for the 3rd time. Yeah, I can tell how much you enjoy Death Stranding too. It's a very easy game to just watch and just chat along to, like, to pass the time. Like, it's like what we've said before, time flies when playing, like, Death Stranding 2. And you're just, going around doing deliveries back and forth, and just every now and then you'll get a cool cutscene. The Higgs supercut is incoming, yeah. I can't wait to see that. I hope that that's, just every Higgs scene. Congratulations on the Platinum Trophy. I know that it was very frustrating to, do, but at the same time, at least now it's done. You don't have to go back and, do it again anymore. It's over. 27th Platinum, nice. What am I aiming for? I think I'm aiming for my 160... This will be my 163rd Platinum Trophy. But 27, that's... I wonder what was my 27th Platinum? You know what, I want to check. I'm gonna go back and check something. What's my 27th Platinum? I'm just curious now. Because I would have got that ages ago. What was my 27th? The first thing you do is uninstalling the game. Yeah, it sounds very frustrating. What was my 27th Platinum, actually? Can I order this? Let's see. Type Platinum only. What was my 27th Platinum Trophy? My 27th, 158 gig, yeah, you have plenty of space around. My 27th Platinum I obtained in 2013. It was the Harry Potter Half-Blood Prince. Which also was my 1,998th trophy, apparently as well. So I was like 2 off from it being 2,000. I did get the Platinum Trophy for God of War 2 was my 2001 2001 trophy, and it was also my 290 level up, back when they did the level ups differently, because they changed the leveling system to what it is now, when people broke the initial rating system. So they actually changed it. If you didn't actually know about that, like way back in the day, you could only get up to like level 999 on the old system, and then they made it so you could go much further than that now. And I think even when they updated it, it was still not far enough. Yeah, 2013. 2013. My first platinum was in 2010, the end of the year. So I've been collecting trophies for, at this point, like 15 years. Humble beginnings. God, I remember playing, and all these games that I played, Sly Raccoon, the Lego games, Assassin's Creed 2, Ratchet and Clank, like these are all my platinums, you know, like Jak and Daxter. Like my first 20 or so platinums are just a lot of a lot of platforming games. The first 3 Ratchets, the first 3 Jak games, the first 2 Sly Raccoons, Lego Harry Potter, both versions, Lego Indiana Jones, Lego Pirates, a lot of really fun stuff. That's also 2 platinum trophies done in August. You had 4 done in July, so the grinding's going well. Yeah, definitely, for sure. No, not quite yet. It's good to see progress, but 158 gig installation, that's insane. Big supercut incoming, uninstalling the game of 158 gig. Now you have plenty of room for everything else. 2 more platinums done in August, and maybe you can get some more done, who knows. Why? I thought this would be the perfect time. Revolving wall on the bubbly site is known only to 4 people. If we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end. And yeah, you'll get there. Like, it took me 15 years. It took me 15 years to get to where I was in terms of thing, and I've been playing since the PS3 era with trophies, so maybe I have a little bit of an advantage there just because of the amount of games that I have access to. But yeah, size matters seems like something that's definitely doable. Again, it's really up to you. And then you've also got, like, Death Stranding. You've got Death Stranding lingering there, like, just waiting for that to be done as well. What's with all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics? Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off. I'm just glad that it's over. That smug, haughty attitude of yours. You really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? You started Platinum Trophy in February 2024. So if I went, actually, you know, if I went back, let me go back and just do the stuff. If I went back and calculated how far what have I done in February since that point? Let me see if I can load this up. Let me see if I can find, like, how many platinums I've got in that period of time. Let's go... Platinums. How many platinums have I got since February of 2024? Okay, if I count all the you've probably got more platinums than I do from that period of time. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then they're not counting some of them because I haven't updated it yet. So let me count the ones that I know that I've done. 12, 13. Yeah, you've got... Okay, so in the same amount of time in the time that you have been... in the time that you've been trophy hunting, you have... I have obtained... 13. So you've obtained double the amount of platinum trophies that I have in that period of time. Yeah. So you started in February 2024. I just went back to check to see how many platinum trophies I got since then, and yeah, I've only obtained 13. So this will be my 14th platinum in that period of time. So you've already got more platinums than I do in that period. Which is not a bad score. Like, not a bad haul, I should say. It's not a competition in terms of who's the better, like, thing, because we all have different skills, and... it's nice to compare that... I mean, I have definitely slowed down because I do these streams now, and also I don't play off stream, and I play Switch games, but still, you would still have, more than I do. It's just good to see more people that like trophy hunting, you know, and playing games. Because it's something that I've... It's going summer, you just reached level 304, can't wait for the 30 mark. Yeah, I'm gonna reach, I will be 504 by the time this game's over, probably. Like, I'll get a trophy today that will that'll push me to 504. So you're honestly not that far off. Stuff starts to get, you start to get less points as you progress up the ranking, but again, it all really depends on the types of games that you play. Like, I'm not very good with difficulty. I'm not good with a lot of things in games, to be honest, so... And the other possible escape route besides the door is the room's line window. So you're 27 right now, so... Yeah, if you're gonna do milestones and stuff, you could always do milestones if you really wanted to. Since an eerie picture of said escape route exists, so this photo captures the moment of the Edgeworth's escape. It's just a fun hobby. It's a fun little hobby to do. It's frustrating at times, but there's a lot of other reasons to enjoy it. Because Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that at first I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible. Now, I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly. That's what I said. I started out with a lot of easier platinums. Like, again, I'm not going to say that the Lego games early on are they're easy. The Sly Raccoon games, Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, they're not hard platinums by any stretch. Like, they have hard parts in them, but they're not necessarily a hard game to play. But I also look at it this way, it's more so quality. Nowadays, it's quality over quantity. Like, if someone really, really wanted to, they could have a large number. Tomorrow will be the start of the 3rd playthrough of Death Stranding 2 and the Platinum Grind before the concert, yeah. Like, that's the one thing nowadays is, anybody can have a really high amount of platinums and a high amount of trophies because there's just so many games out there that are just super easy, and to me, I never want to do that. I don't want to just buy a game for the sake of having the platinum. Like, I'm gonna buy the game to at least enjoy it, and thing. Yeah, 2 trophies left, and again, 1 trophy ties to the other one. Yeah, that's the thing. There's games with 24 different versions. I'm not even kidding. There's 24. There's a game that's a visual novel that has 24 different language versions, and that's 24 platinums right there. And you only have to play through 1 time, legitimately. All the other times, you can just be like, oh, basically copy-paste the trophy list. It's really to just pad numbers. It's actually, that's why I don't care about how high the level is. Like, it's like what I said, there's people that have, what was the highest that I said? Someone has like 45,000 platinums or something like that, compared to me, who has like, well, it's really bad. What's the leaderboard? Yeah, someone has 15,000 platinums. The person on this leaderboard has 15,000 platinum trophies, which is more than I have trophies in total, but they play everything, and it's like, it's just, you even look at their list, and it's like, all these, like, shovelware titles, like, duplicates of the same game, stuff that you wouldn't even play, like, it's just, and also, not only that, it's also, like, people playing at some point, you're going to do the PS4 version of the Platinum. Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit different, because you're at least going to play the game. You're going to at least play the game. You're not going to just, like, oh, I've unlocked the trophies on one platform, I'm going to transfer them over to the other one. Because that's what a lot of people do. Just kind of beats the purpose of trophy hunting in the first place, like, can't wait for the PS4 Lego Star Wars Skywalker. I mean, I did the Skywalker Saga on stream. I did the PS4 version, but I'm only gonna play one time. Once was enough. Where is it? Where are you? Here you go. When did I complete this? I got done, yeah, the 27th of, I got it done December 2022. This was in my first couple of months of streaming. So let's have a look and see how long this took me to complete. First trophy was obtained. It took me a month. It took me a month to complete Skywalker Saga to get all the trophies. And it took me, like, I'm pretty sure it took me several streams just to get this done. The 10, is it? Billion studs. The 10 billion studs trophy took me a couple of streams to do. It was boring. Like, you can even see here, it took me 2 hours at least just to get everything bought and then have all the studs. Yeah. So it took me a month to complete it. So I never said I thought that photo to be the Yadagara's escape route. Suppose not. Alright, then explain yourself. And I also consider myself a slower player. It takes me longer to do stuff because I'm streaming, so I'm taking care of chat, I'm making sure other things work, I'm also not playing like the fastest. I don't want to speed through games. I kind of just want to take my own pace with them. Showed in this photo is the Gravasa that Kate was chasing. Like, for example, I think, how long do they recommend Dragon Quest XI takes? Let me actually check what the Dragon Quest XI, Dragon Quest XI, let me check how long they recommend, because I finished that game in 200 hours. How long did they say that this game is? They said, okay, they said 90 hours to complete, Dragon Quest XI. I got 200 hours out of that game. Now, I did a lot of bonus extra stuff, but still, it's like when I play a game, I want to try and do everything as much as possible, which is why when I do Ubisoft games, even if it doesn't require me to get all the locations, I do them all anyway. So if I get around to Assassin's Creed Shadows, I'm going to try and do everything on the map. That might sound like it's going to be very bad, it probably is going to be, but it's like, I will try to get the platinum. And hopefully I enjoy it more than Mirage. That's the only thing that I can say. But it's going to be a long time away. You can say whatever you'd like in whatever language you want. There's only one language I really understand, the language of evidence. Good luck with that, I would pray for you. So, I mean, I'm going to be streaming it, and you might actually just see... You might see my soul just drained and ripped out of my body when I play Assassin's Creed Shadows on the stream. Like, at least you'll get an accurate representation of what I think about it. But I did stream Mirage. And by the end of it, I was just like so sick of the game. Present you the person K saw is not the same one as the one in this photo. Whoops. Like, at least it's something that you actually enjoyed, though. Well, not enjoyed, sorry. You enjoyed it up to a certain point, but then, it just got bad. Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not yet a Gravasi case or... But Dying Light the Beast would be something. Just like I said you were not prepared for Higgs, I'm going to say now you will respect Mirage after Shadows. We will see. We will see if we get to that point. Like, Mirage, okay, I will at least say this. Mirage, after playing it, made me appreciate Unity more, which at that point in time was my worst Assassin's Creed game, and so if Shadows is going to make me appreciate Mirage, then yeah, we'll see. He spotted the Yada Gravasa heading for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. So that might just be what it is. Yeah, ready to go. It's twice you bit him in the butt now. We're not done yet. I still have to explain what that shadow is. How the other Gravasa escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Okay, in the photo, I meant that we don't understand what it means quite yet. I'm also going to put this out here now. I don't think any other character outside of Higgs this year should win. I think best performance has to go to Higgs. It has to go to Troy Baker, I think. I do not think that there was anybody else that could put on another performance the way that he did. Like, not only just because he was... like, a fun character, but also because of the seriousness in some scenes, the comedic stuff in some scenes. I don't think there's any other characters that could be, like, I don't know who else is getting nominated. I'm sure someone from Expedition 33 is going to get nominated, but who else? Like who else is there? Because you can't nominate DK Bonanza because those characters don't talk. Well, one character talks, but you can't really, like, it's not the same thing, you know? It's not that they were bad, it's just that it's not, like, it's not the same as, like, because the other thing you've got to remember is that Troy Baker not only did the voice, he was playing as the character in the mocap, so it's like he's basically acting these scenes out as well, so not only is he just vocally doing something, he's also performing it himself, so Troy Baker is doing all the actions. When you see him torturing Sam, that's him doing that. As I thought. However, the other guys' escape route. Now that I can answer. Yeah, I think that's what's probably going to happen. I think Expedition 33 is probably going to win Game of the Year. It does deserve to win because of the circumstances, like... Someone explained it to me in a thing, like, Death Stranding 2 is the perfect sequel of a game that was already very consistent, and they improved upon it, whereas Expedition 33 was a completely new title, made with less resources, less, less everything, and they had to do with what they had, and they were resourceful, I guess, with what they did have to use. Like, it does deserve to win something. Both of them deserve to win something, of course, but... It's just gonna be one of those things. Like, both deserve to win for different ways. Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten me.
Hold it.
Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. It's just like how, the only hope that I have is that because the Game Awards loves Kojima, there might be a chance that they'll give him more attention. Just because of Jeff's reaction and stuff. Busy heading up the Alabastian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'd have much knowledge about the Barbalese side of the case. So wouldn't it be best to lead on that side, Agent Shinos explained in my stead. The only other problem that I can see is they'll use the excuse of not enough people were able to play Death Stranding 2 because it's not out on all the consoles. Like, I guarantee if Death Stranding 2 came out on PC as well as PlayStation and stuff, it would probably get way more attention because more people would be playing it. I think because it's an exclusive, because Clair Obscur isn't an exclusive, it's on multiple consoles. So there's a higher chance that more people will have played it. Best narrative, best narrative is up in the air. It could be either of those games. I would say Troy Baker best performance. Game of the Year could go either way. Best narrative could go either way. They're technically different types of games, so one will win their genre and the other one will win the other genre. Sound... Ooh, that's another tough one. I would think sound... Death Stranding 2 might win best sound. I could see Clair Obscur winning best gameplay, maybe, because, again, there's going to be people that are going to complain, like, oh, well, Death Stranding 2 is just a walking sim. Whereas at least Clair Obscur came up with a newer idea of how to do turn-based fighting, like turn-based fighting as well as timing with the parries and the counters and stuff. That's probably something that they have an edge on. Like, what are the actual categories for this? What are the actual categories of the Game Awards, anyway? To even be able to have a look and see. What are the categories? Like, Game of the Year is going to be up in the air. Game Direction might be Clair Obscur. Best Narrative could go either way. It's probably going to be... could go either way. Best Art Direction, again, could go either way. Art Direction isn't graphics, necessarily. That could go to Clair Obscur, potentially. Best Score and Music, again, could go to either one. I would probably say Death Stranding 2, more so than Audio Design, so that's stuff that's outside of... That's stuff outside of the music. That's like sound effects and things. Best Performance should be probably Troy Baker. Games for Impact, I think Clair Obscur could win this one. The reason I say it could win this one is because it was a studio that basically came up out of nowhere and just made a... I don't know if they... Best Debut Indie Game could very well be them. And then all the rest of the stuff is not really relevant at the moment. Because they're kind of different genres. Like, Clair Obscur is an RPG. Death Stranding is a action and adventure game? And then there's also the player's choice vote, which is also like... That's basically the only time that they have fan voting. Innovation and accessibility. I feel like Clair Obscur could win that as well. And then there's like a few other things, but I honestly don't know. It's up in the air. There's a lot of stuff that could... There's a lot of stuff that could be... I think that yeah. I can't give a prediction. I can't give a prediction. It's too difficult. It's too difficult to give a prediction on the Game Awards. I could very well see a scenario where one game or the other sweeps the awards, which I would hate. I don't like to see it when a game sweeps the awards. I like to see variety. I hate, like... I'm not saying that God of War Ragnarok's a bad game. I don't like it when games sweep award categories or movies sweep award categories. I like to see good variety of stuff because... If you don't like that movie in particular, or that game in particular, then it just feels very underwhelming. I want to see a variety. Sheena is my subordinate. I don't stick up for her. How can I look her in the eyes and call myself my boss? Come. Lang, it's alright. I can take care of him. Sheena? I don't know, maybe I'm just ranting and raving about stuff, but it's... At the end of the day, it's an award show with critics, and honestly, like, the Game of the Year, or what you feel is the Game of the Year, is what is the one that you're gonna stick with in the first place. Like, I'm not a big fan of Baldur's Gate 3's gameplay. I understand why people like it, but, like, to me, the Game of the Year wasn't Baldur's Gate 3. So, what I consider as my Game of the Year list is going to be different to what everyone else says, like... Shooting me a lot of... That's my boss. It's time for me to prove my worth. Also, I need to scroll this down a bit. Yeah. I should close this. Pressing. There's a lot of different options. I will just say that out there right now. There's a lot of good choices. You don't care if Expedition 30 wins Game of the Year as long as she wins Best Performance. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't care either. I like there to be variety. So that way it's like, instead of just one or two games getting the nod, it's like a multitude of them. Like, I think Troy Baker should win Best Performance, because I can't think of anybody else. The only situation I could think of that would happen is if they had not had multiple nominations for the same game, but I still don't think that's the case, because, in that situation, who would get nominated outside of... who would get nominated in Death Stranding 2 outside of Troy Baker? Like, it's not that the other ones were bad, it's just that there was other people. But I still think Troy Baker was the better option. Yeah, I don't think that that's fair necessarily in terms of like. I don't think just because someone likes the game that it should just win everything. It needs to be. There needs to be actual analysis. Like we can't have it be like the Oscars where it's just like, oh well. Yeah. If you're okay with it, then you have my support. And I mean, the year isn't over yet, so we still don't know if there's going to be anything else that's going to top. I still predict, like, the 6th game of the year stuff right now is probably going to be Death Stranding 2, Expedition 33, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Blueprints, Ghost of Yotai, and... what's Game 6 going to be? It could very well be the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, it could very well be the, again, Octopath Traveler 0 is going to be out of nomination. Yeah, he's the only worthy cast member. The others are still good. Like, again, Sam is still great. Tomorrow is still great. Fragile is great. Neil. These are characters that people actually care about. But it's like Troy Baker I think Troy Baker put everything into that performance. At work got me tabbed. Thank you for the tab, Serrata. Have a good day at work. Don't stress out too much. Finally, it's down to just Agent Sheena and myself. This is where the battle really begins. Now then, what is it if... yeah, Donkey Kong Bonanza will probably be nominated. It'll win, like, the, it won't win Game of the Year, I don't think. It'll win, like, the best family game kind of stuff. The best, you know, they have categories that Nintendo usually win. But it's not gonna win, like, best best performance. It's not gonna win, you know, I can't see best performance. Like, they're not gonna give best performance to a Nintendo game, because there's no voice acting in Nintendo outside of, like... well, Pauline does talk, but that's about it. I don't think she'll get nominated, to be honest. Or she'll get a nomination, but she shouldn't win. And Donkey Kong Bonanza is a good game. From what I have seen, it is not like it should not be nominated. It should definitely be nominated. Yeah, Lego Party can also be nominated for. It'll be nominated, but it'll probably lose to Mario Kart World, I think. Yeah, it'll be nominated for best party or best family game for sure. I don't care if people don't like it as much as Mario Party. I'm gonna probably have a blast with it. Like to me, when it comes to those types of games, like, my experience is going to be heightened if I'm playing it with somebody else. So, like, you know. And I love Mario Party, but I'm going to see what this Lego Party game is like, see if it's any good. Yeah. And that's the thing as well, like, I remember when I streamed Skywalker Saga, I'm pretty sure somebody came in and said, why are you playing, like, a kid's game? Why are you playing a Lego, like, because that's a kid's game, right? And I looked at their channel, and they were playing, like, Fortnite and things like, that's also a kid's game. Like, I don't care what people say, Fortnite is a kid's game. Like, Fortnite is a kid's game, and why are people, like, why does it matter what somebody else plays and finds enjoyment in? Like, there's so many people that will tell people, like, oh, video games are for children, and it's like, yeah, but you play these games as well, like, don't lie. Yeah, sometimes the tropes can be annoying and grindy for Lego, but it's, I don't know, like, it's super bad that people just, why can't you just, yeah, exactly, it's like, it's nostalgia, it's, you know, I've been playing the Lego games since, like, the mid-2000s, and I was like, how old would I have been at that point? 2005, I would have been like 13 or something like that. I've been playing them since like the original Lego Star Wars, Lego Pirates. I've been playing all those games before they were on like the PS3 and stuff. You know, I played those a lot, and I finished them to 100%. Those games are just fun. It's nostalgia. It's you know, I love the prequels. It's got, you know, fun humor and you know, collectible stuff. It's just what I like about. Yeah, exactly. And even then, it's like Ratchet and Clank. Ratchet and Clank released a game, you know, Rift Apart, and it was like Game of the Year when it came out, or was at least in contention for it. Like, I would rather play Ratchet and Clank and Jak and Daxter than Fortnite and Call of Duty and things like this, because it's just something that I find enjoyable. Jak and Daxter 1 is my favorite of those games. Yeah, Astrobot won last year, and it's like, that's also a straight up just people could say that's a straight up kids game, but it's like, it's not just a kids game. It's also a game that, if you have any attachment to PlayStation and any of its history, you'll get a crack out of it when you see Kratos, you know, randomly as an Astrobot, or you'll see, you know, Ratchet, Jack, you know, characters that it's like, oh hey, I remember this one. Like, even obscure characters that you just have never, you know, you may not have even heard of, or you just forgot that the games existed. And it's like, that's a platform. It's a platformer. It's not meant to be super serious. It's just really you know, really good graphics and music. Basic enough controls so that anyone can pick up and play it, and then if you have an attachment to PlayStation, it's basically like reliving past memories. During the first part of these fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yada Gravasa that appeared in Babal. Like, I can understand people hating something. I can understand not liking platformers. I can understand a lot of these things. I get it. Not everyone has the thing, but it's like, don't tell someone else. Never tell somebody else, oh, you can't like this game. Or why are you playing this game? Like, everyone's gonna have a different opinion on what they like and what they don't like. Never makes anyone feel like they're, And then don't call call yourself a gamer and then say, like, oh, I play Candy Crush or I play Temple Run. It's like, that's not how it works. Like, that's like a casual person that plays games. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Though I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yada Gravasa. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yada Gravasa even exists. Which is why I find stuff that really pointless, like Hogwarts Legacy. There'll be people that will tell you, oh, don't play Hogwarts Legacy because you're supporting J.K. Rowling. And it's like, I'm playing Hogwarts Legacy because I'm a big fan of the Harry Potter franchise. And I enjoy playing those games. And if you're going to use the excuse that you're going to be giving J.K. Rowling money, look at her net worth and then tell me that me buying one game is going to somehow support her when she has millions of dollars. It's not like she's going to be going back. I even said this as well as an argument. I said, even if nobody bought the game and did nothing forever, she'd be able to live off of royalties alone of those franchises. You make guides, but only say, if I can do it, you can just do it, yeah. That does happen quite a lot. I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Coach in the office. Like I said earlier. Like, everything's got to be about an agenda or about politics, and it's like, can we just play games? Like, I would just like to play games, please, and just chat with people and discuss all sorts of things and not have to drag real-world issues that are not going to change because I'm one person. Like, it's not going to... I can't change somebody's mind. I have no intention of retracting my testimony. And that was what the worst part about that Hogwarts Legacy stuff was. There was actually, when that game launched, there was a person who made a website that you could put in a streamer's profile, and it would look up to see if they've played Hogwarts Legacy, and then they would essentially use that website to have people, to get people to send over to actually bully them. I'm not even kidding you about this. This actually happened to people. Anyone who was playing Hogwarts Legacy during the launch period on stream, someone actually made a website basically dedicated to, if this person, check to see if this person's playing Hogwarts Legacy, and they were getting people to get, they were sending people over to those streams to bully and harass them. To make a Thunder Avengers game, Marvel I don't think that they will, like, absolutely not. Look, I like the Avengers game, the Marvel Avengers game, and that game, you know, they're not going to make a Thunder Avengers. Oh, God. Could you imagine? Just to confirm. Did you have a partner when you were on your investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi. Is that correct? Call her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? Oh, pathetic. There are people still defending Thunder Avengers as well. Like, there are still people doing a battle between, like, Superman and Fantastic Four, and saying, oh, well, Superman made more money, so it's the better movie. Like, that's where we're at this point. We're at the point now where people are like, oh, well, this movie made more money, so therefore it's a better movie. It's like, no, like, that's not how it works. You can't just judge something by how much money people spend on it. Also, when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale. Like, the only people that should care about how much money is being made are the people that actually made... Yeah. And that's the thing, too. Like, Dune Part 3 is on track to make 1.2 billion. At least 1.2 billion. If we're going by the trends from Part 1 to Part 2 to Part 3, Dune Part 3 is on par to making 1.2 billion... at least. And that doesn't even include the re-releases of Part 1 and 2 if they go and do that. That doesn't include the, obviously the box set stuff that they'll sell. That doesn't include the merchandising. That doesn't include any other spin-off stuff that they decide to do. That doesn't include, merchandise. It doesn't include all that other stuff. So, like, the movie itself is going to make a ton of money. It might actually make more money than Doomsday. The only reason I have a doubt about that... The only reason I have a doubt that it makes less than Doomsday is that if these Marvel movies stay consistent, that more people might have faith in Doomsday, and so they will watch that. I can see people definitely doing Doomsdays, like what we said. They'll definitely do a Dune and a Doomsday watch. That's going to be the thing in 2026, I think. And it worked out for Barbie and Oppenheimer, like, regardless of what I think about both of those films, like, part of the reason why those movies made so much money as they did is because they were doing double bills of Barbie and Oppenheimer. Yeah, at least of what we know of, but that's a year away, which is amazing that we're going a full year with no Marvel films. We are getting TV shows, but still. Not when you accused Larry because he was the weapons owner. Not that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation. And even Brand New Day, it looks like it's going to be good. They're releasing every couple of days, like, oh, first day of filming, like, quick little clips. Here's the Spider-Man suit. Information about the Punisher. Information about the Hulk. Like, Yeah, I have no idea. I'm gonna go into Wonder Man and have no idea what I'm watching. It's gonna be like Blue Beetle, I feel like. Though I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I'll make no excuse for what I did in that situation. You should apologize right now for making chaos with the killer, pal. Yeah, I have nothing. I have no idea about Wonder Man, so I'm gonna watch Wonder Man at some point and just. It'll probably just be like, okay, It could just be a meh. It could be bad. It could be good. There's been a few like instances where I have liked. I really liked Moon Knight. And Shang-Chi was a good movie. And those were characters that I wasn't super familiar with. Yeah, Blue Beetle I watched one time and I was just like, this wasn't a bad movie. It wasn't a fantastic movie. It was good. Compared to like The Flash, it was like a masterpiece. Like, I liked Aquaman 2. Blue Beetle was fine. Flash was terrible. Yeah. It was just what it was. It was fine. It was not insulting. It was not amazing. It was just a good movie. If you told me that it wasn't a part of the DC universe and was its own superhero thing, it would have been a fine superhero movie. Yeah, I was fine with Black Adam. I liked Black Adam. I liked Dr. Fate in that movie. I guess the biggest problem I had with Black Adam is basically like just what happened with The Rock, where he didn't want Shazam in the movie. He didn't want, he wanted him to fight Superman, and he just caused a whole bunch of problems. I didn't like that. It was more so what was behind Black Adam. I didn't like what they did there. Yeah, Dr. Fate was great. Again, he's basically the Doctor Strange equivalent. I'm sorry, Sheena, I apologize. I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Yeah, Dr. Fate was good. The fight scenes were interesting. Yeah, but it's got this bad rap because I think of it basically killing the DCU. Which I do understand. Like, I feel bad for Henry Cavill the most because it's like he, you know, of the stuff with The Witcher and the stuff with Superman happening the way that it did. It's like he gets into so many good products and he proves himself like all the time, but then something always happens. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? I never doubted you, not for 1 second. And then comparing, like... Yeah, he's the higher anarchy of the DC universe. When is his next movie coming out? You know what? Let's have a look and see. What has he done since then? Like... I know they're gonna do that Fast 10... They're gonna do that Fast 10 movie. Part 2 or whatever. What has he got that's coming out? I'm actually curious. Oh, Red One? Yeah, that flopped. That movie. Oh, that's right. He's got that coming out. I forgot about that. He has a few things coming out. Nah, he has where's the damn list of his movies? Yeah, I just saw it here. Here we go. Filmography. What's he got coming out recently? Yeah, Red One flopped. Moana 2, I haven't seen Moana 2, so I can't comment on whether Moana 2 was any good. This year he has The Smashing Machine, where he plays Mark Kerr, the UFC fighter. That could be decent. Who else is in this movie? Emily Blunt. There's a bunch of actual UFC fighters that are in this. It could be decent. I mean, it's a sports film. A24 is the production company. It could be decent. And then the Moana live action, where he's doing the same thing. So we're gonna have Moana live action. And then also Fast X Part 2. It's a sports movie, like, it'll probably be a fine sports movie, like, they could do it on worse people in terms of UFC fighters, but, like, I'm not a big UFC watcher. It'll probably just be a fine It'll be a fine movie, I think. Moana Part 2, Moana live action. I mean, he's playing Maui in that. I've not seen Moana 2 yet, so I can't comment on that. Red 1 flopped. Fast X, then, like, yeah, he's kind of slowed down in terms of his movies. And I think they're doing it in Jumanji. They're doing another Jumanji movie as well, I think. A third Jumanji? I think they're doing a third Jumanji movie. Unless they've already done that. No, apparently this is the last Fast and the Furious movie. That's what Vin Diesel has said. He said this is going to be the last one, where they're going to go back to street racing, apparently. Like, yeah, the entire family is being targeted by Jason Momoa's character. Their family members are being killed, and children, and all that other stuff. Like, and yep, we're going to go back to the humble street racing. You know, in a movie that has that high of a stakes. We're going to go from flying in a spaceship to driving down a thing in the to going back to street racing. We're going to bring back all the characters that have died. Paul Walker's going to come back. Giselle's coming back. Han's coming back. Everyone's going to have a... Jason Momoa at the end is going to come and have a barbecue with... Yeah, I don't know what they want to do. Money talks, as they say. Same goes for me. Believe in Sheena. Like, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like, to me, characters have to die in this Fast and the Furious movie. And characters just coming back to life that we, you know, like... Again, Giselle's death meant something. Han's death led up to Fast 7, which with Statham, where he was just a cold-blooded, like, killer who wanted to go after them all. Which, I mean, I guess you could say that there are some problems with Statham just turning around and not, and just, like, everyone's friendly again, but, yeah. Maybe you could say that that's a problem, but who knows. Total disrespect to his work and legacy, yeah. And he was in a lot of other stuff as well. I watched a documentary about Paul Walker's life, and they actually went through a lot of his stuff with his past movies and stuff, and he was actually, like, really, really consistent in terms of his... Let's put that to the test and see if she really is worthy of your trust. This promises to be interesting. Like, I don't want them to bring him back. I think, like, he's still technically alive in the movies. Like, they didn't kill the character off, which I do respect that they didn't do that. Because that's a very tough thing to do, you know? Just like Carrie Fisher in the sequels for, Star Wars, like, it's... Yeah, I think The Rock... So... In terms of the... I support The Rock more than Vin Diesel in terms of those movies, because I think the big issue with them was, Vin Diesel wanted to... The Rock was more about, like, sharing the amount of money, like, he was more, like, wanting to share the wealth around, like, with everyone, because, obviously The Rock coming into those movies made them make a lot more money. It wasn't Vin Diesel that did that. I think Vin Diesel was jealous that he wasn't making the money that The Rock was making for those movies, and there was just hate between them both, and... Again, we got Hobbs and Shaw out of The Rock leaving, and we also got Fast 8 and 7. Sorry, we also got Fast 8, which... But I still think the movies are better when The Rock is in them than when they aren't. Because Fast 9 doesn't have him in it, and Fast 10 doesn't have him in it. Outside of the ending sequence. So I think The Rock actually brings more... Yeah, I think my top 3 are... Fast 8, Hobbs and Shaw, then Fast 7. But I get why you like Fast 7 more than Fast 8. There's at least more Statham in... It's not that there's a bad choice. To me, they're very close. They're very, very, very close. But it's funny that Statham's in all of those movies, and even Fast 6 he's in it as well, but I would put, Fast 6 would be my 4th, I think. And then Fast 5 would be after that. Like, those, all those movies are great. I love all of those. 5 through 8 and Hobbs and Shaw. Like, those are the top 5 for me. Not even close. Like, not even close. So we help with the fire extinguishing. He's in charge of the police on the Barbley side, so I help them with their work. He's doing the job of fireman? I don't know how to work people. She sure does. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage. Guess so. She's always bringing you a business card or a scroll at just the right time. F7 was Statham introduction. After that, you watched almost. Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing as well. You have a. You have a bigger attachment to that movie just because of its influence on basically your movie enjoyment. Speaking of which, I watched another Jason Statham movie a few days ago. I'd seen it before, but I always liked it. It was a fun movie. I'm not sure if you've seen it. It's called War. War with Statham and Jet Li. It was a fun movie. Not the best, but it was good. Right, everything before I'm ordered to. That is the definition of a secretary. It was a decent Statham movie. Not enough action from him, I don't think, but it was a fun. It was a fun. Like it had a good twist and stuff. She's gonna seem more capable than Agent Lang, doesn't she? At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective. Kinda had a feeling you were going to say that. She's more than just a capable secretary, you know? I think I still need to see Wrath of the Man, I believe. I've already... No, I think I have seen that. I think I have seen Wrath of the Man already. It's more action than a Working Man and Wildcard. I don't think I've seen Wildcard. I have no idea what that movie is. Let me check. I have not seen... What is Wildcard? I have not seen that movie. Wildcard. Let me look at this up real quick. I might be... Because sometimes they put games... sometimes they put, movies under different names. I have not seen it. What is this movie? Oh, it's a remake. Oh, it's a remake of the of an original movie. You hated Wildcard. It doesn't sound like, from what I'm seeing, it's like, it doesn't seem like... Oh, that's what, oh, that's why. Oh, that is... Yeah, there's no way that that's gonna be... I just looked at... It's a remake of Heat. It's a remake of Heat. There's no way that they were gonna top that movie. Like, if you've not seen Heat, that's the movie with, Heat. Oh, wait, no, that's a different movie of Heat. I thought it was Heat with Robert De Niro and, Al Pacino. No, it's a Burt Reynolds movie from the 80s. There's no action. Oh, it's not even an action movie. I like how that it says that it's an action thriller movie. It's an action thriller, but there's no action. There's no action fight. It was also a bomb as well. It didn't make any money. It barely made like a fifth of its budget. Oof. I've not seen that movie. I've not seen Working Man, but I've heard that it was bad. Because as you said, there was more talking than action. Sheena, tell them what other things you're good at. Alright. I have not seen either of those films, so I can't comment, but... I think Jason Statham's an underrated actor. It's Jason Statham sitting on tables for 2 hours with an action scene of 20 seconds. Oh, so it's like a... Yeah. From what I saw, it looked like it was like a card game movie kind of thing. By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the third floor of Babal, correct? Yes, that was when the suspicious person was spotted in Babal. And you were after the same person in the long coat that I was after. There is no proof that the suspicious person was really the Yadagarasu, because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face. They didn't even do that. Yeah. What did you say was your favorite Statham film, or was that too hard to... Was that too hard of a question to answer? So I think I remember asking you which one was your favorite Statham film, but... Crank is one of his best. Yeah, I think that's a remake as well, Crank. Or was that Snatch? To extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the third floor. Oh, Wrath of Man is your favorite. So the majority of the investigators conducted their searches on all the floors. I think I've seen Wrath of Man. I need to look up what the synopsis was. I think I've seen it, but I think... Is that the one where he robs stuff? I think it was. Because they called it a different name here. Yeah, I've seen that movie. I've seen Wrath of Man. Yeah. Yeah, see, he's the driver, and I've seen this movie. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen this movie before. I think I've only seen it once. The only most rewatchable Jason Statham movie? I don't know if I go that far. I mean, I like the both Mechanic movies. Again, I feel like the Expendables, I mean, it doesn't count because it's not necessarily a... I think both Meg movies are good. I don't think the Expendables counts, but to me the Expendables 2 is Expendables 2 has a lot of replay value, but it doesn't really count because it's like an ensemble with so many different people in it. Like Expendables 2 is probably like the most rewatchable. Never cared about the Transporter. Yeah, I haven't seen all of them. I keep missing the third one, but they're fine. I like the action in them, but I think he's gotten better since then. The fire was pretty much out. I moved to investigate the third floor. A Beekeeper, that's another one that I think also I would go back and watch. I really like The Beekeeper. It's in the next room next to Mr. Cochin's office. I already told you I was earlier, as of examining the neighboring room. Yeah, I would say The Beekeeper as well. But that girl sure screamed. Upon hearing her, I immediately ran towards Mr. Cochin's office. Marini proceeded to arrest her, as I recall. One of the first Statham-led IMAX movies? Would it have been? Probably. I still can't believe he's 60. Like, oh, sorry, he's like nearly 60. Like, he's 58. He doesn't look like he's super, super old. Yeah, so he's getting into a lot of production stuff now. Like, he produces, like, he's producing his 2 new movies, he's produced Working Man, he produced Beekeeper, he produced Expendables, he produced Operation Fortune. He produced Hobbs and Shaw, like... What else was he in? Yeah, that would have been interesting. What else was he in that I've seen? Death Race was also a very good... I like Death Race. He was in the Pink Panther, but that's not really, like, a Statham movie. He was in Collateral, which was... He was a cameo in Collateral, which if you're not seeing Collateral, that's also a very good movie. I don't remember him in it, but that would have been, like, early in his thing. He was, yeah, Death Race I liked. He was in Collateral, but it was just a cameo. But Collateral is a good movie, if you've not seen that one. Tom Cruise and Jamie Foxx. The One was also... I think I remember The One being a good movie as well. Yeah, Romeo and Juliet. I think I remember The One being a good movie. She was totally innocent, pal. Thought we had already cleared that up. I thought I had already apologized for my behavior. Now, if the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet. I have to agree, right now is not the time to take issue with that. What do you do, Mr. Edgeworth? What I do take issue with is the fact that you didn't see the Yadagarasa agent, Sheena. And all this time, like, not wanting to be an actor. That's the other thing as well. It's like, it's not even like he had a disappointing movie career. It's like, the fact that he did not even consider being an actor until, you know, he gets basically pulled off of the street and just says, hey, I should be, you know, in a thing. It's like, the fact that he's been able to take that and run with it for as long as he has, like, he actually got a really good career out of it. Prosecutors of this country are all so strange.
Hold it.
You were unable to catch even a glimpse despite being in the next room. Is that true? I really hate to repeat myself. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you were not misremembering something. We wouldn't want you to be accused of lying later on, would we? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Are you calling Sheena's testimony a lie? Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Sheena right now. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't interrupt us with superfluous comments. You know, I feel kind of bad for him. I understand his pain at watching one of his subordinates being accused. I wonder if he'd ever dabble into, like, video game... I know he's done some video game voice acting, but... I think he would fit in a, I think he would fit as, like, a villain or a protagonist, like a playable character in some sort of action title. Like a fighting game or something. But I guess he's just so busy with movies that it would be hard to do that. If I cannot turn my eyes from the truth. Lang, I'm alright. As for you, I think you should be focusing your doubts on that girl rather than me. Yeah, he voiced someone in Call of Duty, but, like, I think, like, considering we've seen Keanu Reeves, we've seen Idris Elba, in video games. Like, I think Jason Statham could, like, if he ever finds the time to do that, like, I think he would make a good character in like a... Maybe if they do a new Cyberpunk game, that could work. Maybe if they make another Cyberpunk game, maybe have Jason Statham as a character in it. Like, if you can't get them to do a fight scene together in a movie, or have him be a villain, maybe they could do another sort of thing. Have him do some fight scenes with Keanu Reeves or something in a Cyberpunk game. Yeah, Cyberpunk 2's in the making. Who knows? Who actually knows? They got Idris Elba and they got Keanu Reeves. And people like to joke around that Jason Statham plays the same character in every movie, so why not have him just play the same character in a video game? Have him just be himself. You throwing Kay's words at the dad again? Well, she does claim to be the dad of Garasu, right? Jason Statham in Death Stranding 3. Well, they need a replacement for Higgs, like... That's the one thing as well, it's like, I was thinking to myself with that, what are they gonna do with Higgs? What are they gonna do now? Like, what are they gonna do with Higgs? Can they top Higgs? Can they top Higgs somehow? Kat, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Also, happy late birthday. Hope that you're doing well today. And hope that you're getting better. She did try to chase down the other Gravasa despite being just an average citizen. Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yada Gravasa. That's right, which is why I would never lie about anything related to Yada Gravasa. I suppose you have proof of that somewhere. Yeah, did Allison spill your secrets? Yes, she did. She did spoil the secrets. She told me everything. She told me everything, Kat. Not quite, but even without any, I have people who believe in me, and that's enough. His testimony is without flaw, but as for yours, well, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit suspicious. Yeah, she spilled it. She told me everything. I didn't even have to ask. She just told me. No, she didn't, because I didn't have an attachment to cats the way that everybody else does. Allison can get literally bribed. No, I never asked. She told me. Sometimes she just tells me, oh, I just had a chat with Kat about, and she said this was happening and that was happening. I have cat pick immunity. Allison does not though. She does not have cat pick immunity. Anytime someone shows off cats, she will that's what happens. You knew Allison liked you more? I mean... Oh, Higgs is cut. Truth be told, I don't really care if you clearly got the content. I'm just here to make for one reason. I mean, my fate. I like the suffer for me line that he did as well when Sam was doing. I'm not sure how they can top Higgs for the third game if they do make a third Death Stranding. That's what I was saying. Like they have to do it somehow. Why don't you show it using what we found out with Little Feet? I will in due time. The escape route of the Yadagavasa that Kay was in pursuit of, if it turns out that it really does lead right to Agent Sheena. And just even the conversation, like I would have liked, the one thing he could have done during one of those loops, he should have started singing Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head. He should have started singing that song, because that song gets played so many times throughout the game, and whenever it gets played, it's usually to demonstrate, like, some sort of... Grab your coat you pulled? What are you talking about, grab my coat you pulled? What is it that she is keeping from us right now? I don't know what you mean. I'm not wearing a coat. Oh, is that what you're talking about? Nah, he was quoting Death Stranding 2. One of the characters, as they're torturing, one, the protagonist, they say that line. You're going to leave the Higgs supercut day in and day out when it releases, and to be fair, that will for sure happen here. I mean, maybe. The revolving fireplace. Why do I keep getting these? Oh my god, of course I'm getting these ads. That's the same. And then that's the same. Haven't I already played this? No, this is a new one. This is the Investigations collection. So last year we played Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. This is a new game that came out this year. So we play as the prosecutor instead of the defense lawyer. So, 2 different games. But same premise. And we played them almost a year ago, because I got affiliated while I was playing this game, so that's next month. Next month is my affiliate anniversary. And also, my streaming anniversary as well. I think I started streaming maybe like the 5th or something of September. And I think my affiliation was the 20th or 21st of... Yeah, I remember. I think it was the 20th or 21st of, September. Yeah, we got like 22 people and... Hydrate, I will get you the hydrate actually. I probably do need that, because my voice is gonna die eventually, so I will be back with the... We'll be back with some water. Some ice cold water, as always, because we're in the winter time right now, so... Give me a sec. Hang on a second, let me just, Oh, I didn't get to see that. It's time to head to bed. Thanks again as well for stopping by. Tomorrow we'll be Death Stranding 2 third playthrough and less than 24 hours left on our boats. Yeah, we have a lot to talk about tomorrow. Congrats on the... Have a good sleep. Congrats on the platinum. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the chats as always. Death Stranding 2 third playthrough, and yeah, less than 24 hours left for Nobody 2, so enjoy that. If we don't, I'm sure we'll chat in that time anyway. Enjoy the movie, hope that it's good, and I look forward to the review for that as well. So, thank you for that. Let me get my drink. I did get me some water. Some from the tap, which is ice cold actually, so double hydrate. Have a good sleep, and I will talk to you at some point. Oh, also, Sinners, as well as this. Is that... And a posture check? I mean, I did technically get up. I did get up, so my posture is already reset, so I did get up, so yeah, the posture check is there. I can't adjust my posture any further. I had to get up and actually get water. I had to walk and do something. Sinners is Saturday. Yeah, it's still this week, though. we'll see what happens. But yeah, as you think, if you do have to head off to bed, then that's all good. And enjoy your rest and relaxation time for the next playthrough, the next movie, the next platinum, the next everything. You're going to go to bed, just popping in to make me drink. So what you're saying is that you've made it your life's quest to get me wet. Is that what you're saying, Kat? Because you just want me to hydrate and drink. Is that what you're saying? Is that what it is? Is this the revelation that we've come to now? Oh great! Thank you for the Seribot for banning the bot. But yes, if you have to go to bed, the both of you, have a good sleep. Thank you for the chats. Thank you for the hydrates. Thank you for chats. Have a good sleep. Time zone. See you in the morning. And yeah, have a good rest of the night. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but don't want me losing my voice. I mean, that is actually true. I need my voice for singing. I need my voice for accents. I need my voice for doing all these voices. I know how much you like my Scottish accent. So I need to be prepared for when I need to pull that one out again. That's what problem you're talking about at all. Agent Lane, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastian office fireplace? Oh, you mean how it connects with the office with the room next door? Tell Allison said, hey, with that many E's. How many E's is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 E's. So I gotta do a hey kind of thing. She's at work at the moment, but I'll let her know that you popped in to chat and yeah. She might come home early. She did come home early yesterday. But not anytime soon or anything. Well, Alabast isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. Fireplace in Mr. Cochin's office holds the exact same secret. Do you get a free dance for your birthday? No. Because your birthday is already in the past. And it also depends on who you're wanting to dance. Last I checked, there was no complimentary dances on birthdays. And don't start throwing bills at me either, because that won't work. You should get 2 since you could have messaged and I'm late. I mean, when Allison told me that it was the birthday, I told her... So I think I told her it was your happy birthday. And I think at the time, I was thinking you might have been asleep. That was probably why. So you want 2 dances, and you want me to do them for free. You want me to do them for free? Oh. Next thing you know, you'll be throwing bills at the television. Oh, I'm on the phone. Oh, so I'm relegated to the I'm relegated to the beta device. I'm not even relegated to the television. I've been downgraded. I'm no longer television material. I'm now just casual phone enjoyer. Oh no. Oh. Something tells me that if I started dancing, that would be a little bit too extreme for you. Especially in that situation. Oh no. Now do you see? The other Garasu had escaped into the next room. And the thief would have ran straight into Agent Sheena. Meaning that... Well, yeah, because that's... I know exactly what you're suggesting. I mean, it's impossible for her to have saved and missed the other Garasu. It's because I'm like part laughing, part like... What is the meaning of the smiles? What would you care to explain, Agent Sheena? How you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yeti Garasu, or shall I? Claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? Truth is, you were the only one Kay saw in the code. Claimed to be the Yeti Garasu, and you were the one she chased after. She tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Kojin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Sheena. You're not suggesting anything. You're just in bed getting ready to doze, and your phone is easier to carry to bed than the TV and play. Yeah, I could not imagine. I could not imagine trying to sleep with your TV and PlayStation and your phone. That's a little bit too much. I think that's a sign that you need to take a break. Oh, it's 50 inches. Yeah, that would have a hard time. I think that would have a hard time fitting. That might have a hard time fitting in. 50-inch TV. After that, you came back around to place Kate under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. You don't think your arm is that long so you couldn't hold it? We have a 55-inch TV in the other room. I'm pretty sure lengthwise I wouldn't be able to like, oh, Leonard. Pretty sure lengthwise I wouldn't be able to hold it. How dare you make Kay look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? Sheena? Oh, she's about to break, isn't she? Yep. Oh, it is her. I was right. It's Callista, because she's bursting out laughing. Yeah, this is, like I said, she's Callista this entire time. So I was right then. I did see something in her face. I even said this when after we finished the case with, case 4, I did say that her facial features looked a little bit different, but she looked at, so it definitely is so. That laugh. Alright, I think ads are over now. Ads should be over. Let me just scroll up again. But yeah, in terms of the TV that size, I know long ways you wouldn't be able to hold it with one arm. Like I feel like if you tried, you would have to hold it a different way. You would have to hold it the other way. I think that's what you would have to do. You'd have to hold it a separate way. That's way too big. 50. Because I'm pretty sure like 2 people have to carry it in to be able to. Well, in our situation when we got it, we had it mounted on the wall. So, I think from when I remember they installed it. I remember when they installed it. I think it took at least two or 3 people to install it. Yep. Okay. I remember this irritating laugh. Oh, it's the old flat screen, so it's like 1 to 2 inches wide. Remember those other TVs? Remember those big, just like the giant monitors, the giant computer monitors, and the giant TVs that were just like giant cubes. of mass. And like now everything is like thin, flat screen, wide screens, but I still remember those giant computer monitors and the giant... You liked playing in the boxes? Yeah, I think that happened with me as a lot as well. Jumping in and out of boxes. I think there was actually one time that, I think I hopped into the box and, I think that's what happened. I hopped into one of the boxes and I think they taped it back up again and carried me around when I was a kid. I think I remember doing that. I think I remember that actually happening. Can't be, but it has to be. Sheena, what's wrong with you? Yeah, just so. Sorry, but it was so funny I couldn't help but laugh. I think I remember that happening one time. I hopped in the box, they closed it up, and then they might have taped it up and carried me around, and then they opened it up again. Wasn't for that long. You made it into a no girls allowed place so your sister couldn't come in. I don't think I ever remember doing that because I was the older sibling. So I... Yeah, even if you are, exactly. But it doesn't matter because it's your space. But you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. Prosecutor of this country really are also very strange. Do you think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? I think I'm taking things too lightly. Think not, it's that prosecutor who is. Yeah. Little sister, the older siblings didn't live with us. Ah, I see, yeah. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. Like Ross, you fled for the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? Yeah, I only have the one sister, so older brother. Okay, 99. Thank you for stopping by, Kat. Thank you for the chats and everything as always. And have a good sleep. Everybody in the Europe and the UK, off to Betty Boys. The dream of sweet nothings, and hopefully the warm weather is not bad. Because I mean, I would gladly take after this winter. I feel like winters are getting worse and summers have been manageable, which is just strange. Just super strange that it's backwards compared to everyone else. It should not be like freezing cold in the winters here, and like everything's melting. Don't think you have a proven thing regarding the other Grice's escape route. Tone of voice you're talking with me now has certainly changed. It's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. You can let loose and then we can have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor. Don't underestimate me, I'm not some foolish broad, you know. I know, and this is why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question. A question? Here is your proof that the revolving fireplace in Babab was used recently.
Take that!
Sorry, is this really your honest answer to my question? Yes. According to Ambassador Planier's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace for Mr. Cochin. The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they shouldn't have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up.
Objection!
Fortunately for you, Ambassador Planier said that he forgot to. I actually want to grab something to eat after that, because they now need to...
Who's that Pokemon?
I'm gonna check something real quick. Oh great, like even more of these messages. All these people that tell you, like, oh, I'm a big fan, I'm this and I'm that, and the thing, and then they don't even watch the stream. But they know when I'm online because I have Discord connected up to the PS4. Whenever I have the PS4 on, it'll say that I'm playing a game on Discord. So, and it's like you never see any of these people pop into stream. So the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Otagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Cochin's office is my proof. And just what is so funny? That's just proof. You're even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court. You still wish to fight us? Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, I'd see a counter argument. A counter argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. Doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court, let's finish this here and now. Suppose. We had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace was used. You can't really call that proof that the Yadagarasa used the fireplace now, can you? So who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. We found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Coach's office. There you have it, my counter-argument. It's very impressive. She's seen through to the fact that I have yet to gather that one piece of evidence. What is it, Kate? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But Okay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yadagarasu name, are you not? Indeed we do. If you want to steal the truth, you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running to catch the truth, you must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth. Right. I will see this through to the end. So, go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth. With pleasure. Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it? Sheena, please, show me that you're someone I can trust. Don't worry, this will be the deciding match, you'll see. Truly sorry, Agent Lane, but I simply cannot allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Sheena, shall we begin? Ready whenever you are. Sounds to me like you're saying your explanations are good enough. I was able to go through the revolving door myself, so it should be proof enough even for you, pal. Looks like you don't quite understand. By you, looks like I can guess that you're not all that learned. Talk about rude, you should watch what you say, pal. Sadly, I can't say I disagree with her on that one. This is also interesting as well, because, is this a situation where, the game's villain isn't ending on it? Because every villain that this game ends on usually is the head of, like, something, but this person's the head of anything. You know what I mean, right? You may have proven that the fireplace was used. So you want proof that Yadagarasu was the one who used the fireplace? That's right. Well, do you have any? Can you prove that it wasn't Yadagarasu who used the fireplace? I don't need to prove anything to you. Objection! Hey, if you could please not steal my line. Sorry. Just couldn't hold it in anymore. Oh, don't fret and leave her to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch. We seem to have some wiggle room, but without any evidence, it's meaningless.
Hold it.
It's possible that the other guards will have fingerprints on the fireplace. Sorry about it, the forensics team checked that already. Well, they found my prints belonging to Ambassador Perlanio and Mr. Cochin. Curses. Should know better than think the other Grasso would have been so careless. There must be some sort of evidence we still have yet to find. I think you have no further objections? So Interpol's finished examining the entire Barbalese embassy? Yes, the investigators who weren't allowed into Alabas were incredibly helpful. They were putting great efforts to search for any sign of the Adagarasu. And yet, despite all that effort, it appears that they failed to notice the lack of ash in the fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Cochin's, correct? Didn't notice the ash there in the first place of that room, and for that I'm sorry. You need to apologize, Sheena, as your bunch of mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe this guy's not such a bad guy after all. He apologizes for his subordinate and everything. What a great boss. Are you saying that I don't do anything for my own subordinates? No, nothing of the sort, sir. You're someone I really respect, sir, even if you are a bit too strict sometimes. That is only a problem on your end. Wow, way to be super hard on him in response. Am I really too strict on everyone? Anyway, Sheena, you didn't find anything in Mr. Cochin's office, right? That's right. We finished our investigation.
Hold it!
So you really didn't find anything? Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Though as you already know, we did find the yellow Gavasu's key in the document detailing the smuggling operation. We still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Barbalese knife handle yet. You see, my subordinates worked hard to investigate everything. So there's nothing else to find, alright? Why am I getting double messages there? Oh, that's why. Never mind. Like she says, all men are brothers, and friends become family. So you see, my people are my family, and my families, and their families are my family too. That's a rather large family you have there. Yes, but as we all know, there is always one black sheep in any family. Though it pains me, Ancient Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family. So, do you actually have any proof that the Yadagavas used the fireplace passageway? No, I haven't found any yet. Then what are you going to do? So no need to worry. Because there was this loophole that Mr. Interpol agent's argument we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Barbalese investigation was not Agent Lang. Which means that with Agent Sheena in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence that we found, if there is one thing I do know, it is that someone tried to hide it from us. Alright, so now, the fifth statement, we're going to present the wire, and then we're going to present Sheena's room, and then the ink. We can do the bills and the wire. Because we found this, but I feel like we need to know what this is. While you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation, are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything? Well, aren't we full of ourselves standing there insulting Interpol agents? Better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor. I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. like for you to take a look at this length of wire. What exactly is this supposed to mean? Length of wire, so what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Barbalese embassy not long ago. We found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office. We found that at the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder. This wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing. There's more. In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. Yep. What in the... That evidence was something you found through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? That's what I thought.
Pokemon?
Unfortunately, a reiteration made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Apparently it is in this game. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. See? So there was nothing in that office. Nothing you can call evidence anyway. Sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression. How so? I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort. I'm gonna go get some more stuff and then I will be back in. Should be the last trip, hopefully. Alright. I was like, wait a second, why did the sound go out? It's like, no, the sound isn't out, it's just, the sound is not out, it's just, because we paused in a important moment, I guess is what I should say. Let's go, Rather, I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete. And that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation to the Yadagarasu. Still suspect me, I see. Alright, then I asked you to point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. Alright. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Sheena. And it is not possible that the reason the person K was chasing chose the third floor was because that person knew there would be no other agent on the floor. Furthermore, we've come up to see that Agent Sheena does only pretend to be investigating the Yadagarasu. In that case, there was only one location that's not yet, that no one has yet to inspect. Yeah, we haven't actually gone into that room yet. Your team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. Yeah, we forgot to inspect, they haven't inspected the room that Sheena was in. Because if she did go through this way, which I'm assuming we're going to have to do this at some point.
Take that.
It's this room. Location Agent Sheena is, of course, the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room in Mr. Koshin's office warrants a thorough inspection, yeah. Because she was the one that said she probably inspected that area, but she'd never inspected that area because she's the one who did it. So... yeah, but if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there. I'll be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. I'm on it. I'll be right back up and check out that room next to the office. He's actually literally running back. Alright, guess while we wait. Wait, what? Sorry if you spam me, but there's a lot of movie news. Hang on a second, we'll check. Maybe I can check it. I just don't check my phone during stream. That's probably why I haven't seen the notifications. Let me actually have a look. We'll go through and look at it. I don't mind. That way you can get my thoughts on it right now. Okay, what have we got here? I'm just watching this James Gunn and thinking, oh my god. What is this? Now this James Gunn clip is just hilarious. But yeah, I didn't realize that you had sent me any messages, so that's why I'm just catching up on them now. I'm sorry, Lex. Show Lex that your feelings are hurt, Superman, please. We definitely need this. Oh my god, this is actually a part of the film. What is this? Like, I'll get into the weapon stuff in a second, but it hurts my feelings, Lex, that you sent. Oh my. This is not Superman. And they applaud this. It's because Superman is good, that's why we love him so much. Not because he punches through planets and stuff. It's like, oh my, like, OG weapons cast next to the final cast. Johnny Depp has had talks about returning for Pirates of the Caribbean. How do I feel about a prequel? Not a prequel. Pirates of the Caribbean, I would love Johnny Depp to come back. It's certainly better than having no movies or having a damn Margot Robbie, like, gender bend Pirates of the Caribbean movie. I would love to see Johnny Depp come back. Warner Brothers is in talks to develop a prequel for Weapons? I think that's a good idea. Because I'm sure that there are some unanswered questions when it comes to that movie that they could definitely explore, and the movie made money. So I think, if anything, give it some, you know, give it some, I also saw a thing today. Ryan Reynolds has mentioned that he might be appearing in Doomsday. Or Secret Wars, I think. And what's this last one? Oh, okay, so he's already confirmed. Oh, this is great news already. Okay. So he's already saying that there's going to be 4 Nobody films. That actually would work. You know what? Why not? If they're going to make 4, that's at least 4 films. That seems like it's a good decision. But I guess if you want my thoughts on everything, like James Gunn doing that scene with Superman, that was actually like I was not expecting that reaction to the thing. That was actually not great. The weapons cast, that's really interesting that they were able to do that. I think a Pirates of the Caribbean movie could work. I didn't like the 5th one as much. I would like it to happen just because I like pirates. A prequel could work for weapons, maybe, but I don't want it to get too thing. And more Nobody movies, absolutely. The reviews are out as well? Oh, okay. Let's have a look at the reviews. I'll look at something at least. The review's good at least. Now you know I hate Superman, it's the worst in the movie. Yeah, that scene was actually, like, not good. The way that they did that. That was actually very bad. I get it. Like, I understand why you don't like it, but still, that was not good. So much movie news. Always happens after we, like, finish up with stuff. That's a lot, though. 4 Nobody movies, I think that could work. Again, if the movies are good, nothing to complain about, right? I think the machine is Erica Vasu. Mother Cassandra, I believe she is. I'm not gonna let her get away with ruining the name of the Erica Vasu. But you can prove she's the Erica Vasu, that's the question. Yeah. It's so... like, that's the objective of Lex. Lex is supposed to hate Superman. And so, by him doing that, and admitting to that happening, he's just, allowing him to win. Like, it doesn't feel right to me. Gumshoe could find what I'm hoping it will find, and I should be able to. Was Superman worse than Thunderbolts? I can't remember if you said that. Because I know that you had a similar problem with Thunderbolts, with like the depression stuff. Just what are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment, as if that detective has the brains for high science. I couldn't remember if you thought that Thunderbolts was better than Superman. Wasn't that mentally taxing? Hadn't used the same escape route as the other Karasu. What did you find out by doing that? But I'm happy to hear that there's, like... That's a lot of movie news. It did more damage. Yes, it did more damage. No, since some stuff in Superman was enjoyable. Ah, okay. That's a lot of interesting news, though. That Superman stuff was cringe. Like that's in the movie. It's like a little bit too much whining. Like Superman's supposed to be truth and justice and standing up to things like this, and it's like no, now he's just but doing it in such a silly way. Weapons prequel could be interesting. I hope that they don't overdo it, because maybe the part that makes Weapons better is that it is a mystery. I would love more Pirates movies. If they're gonna make multiple Nobody movies, I'm fine with that as well. At least I have a plan. He's already said that there's 4 films, so that means that we're getting more of them potentially, if he's saying that there's 4. Go to bed now. Also saw my Nobody 2 ads, Terminal List Dark Wolf ads. James Gunn says Batman is a maniac and psychopath. No, that's the Punisher, not Batman. Did you read the Nobody 2 reviews, or did you leave them? Because I'm hoping that they were at least good.
Who's that Pokemon?
First, it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving ball door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Barbalese ink. You leave them, but only saw a lot of fun action. Okay, that's all that we have to know. Yeah, leave them until after you've seen the movie, then, if that's the case. Fun and action-packed is already a good sign. Yeah, okay, that's all I'll need to know. I look forward to hearing about your thoughts on the movie. James Gunn is the maniac and the psychopath. If he thinks Batman is, like, the Punisher is closer to that. Not Batman. So James Gunn's interpretation of Batman is that he is a psychopath and a maniac, even though he saves people, he saves Gotham. He doesn't kill people in most of the movies. He only kills if necessary. Yeah, you could say that he, like, tortures people and breaks their limbs and stuff, but... to get information, but he didn't, yeah. Just more stuff that James Gunn has no clue about. Yeah, can't wait for James Gunn's Batman. Wait for it to be, like, complete opposite of the Batman. Like, don't let him touch that, please. Like, even Batman villains, there's enough humanity in them to make you feel like they have, like, something to root for, but then they're also despicable enough to where it's like, yeah, even though I feel for this character for going through certain things, at the same time, they're also just doing evil. It's going to be DC's Thundervengers. I mean, it could be worse. Because the thing with Thundervengers is that, like, those characters aren't beloved in the same way that Batman and Superman are. Like, if the Justice League movie turned out to be like Thundervengers, that is worse. Like, that is absolutely worse. Because that's like... You're not just taking side characters that don't have a whole lot of meaning. You're taking beloved characters like Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Green Lantern. All these characters, Aquaman. James even said he dresses like a bat and scares people. I mean... He doesn't just do that. It's more the... Yeah. He does that, but it's like, it's not like... He's making it sound like he's a kid at a Halloween party. If you see the clip, you're sending it to me. That sounds like a kid that's dressing up for Halloween. Oh, he goes around and scares people in a bat costume. Like, that's what is that? Like... I might actually like the damn DC movie in comparison to... You know, the Justice League movie in comparison to if they do a James Gunn's Justice League. Can't wait. Absolutely can't wait. Yeah, trick or treat, and then he just, Virgil found something you really need to see, sir. It's just so bad. And this is the person in charge. Like, I'm not saying Kevin Feige is perfect, he's made plenty of mistakes before, but, like, this is the person in charge directing everyone's things. It's like, just let Matt Reeves do his thing. Let Matt Reeves do it. Let Matt Reeves do what he's doing. If you're not capable of making a good Batman story, then I'm sorry. Like, I don't want to watch this James Gunn's Batman movie and then think, you know what, the Batman and Robin is more accurate than his candies got stolen by Mr. Freeze or something. Like, Batman and Robin is a bad Batman movie, but it's a fun movie to watch in terms of just, like, if you want to laugh at something, if you want to have, like, you know, it's not going to waste your time. Yes, it's bad, but it's still fun in that sense. There's still parts about it that are really good. But I don't want to have to say that a movie in 2027 or 2026, whatever he's making, I don't want to have to say that the Adam West Batman or, like, Batman and Robin is better than a Batman movie that they can release nowadays. Yeah, I think Batman and Robin works in Batman Part 2. If they cast it right. I was just saying Batman and Robin, the movie Batman and Robin, where George Clooney was Batman, where George Clooney played himself in a Batman costume. Like, if James Gunn's Batman can't be better than that, then that's really sad. Because Batman and Robin is panned for a reason. I personally enjoy watching it, but it's not a good Batman interpretation. Ready to sleep now? I wanted to stay longer, but I need to. Yeah, exactly. Take the rest. I apologize that I didn't get to see your messages as soon as I did, but I would have seen them after stream anyway. Have a good rest, and enjoy Nobody 2 tomorrow. Enjoy the start of the Death Stranding 2 third playthrough as well. So make up a coat and a pair of shoes, sir. You found a coat? Hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one person I was chasing up was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist. Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it? What's your view? These aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, and so I stored them in that room. You speak again before nobody... We speak again before nobody in your next stream. That will be the Nobody Day. Would we? When are you going to see Nobody? Is it in... I thought that you would be going... Oh wait, no, it's the third. Tomorrow is the... Never mind, tomorrow is the 14th. Yeah, never mind, I'm in the future, so... The 14th for me would be before anyone else, so... Oh, 24 hours from now, so... Yeah, well, it'll be, Yeah, it will definitely be. Yeah, it'll be Nobody Day. Absolutely. Because I saw the premiere happen 2 days ago. Because I saw Sharon Stone was at the premiere. I think it happened 2 days ago. They did the premiere for it. Thank you for bringing some. It saved me a trip. May I have them back now?
Hold it.
These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings. You have no right to touch them without my permission. I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. But if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. I say then look at your stuff, Sheena. Sheena, let's put it all out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right? Yep, that's true. I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you like. After all, I have nothing to hide. Good, now let us begin. So which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine? So I think we want to examine the coat. So the reason to be the coat is because if she crawled through the chimney, then her coat should be covered in soot. At least it should be anyway. So then we'll have the ink burn the coat, and then okay. Let's examine the coat. Yes, sir. It appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly. Yeah, there you go. Agent Sheena? I think the the case saw was wearing a coat. I'm beginning to wonder if that stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace. Oh, you have it wrong! No, she's definitely sweating bullets here. That soot probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. What about this dark substance around the hem of your coat? Didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. Sure, it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent line? Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. She said it sounded amazing? That's a good sign. Welcome in, Rinsler. Hope you're doing well today. I'm guessing that you are after that reaction. That's a good sign. Congrats on the... That's great news. This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through the fireplace. Well, it's pretty hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. She wants you to join her on Senorita, if you heard. I have not... again, I'm showing my age once again. I have no idea what Senorita is. It sounds like a... It sounds like a, It sounds like a dating site. It sounds like it sounds like a Spanish dating site when I hear that. Or are you talking about the song? Hang on a second. Am I getting this confused? Oh, I know that song. Never mind, I know that song. I know that song. Yeah, that's the, yeah. That song came out a couple of years ago, actually. I remember that. That was like a massively popular song. Who was it again? It was, I know the name, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, that's it. Shawn Mendes. Yeah, that one. I remember that, yeah, that song. Yeah. I remember that. I know that song. I ain't old. I'm hip with the kids now. I know a song. I know a song that people will recognize. But she wants you... Wait, did I read that correctly? She liked your track, and she wants you... She wants you to... She wants you to join her in a song. So she wants you to collab with her in a song instead. Yeah. I mean, that's at least a start. Maybe you can do collab for collab, like, if you join her in one song, maybe you can get her to join the other one. That might work. I at least know that song, and that also relates back to your thing as well. Because that song has two people singing, so your song also has, you've made a song that was initially just one person singing into two, so there you go. There's the, there you go. Yeah, I definitely know that song though, the Senorita song. Yeah, you take it, definitely. Definitely take it. No reason to say no. No reason to say no.
Who's that Pokemon?
You're gonna have to pull out all the stops for that one. I mean, if you can pull it off, like, go ahead and do it, like. Give it your all. Give it your all for that one. Show that you care for the material and that you want to actually do something, and you know it'll definitely work out. Even if you have to practice and get help with something, yeah, pursue that. You know, like challenge yourself. Challenge yourself. This will be a challenge, yeah. Yeah, it'll test your voice. Great job, too, I'm sure. So that's the other thing as well, is like it's a... Because it's a collaboration effort, it's like... Yeah, more continuous in a way every note has to be perfect. Yeah, and you've got to have it, like, timed at just the right point. So what did I do? This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I'm just happy that I actually recognized the song's name. By, that's my victory for today is I recognized the modern song. Been hoping. Right, yeah. He from what I remember, he was, who was it with? I remember the girl was. Oh, that's who the girl was, yeah, Camila Cabello. I remember her from... What was the song that she sang that was famous? It was, Oh, she was a part of Fifth Harmony, that was what it was. There was another song I remember her singing for something. I can't remember what it was for. Oh, is that... There was something... Maybe it was that song. I feel like I've heard her name before in something else. Yeah, don't try to... That's a mistake that I know some people can make. Don't try to... Like, I'm not a musician, but don't try to overly emulate someone like that, because you're gonna come off as, like... It'll come off more so, like... unnatural. It's like when people, when a lot of female vocalists try to do like what Mariah Carey can do, and it's like what Mariah Carey can do is just something that you naturally like but you either can do it or you can't. Like, if you focus too much on trying to emulate somebody else, you're just going to come off of a second rate compared to the actual artist. So you've got to give it your own feel and your own performance into it. So instead of just coming off as the second Shawn Mendes, come off as the first, you know, this. Because a lot of the people that do come off like that have that gift naturally kind of thing. Should we prove that going through the fireplace would sully a coat? I regret what you're just saying, but I'm happy for the prize, sir. All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance in the coat hem is. Do you think you can do that? Like, that's just one of those things. Let me catch up on some things for a second. Yeah, you don't have to. You always put your own spin on songs to make it your own some way, yeah. Like, you can look at what he does, and you don't have to be pitch perfect to him, but you need to, you can at least, you can still have a similar energy, you can still have a similar, and still have it be your own style. Without, coming off completely, like you're just trying to copy-paste, copy him, I guess. And sometimes there's things about someone else's voice or your voice that you can pinpoint and be like, oh, like this is actually something that I feel like I can do very good versus like what somebody else, because everyone's voice is different. Of course I can. Okay, let me do the ink ads here. It's fine. I'll just wait for you to wait for the ads to finish. I believe ink. Yes, this is what will prove that the coat went through that fireplace. According to Ambassador Polania, he burned some files. Well, that was quick. That was a quick ad break. The man you song you wanted her to join. Oh, you just extended the ad break then. Yeah. It was probably because you refreshed, right? Yeah, I'll give you a minute. I was about that already, so I don't really see the point of mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink on the back wall of the fireplace at that time. The dark substance in this coat turns out to be Barbley's ink. It would prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yadagarasu, but we're not finished yet. No way of proving whether or not this is Barbley's ink on the coat hem. Oh, but I do. I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I'll prove that the dark substance on the coat is thing. Touch the coat, wear the coat, burn the coat. We're gonna burn the coat. We're gonna burn this person's property, which is weird because you'll be burning the evidence. So that's going to, honestly, I don't think this would hold up in court, unless you actually had another. And we're gonna burn it. We can find out whether that is Barbley's ink or not by lighting it on fire. Let's say you're gonna prove that it's Barbley's ink. Okay, you're back. Welcome back. Yeah, as you were saying, yeah, you didn't copy the song and you made it your own. That's what I was saying as well. Like, you look at any cover version, you look at any, like, even look at, like, contestants on, like, some of those singing shows. More often than not, they usually have to put their own spin on it. Otherwise, they usually just comment on them saying, like, oh, this is, just a copy. You don't want to be just a copy. You want to actually make sure that you, like what you said, you made it special. Which is why, like, that's why certain cover songs, I think, in some ways are better than the originals. There's a few instances of this. Because they don't sound the exact same. So I'll show you here and now what the dark substance is. Sheena, sorry to do this, I'm gonna have to cut off a bit of your coat. Go ahead, I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway. You actually really do prefer mine than the original? That's not you being like, yeah. I get it. I get it. I mean, you've got to be confident in your own work, right? So if you feel like if you feel confident that you think it's better than the original, like that's, you know, if you think you've done a better job, then that's not a slight on anything. That's just like when you told me about the song, the idea of the song, I instantly thought, okay, this is a song that someone sang solo, and you're just turning it into a duet, and it's a back and forth conversation. It's like that does work better in a sense if you're telling a certain story perspective. And the only reason you could say that maybe the original version was better is because in that person's case, it would have been like personal to them. Like that song would have been personal to the artist, so in that situation, the reason why they probably did it by themselves is because maybe they felt like they had to sing it for themselves rather than just having somebody else alongside it. But because this is a cover, and that relation between the thing is not there, you can explore different avenues. Got some matches, I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs. And if I could please have 1K, we can get this experiment underway. Yeah. There we go. Same color as the flame's wit crystal produces, which means... Yeah, you're making baby steps. I mean, the fact that she liked the thing you sent, and then also said that she would like to do a song with you, it's like, I think that's a good step to say, because if you can do a good job in this song, she might be like, oh, is there any other ideas that you have? And then you can then say, I have this, you know, maybe can we try and do this song instead? Like, maybe you can both, just pick a song kind of thing. It's definitely baby steps, but it's still progression. When lit, the ink produces a green flame. It's certainly better than hearing nothing at all and just, it can only benefit the both of you if you enjoy working together in terms of... Because then it's just like, oh, how do you find songs that not only fit each other's voice, but how do you find good songs that could work together, potentially? Sheena, you're the fake Yadagarasu. Good thing she's very nice, yeah. Yeah. It sounds like she's more than willing to help out and assist in stuff. Like, the fact that she gave you an idea, like, oh, she heard this one song, and then it's like, oh, that's actually... You know, she was like, why don't we try and do this? So she must have recognized something in your voice that might have worked as well, so... It's not just a sort of one-sided thing, it's like you might have both found something that can work. Because that's the one great thing about music, is that, you know, any kind of media, any kind of hobby... there's always going to be people that like or dislike. No one that I've ever come across in any way, shape, or form has ever told me that they don't like music. Like, there's certain types of music that certain people might not like, but no one has ever... I can't think of any person that would ever say that they hate music. And so I think it's just one of those things that you can just expand and be, like, really expressive with, and also... always have different perspectives and stuff. It's just nice to see, like, progression happening. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like the joking type to you? Who is to you? I've never heard that name before in my life. manner of speaking, that attitude. You haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it. Really, and you have proof? You insist that I am this Callisto, you woman? You can't prove that. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me. Raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived, and will reveal your true ugly form to the world. Of poetry, I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove that she is close to you? I do. It's something that the second Yellow Gravasser has preserved for us these last 7 years. Take the honor, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, Kate, for we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be close to you with this and clip this Yellow Gravasser's wings for good. The bottle. We have the bottle. Bottle of perfume. That's why I just hope for the success that you can find with this. She loves all genres, so that's huge. Yeah. That's another thing as well, like, certain people fall for the trap, I think, that like, oh, I am a female singer, or I like this type of music, that means that I have to do this genre. It's like, no, I think the best way, the way to be the most unique and successful in terms of like a music career is, can you pull off multiple genres and can you do it in a natural way that almost feels like, you know, how do you, you know, that you can just, you know, sort of do it. I think that's also just, that's something as well. That's something really major in terms of music, that if you can pull off multiple genres and do it well, you have so much material that you can do. And there's always crossover appeal as well. That's why genres mixing works. It's like what we were saying before. Okay, it's preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. But the different genres and stuff is definitely something that can be, That's actually just really good, that being open to any sort of music. And sometimes you might even surprise yourself and be like, oh, hang on a second, I actually think that I think I can do this actually quite well. Actually, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well. This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since. And from my father burned Faraday. But if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one. You can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Sheena, will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? She's gonna keep laughing. No. She's gone into full-on villain era now. She's gone into full villain era. She's broken. Looks like you've seen right through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth. Callista, you? So you've shown your true face at last. Just feeling a thrill that's even greater than that time 7 years ago. Sheena, you're... Like, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man. So you were a spy all along. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who's been feeding them intel and Interpol all this time. Very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callista, you? The woman who killed my father 7 years ago? This music does not fit for this. The reveal of the true villain behind the entirety of the thing. This does not. This music does not fit for this. This music does not fit at all. Like happy, jolly music. Oh, we just revealed this revelation after all these. What is this? You're her, aren't you? Fake Yadagarasu. That's right, Callista, you. That's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, she's not even. I am the great fifth Yadagarasu. Callista, you, this time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. And come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. Had you not used Yadagarasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. Here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was. Kay, don't. You! I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. Really are just like him. Mr. Faraday too possessed such laughable honesty. Oh. She literally just ran at her and then got... Yeah, okay. This is why you don't run at the criminal. With a gun, like... Yeah, you don't run at the criminal with the gun. What are we doing here? Well, I guess she's getting away now, because, again, that's gonna be another problem with this, is that she's gonna get away and, yeah. Who knows? Is this gonna be the second time that she gets away from us now? Look, go right now, pal. You despicable. Go with me, you filthy... Think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yadagarasu. That's impossible. My father was the one who created Little Thief. Edgeworth. Yadagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why it has 3 legs? There are 3 main reasons why the Yadagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, Yadagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, Yadagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. No, it can't be. Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yadagarasu? The real identity of the Yadagarasu is, it's neither person? Oh, that's what they're going at. It's not just one, it's 2. It's neither of them, it's both. That's what they mean. Because we thought that Faraday was one, and then I guess she's the other half. So that gets that completed. Is that the knife? There's a bad ending as well. It's actually neither. Resident Evil Yadagarasu is neither burnt Faraday nor Callista you, but by the same token they are also both the real Yadagarasu. Very perceptive of you. No way! The single person known as the Great Thief Yadagarasu never existed. Mr. Edgeworth, No, I refuse to believe this! Yadagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yadagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And a lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of client corporations. Skill number 2. The Yadagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor will be well versed in the ways of a criminal. And skill number 3. The Yadagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. Oh, yeah. Wait, Detective Bad? It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind. Because the lead detective on the case hid it all away. You're the third member of the Yatagarasu? Oh, okay. Okay, so he was investigating the Yatagarasu. I mean, I guess that makes sense. He was investigating the Yatagarasu only for himself to be the Yatagarasu member in the whole time, so... I guess it's a trio. So being able to find the target objects is defense. Being able to disarm security systems, prosecutor. Being able to hide away evidence to make sure that no one can get caught, the detective. I've been looking for you for a long time, 7 long years, but I finally got you. Mr. Bad, long time no see. What happened to us? Used to be such a great team. You were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why, indeed. You still don't know how you sound together yet. You just can't wait. Yeah, that's gonna be one thing that you have to figure out. Like, you know what each other sounds individually like, but you haven't paired that together yet. But, the one good thing about it is that when you heard her sample, you knew that she had something that you wanted to partner up with, and then when she heard your voice, it was the same reaction. So you both have equal minds thinking, like, maybe if we collab, it will actually work in terms of putting it together. So that might be just what it is. That might actually just be what it is. It's nothing personal, really. It was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? We're weary of this and ends up... We both enjoy each other's stuff, so... Yeah, exactly. You want to be able to say that. Yeah, that's the other thing that I was thinking too, is like, again, you've heard each other separately, and then it's like, the very first thing they mention is like, hey, why don't we collab with this song? And then it's like, oh, wait a second, why don't we collab with this song? So it's like, you could just bounce ideas. You could just bounce ideas off of each other. And just see like, okay, if this collaboration worked this time, why can't we then go and try another one? And then, yeah. It's over, Sheena. What leg? Agent Lang? You idiot, what were you thinking, jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for? Sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of boss she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. As long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you. You really are an idiot, you really are an idiot, you know that? It's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey, sis. Why did you conduct a full body search? Sheena might have another weapon on her. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please. Sir. Oh, I found something. What is this, sir? It looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle. This is a great find, Detective. It is, sir? Let's try pairing up this blade with its handle. It'd be the Barbalese handle, right? Because we already have one of the handles. Actually, I'm gonna intentionally fail. Oh, I can't. Never mind. We can't get the. We can't get the bad ending. Oh no, we can't. Big win. Oh, I haven't heard that in a while. I don't win in Marvel, right? Well, actually, no. Last time I played that game, I won quite more times than I lost. But making that 1 day a week is just better. Starting to get annoyed by that game. That's fine. They're still not over with this case. It's been 3 hours and we haven't even reached the end part of this yet, so that's actually also just, again, making me think that I'm not even going to finish the game today. 3 hours of this and we're still, we're still going.
Take that.
This blade actually belongs with the handles on the murder weapon. Oh, they fit together perfectly. This blade must have taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched.
Who's that Pokemon?
I'm gonna go return. It's Bubbly's knife now. Alright, I trust that you'll make sure it is returned to Ambassador Polania. Bubbly's knife handle given to Detective Gumshoe. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it, Callista you. For the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Which means that you must be Mr. Cochin's killer. I mean, even if she wasn't, like, she still also got away with the previous crime, so she'd be captured for that anyway. You killed Mr. Cochin with the Alabastian knife. Switched the handles and then took the original blade of the Barbly's knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open-air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does that about sum it up? Quite an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are 2 problems with it. Problems? In what respect? What do you think my real person was in allowing her... real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? It was also I could capture Kay Faraday. And I saw you using the device at Gatewater Land, I knew right away. You were Burn Faraday's daughter. She would have already... Oh. Became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out about that you were on the trail of Yatagarasu. That's why you tried to pin in Mr. Cochin's murder on me. Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight. So I thought to use you, but pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another? Yes, once I had you under arrest, I planned to search you. And take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You were going to take Little Faith away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. You stole more than you should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. Then the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday. You that incident 7 years ago. I was the catalyst behind it. In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. Wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. And why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu? Why? There is no why. It was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochin? Then the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings. You don't ask him what you need to know, because if so, we should probably get going. And you're gonna tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Sheena? Guess I should tell you then, that I was the one who set the Barbly's embassy on fire. And why did you do that? I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills. That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do. But then, why start 2 fires? Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation, after all. I've had my fun, now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait, I mean, Machina? I like how he's just shot in the leg and he's not doing anything, like... When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. You can have them, they're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. That's right, I almost forgot Edgeworth. I keep getting notifications. That's... But the second problem I have with your story, you didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will. Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, Agent Lang? Mark my words, I'm not done here and I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with Judy or anything because this has become my personal case. May have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. Seneca appears to have negated the sensation of the pain in his injured leg. Yeah, I'd still get that checked out though. He's actually limping. I just realized now that's why they're moving slow, because he was limping. It's finally over, Kay. Not yet. I don't think it's over. Not if they just said, oh, by the way, this is the ringleader the entire time, or... I feel like I've peered into her heart a little, you know? It's so cold and dark, and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands, the one who thought my father was a problem to be removed, that person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for the Gem and Ninja show. Until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. There's a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. Hair sticks with a candy stripe pattern on them. There is some dirt on the tips. Guess it's time that time already, huh? Can I examine them? Yes, okay, I can. The some of these things are rather eccentric for hair sticks. Really? Well, if they're that strange, what should I do with them? I have to say, these are by far the most bizarre hair sticks I have ever seen. Any case, Kay, there's something I've been meaning to ask. How exactly do you stick that hair stick of yours into your hair like that? It's a secret. Curiouser and curiouser. Hey, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. There's dirt on here. It's totally ruining the beauty of the hair stick. Suppose. Why is there dirt stuck on the end of a hair stick in the first place? Any other things I can grab here? Probably not. Nope. So it's midnight, the dawn of another day. Hey, Bobs, thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone in all these years. If bad, don't tell me today is the day. Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It's down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything. That's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, the Yadagarasu, we're chasing after. Legend of the Yadagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you. Is it really true, Uncle Ben? Are you also part of the Yadagarasu? As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you. Uncle Bad. Hey, don't take it so seriously. Well, just one big joke, right? Fortunately, it isn't. Yeah, that's not that's not a joke. It's no joke. Come on, sir. She's janking on my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth? Detective Bad? Wait, no, you are no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. What do you do, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth, here, I should give you these back to you. He's, Oh, you were the one who stole, okay. Okay, you were the one who stole the... You were the one who stole the KGA documents in the first case. Alright. I guess since he's no longer a detective, he might still get into trouble for that, but, I mean, he at least gave them back, but I still think they would probably just ignore it, considering the circumstances. There must be a reason why he stole them. Maybe to, stop someone else from getting a hold of them? The page from my KG8 case files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office. Wait, what? Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night. So the Yatagarasu who stole into my room was you, was it? Wait, then that means... Tell me it's not true. It's too insane for me to believe, sir. It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. KG8 incident, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom. Faraday is the prosecutor, and I is the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. Only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought, at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu, and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano group. Mr. Amano's conglomerate? We called ourselves the Yatagarasu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We'd finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart. And Faraday, he died for it. Why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG8 incident? Yeah. After Faraday's death, I looked into her past. And that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KG8 incident, CCU, she never had a sister. Oh. Okay. Does that mean that CCU was actually Callisto? Then that means if that's the case and she didn't have a sister, that would imply that she is they're the same person. There was no elder sister. Sheena wasn't the only fake name she used. Callista Yu was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring. She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. Now it makes more sense. Let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we were stuck onto this page of the case file. Please use it wisely. Trump card? That photo that we stuck on there. Try peeling it off. Behind Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all these years ago. It's the mark of the Yatagarasu. Why? This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Kojin had on him at the time of the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU. Why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatagarasu? The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. She also said this is one of her favorite songs of all time, so yeah, it's a huge test for you. Oh no, no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna say oh no, but at the same time it's like, it's also, yeah. If it's one of her favorite songs of all time, then, yeah. That's gonna be a real test. That's gonna be a real test then, to see if you can pull it off. So you're gonna have to step up for that and like make sure you do the absolute best that you possibly can do. Especially if you you don't want to mess up someone's, you don't want to step up and mess up somebody's you don't want to step up and mess up someone's favorite songs of all time. You definitely do not want to, you do not want to make that mistake. You might just have to be Shawn Mendes. You might just have to be Shawn Mendes in this situation. Apparently it burns a bright green flame instead of blaze. Assuming the cards were written in Bubbly's ink. The fact that the card that Kojin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. Don't think about it like that. Just, I hope not. I hope that it's not bad, but like, the fact that they heard, I guess the fact that they heard you singing, and then they said, oh, by the way, can we do this? That makes me think that they think that you can do it. So at least use that as motivation to think that you can, We decided that whenever we stole anything, we should send a card along with it to the police. So that's what those white cards are. Great faith used the mark, but only those within the ring would know. It's tons of pressure, I get it. Yeah, definitely. But try not to crumble under the pressure. Try to, what is the saying? You know, when put under, like, high pressure, it's like, you know, when you know, diamonds are compressed under pressure and they, yeah. That's another thing. It was our message to the ringleader. So maybe this is like in some ways a good thing. That we were only a few steps behind. You have to pray before the performance. I mean, do what you have to. Do what you have to. Practice. Thank you, Sarada, for stopping by still. Or sticking around, I should say. Practice. Even if you have to repeat things over and over and over again. Hydrate. I will get you some water now, because I get some water, because I've been talking for like 3 hours. are on. We are on. We are on cup 2. Cup 2 of water. And we're still not through this case. I don't think we're finished with this game today. Okay, so Rinslow sings music, or makes music, and he's trying to collab with someone who has a really good voice, and, basically, they, said, oh, this might be a good collaboration song, basically, this is also, the other singer, this is one of her favorite songs of all time, and now he's under pressure of, performing said song, and is a bit worried that he might not be able to think. Also, here's the hydrate. That's basically the premise, I think. But we have confidence. We have confidence in you that you can do it. So the only thing that can be asked is that you do the absolute best that you think that you can do. And we believe. We believe in like, you've got a better singing voice than I have. No one wants to hear me sing. I don't think anyone wants to hear me sing. She's too good to let go. Well, then use that as your motivation. Your motivation is that you don't want to lose this opportunity, so you've got to channel the inner Eminem, and you've got to take when you have that one shot and one opportunity, what are you gonna do? You're gonna capture that opportunity, or you're just gonna let that go? No, you're gonna take that one shot and one opportunity. You're gonna do the best. That's what you have to do. You've got to do that. Evidence from KG8, card containing orders from boss of Smite that went to coaching. Yeah. I believe that you can do it. That's the best way that I could have described everything was happening, but... You will send her your favorite song of all time next. What is your favorite song of all time, though? I'm now curious. I guarantee you, like, if I told you what my favorite song of all time was, you would be like, what the hell is that? You probably wouldn't even know what it is. You probably wouldn't... I don't even know if you would have even heard of it. You honestly just don't know. You don't know. I'm going to recommend the song, but then I'm not... I have no idea. I mean, you have to have some idea. I have an idea in my head about what I would consider as, like, my favorite. You would have to think there's too many. I guarantee you, like, I don't think most people would even know. After a certain age, I feel like some people wouldn't even know what, you know, what. If I told everyone what my favorite song is, I don't think that they would even know what it is. I'll just be like, that's old music. No one listens to old music anymore. It's like, I ain't old. I just like old. I like older music. I'm entrusting this to you. I can't investigate that. Well, keep in mind she said it was like one of her favorites. She didn't say it was her favorite, just one of her favorites. And like I could say that I could say that I have a lot of favorite songs, but it's not like there's a difference between like my absolute favorite and like a bunch of songs that I like. What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. In the KG8 incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important definitive piece of evidence. I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Lamar. Oh, I know who that is. Okay. We know who that guy is. You know your favorite EDM song, but not like singing song. Yeah, EDM is a little bit different. Could you imagine, like, I need you to sing this EDM song, and there's no lyrics. Like, it's just, I can't imagine that would work. Let's sing an EDM song together where there's no singing parts. I know what my favorite singing song is, but EDM is not my forte. What could go wrong? What could go wrong indeed? That's the answer to every. That's the answer to most things when you try them for the first time. What could go wrong? And then, yeah, the answer is anything and everything can go wrong. What's the saying? Is it Murphy's Law? Is Murphy's Law anything can and will? I can't remember what it is exactly. There's some law out there where it's like anything can and will go wrong. You had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was, finally. After the other day's kidnapping case. Evidence from KG8. Faraday had obtained this once, but Ernest Amaya had it stolen. Can't think of your favorite. I mean, there's a lot to choose from. I guess the best way to break it down would be knowing, like, songs that you would consider and then knocking them down about, like, which one you would prefer over the other sort of thing. You've never been asked this before. There are still questions that I don't know how to answer in terms of, like, what my favorite thing is, but I do at least have an answer for what my favorite music is. But it actually, it's still difficult. It's the same videos that Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. Can I look at the video? Oh, right. KG8 incident. This was the case in which the unwitting CCU was murdered. And she was to expose the connection between the Armano group and the smuggling ring. This was also when the group the other Garasi was first formed. Are the events of this case connected to that case from 10 years ago somehow? This blood belongs to Dr. Faith, who was killed in my office by Mr. Portsman. Sadly, it would appear that he was pardoned with anyone but a good prosecutor. definitely is a hard question, though. To just drop on someone and be like, oh, I need you to select a song, like, out of the entire history of music. Like, what's the absolute favorite choice? Like, it's something that you have to really think about, but at the same time... I was trying to take on the boss someday. And the video is his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that taught him to preserve the evidence. Then that card was not the calling card of the other Gavasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsmouth. Two pieces together make for a stronger weapon for whoever holds them. Evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is... Whether you use them or not is up to you. They will be of help to you when you take on someone who's above the law. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad. There is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them. You still insist that even now, you really are something else. I'll leave the rest in your hands. Now the detective gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yada Gavasu. Oh, that's right. Don't ever lose your detective spirit. Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice. Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go. Yes, sir. Yep. There they go. All of them captured. All gone. Well, one's dead, and two of them are now arrested. I guess the only way that I could think of to break it down is list down some songs that you would put down, and then at that point just try and rank them, and then figure out that. But it's also still just hard, because then there's also going to be points where you just immediately forget. You'd have to get back to you on it. Yeah. That's why I just thought I would ask, because it's like you brought up the idea that like I'm gonna ask her to do my favorite song next, and then I figured, oh, well, what's your favorite song? And it's like, I know. Yeah. Oh, finally another intermission. That's right, now it's the next day, because midnight, March 15th, 12:07 AM, Theatrum Neutralis Lobby. So now we know who the Yellow Grasser really was. And yet there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. Two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Yeah, we're getting like 2 intermissions for this as well. Like, unnecessary evidence has been removed, remaining evidence has been re-rained. This has happened twice now in this case, none of the others. Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. I can see what's on that tape Detective Badge gave us. It's a piece of evidence from the KG-8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. Just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Gunship, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. This man, it's Manny coaching. He's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. Hang on a second, I gotta snooze the ad. I got there just in time. I was able to snooze the ad. I had 1 second. I had 1 second before the ad would have played. Okay, yeah. You don't know if it's your favorite, but it's top 10 for you for sure. An apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, I'd actually read the summary file on the KG-8 incident. I have no idea. I do not know what that song is at all. Again, I am completely out of... I am completely out of the loop when it comes to certain types of music. Should probably turn that light on. I'm gonna do that now, actually. Oh, never mind. The light didn't come on. Okay, well, I'll just turn it on and close the curtains, and then hopefully it doesn't get too dark in here. Oh, it's an EDM with EDM. That explains why I don't know it. EDM with singing. I'm trying to think. Is Daft Punk considered EDM music? I'm not even sure. I don't know if they consider Daft Punk as being EDM. I'm trying to think if there's any EDM stuff that I actually know of, outside of just maybe some names that I've heard, but like... yeah, like, in terms of like, the EDM itself, I wouldn't have that much knowledge on that. That's not my scene, but... I know of Daft Punk, I know of a few people that did EDM kind of stuff, but nothing that that was never my type of music, but I mean I can always check out I can always check out stuff. Like I guess that's EDM would be the Daft Punk would be more mainstream EDM stuff, I guess. More people would know. Like for me, I grew up with a lot of rock music, radio rock music, which then led to metal and led to new metal stuff, and then like pop music. From like pop music is something that's across the board, and then like obviously stuff from the 60s and 70s. That's what I... And then, like, every now and then there'll be a new song or something that comes out that's really catchy, but... I don't think modern music is my forte in terms of what's popular. It's like I was saying before, like, I was... You know, I was the demographic for when Eminem was popular. And like the pre iPhone era, the pre-streaming era. Because I think a lot of music now, the reason I'm not that familiar with a lot of the newer stuff is because a lot of it is through streaming, and just like if you see an ad randomly and you might hear something, it's like, oh, I know who that person is, or I've heard that music before. Crime scene was the victim's own apartment. So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed, but no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernesto Romano. See how this would have been a definitive piece? Why someone would want to hide it? Scroll. Why is this? So it's related to this case we're working on now, son. I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went as far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage of the ringleader. Where? Wait, what was that? That bit you played just now. Please show it to me again. This car, this is something we can't overlook. What is that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe. Oh, we have to present some evidence. We also want to get a bad ending here as well. So we want to get a bad ending here, and, bad ending here. So let's just present the wrong evidence immediately.
Take that!
I don't see anything at all. Talking about this thing, sir? Really, you can capture ghosts on film. Is that what it is, sir? So, where is it in this picture, sir? It's quite enough. How could you have been mistaken this for an apparition? Save the game. We're going to intentionally fail so that we don't have to, just gonna mash through this. Mash through this to get another bad ending.
Take that! Take that! Take that! Take that! Take that! Take that!
Alright, 3 more times for this, and then we can present the flag, because the flag is the correct option.
Take that!
So this is from 10 years ago, this, You still got nothing. Yeah, it's fine. Like, you will, you're trying hard to think, yeah. It's a loaded question. It's a loaded question that takes some time to actually, like, figure out, but I'm sure you'll come up with something. There's like a big pool of history. There's a big pool of history, actually.
Take that!
Okay. There we go. He's already back. You guys are still here. Agent Lang, you're back already. I feel like this is... I feel like I've just absolutely, like, now set you on this mission to be like, I must figure out what my favorite song is, and it's like, you're just gonna be thinking about it for days.
Who's that Pokemon?
And not being able to decide about which is... Told you I'd be back, didn't I? This is my case, and I'm gonna let you guys take it away from me. I thought you no longer had authority over this case. Authority? I don't care about petty logistics. I'm not about to just walk out of this case, not after how far I've come. So sorry, sis, but I need you to get out of here, too. How dare you? This is my turn, so get yourself on home to your den. You guys, escort the nice prosecutors home, will you? Sir, yes, sir. What in the world are you thinking, Agent Lang? Alright, we know that the flag is the correct option.
Take that!
This is the national flag of the Principality of Cadopia. Because it has the national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. But the question we should now be asking ourselves is, was a government car doing here? Oh, Miss Van Calmer and Mr. Edgeworth, so you were here all this time. Ambassador Alba? Thank you very much for contributing to the investigation, even at this time of night. Oh, if only I was even tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry. This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were. You idiot, Cursus. You couldn't chase after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I'd like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that? Excuse me? But you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. We're in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. You can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel. But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues. Why don't we leave the rest of to the Alabastian and Barbalese, please? Ambassador, we are so close. Just a little more and... Spawn calmer, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. Without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right? That's true, however. As you said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil. In which case, we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way. Is he still bleeding? I think he is. Agent Lang? You're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Lang, why have you returned? Because I have to solve this case no matter what. Well, I'm sorry to inform you. Don't take this the wrong way, I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief And so, under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable. This rate our investigation really will come to a close. Ambassador Elba, I get it now, I really do. I'm very glad you understand how I feel. No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. You? No? The... killer? You really mean that, Agent Lang? Wolves don't lie. Then who was it? Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all she knew. Like she says, the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think Master 2's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Francisco von Karma. Wait, what? That's... How? I was the killer? How did he come up with this logic? Hey, wait, but that's impossible! Yeah. Well, that whip is actually quite... Hold your tongue on that ludicrous remark you're about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder? Yeah, I am. Doesn't appear to be joking. Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Elba went to give his speech. He called you into his office, right? Yes, he did. But what does he have? What does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabas and Babal, did you not?
Objection!
And where is your evidence that I am the killer? I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Elba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me the permission? Things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Good, then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset, not that I blame her. Now you're getting mad? Oh no. That sounds like that's an Incredible Hulk quote right now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What have I done? What have I done? Have I awakened, like, this dormant creature and just like, oh, I've done something. We'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, someone related to tonight's case, I requested you allow me to take part. And so that I may clean up my superior's mess. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery. In that case, I'm gonna join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabast yet. If you let Kay in, then you gotta let me in too, Belle. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go. As a detective, and I believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. So this is gonna get real interesting. Ambassador Elba, I'll be bringing these kids along with the raid. Very well. I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go. No one's going to take that video with them? March 15, 12:53 AM, Alabastian Embassy Ambassador's Office. Okay, now let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Koshin's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babal. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then the body of Damask too, Mr. Kashino, was found in the Alabastian Ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was this Prima Duck statue. And that this was actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it, sis, if it wasn't you, then there is no one else who could have pulled this off.
Objection!
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you were saying? Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You're on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Atagravas's appearance, you snuck in there. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Objection!
Even if that all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons? Don't you worry, I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that too. You have permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Hey, is that the first time she's whipped him, I think? Look, sis, I thought I already told you I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He is right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring, could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine? Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Francisca, you need to calm down, because you only know the facts of the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it. But don't worry, I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. Can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation is to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damask II. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damask II is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counter-argument to this hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. Alright, so this one here, we can press all the statements and then do everything else. So, border-crossing weapons. One of Alabast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Coach. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damask II is Babal's Prima Duck statue. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisco will remain a suspect. Got it, Mr. Prosecutor, so why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Shi never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor? Who do you think you are speaking about Lang Shi's proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you need to see the truth. Alright. Care that this knife crossed over country lines. Good, but that's not the only thing that did. You mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was only one.
Hold it.
She's saying that the prima doc statue was also brought over by Francisco. You're gonna be honest, unless you are forgetting something, you don't think that you have a favorite. Okay, so that means that, yeah, to pick just one is too difficult, so you have like a multitude of favorites then. It is a very loaded question to try and figure out. Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense.
Pokemon!
Yeah. I just thought that I would ask because of that that one thing that you mentioned about like, oh, I'm gonna get her to sing one of my favorites. So I was just curious to see like if you had an answer, and it was interesting to see you not being able to have a counter for that. So I guess in that situation you would now have to just pick one of your favorites, not necessarily your favorite.
Hold it.
How exactly did she bring it over? Haven't figured that out yet. That's a rather weak statement, considering how sure you are. Maybe, but there is one thing I do know for sure. Unless you have an idea to just be like, hey, like, here's a list of songs that I consider some of my favorites. Would you like to do one of these ones? That's also an option.
Hold it.
Penetrable? I should hardly think so. You see the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Doing the work to cross over that. Just give her a list of 50 songs. Yeah. Just give her a list of 50 songs and say, yeah, just pick out one of these. I can't decide between which one's my absolute favorite, so please just pick one of these songs. But if you haven't heard any of them, you're gonna have to... If you can't pick which song is your favorite, I guess we have to just do all 50 of them to just figure out which one is the absolute favorite. That's the only other option, right? If you can't pick one, just pick, like, do all 50. Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with, like, barbed wire. Only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and the Prima statue to traverse the two countries is through those security cameras equipped, well-guarded doors.
Hold it.
I couldn't just pick one or two favorites, but here's a list of 50 songs. Can we, like, try all of these just to see? Is Francisco really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she is the only one to go back and forth. The sis there was in Alabas when the Yalagarasu showed. And then just before you guys found Mr. Gudgeon's body, she entered Babal. I think we can assume that when she's the knife into Babal. And how do you explain the Prima statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also travelled across the country lines. Only things to cross the border are the Prima statue and the knife. So I think that those are the other two things. Alright. So, on the third statement, we want to present, one of the statues. So, Babal, Yadagarasu, and Primodox. Agent Lang, these two items are not the only two to cross the border to me. Tomas 2 was killed with Babal's Primodoc statue, yes? But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Elabas' Primodoc statue go? To Babal. Precisely, and if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. I guess so, but you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabasta and Babal is her. Is that really true? Was there no one else who travelled between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the war. Yep. Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. Checked out what the guards said, along with the security cameras footage. You're not gonna overturn my hypothesis that easily. Suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. Looks like you've got some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine, then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show you this other route. This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries. The photo of the Yota Goddess.
Take that!
Agent Lang, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo. That's a supernatural photo, like I said before. Humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. Don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either. Wouldn't dream of claiming that. Don't want to allow you to take back what you've said either. I'll say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you'd better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. How can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Actually, I'm gonna check something real quick. I can check on here when I played this last. Pretty sure it was a year ago. Here it is. I got the platinum in October. That actually. So when did I start this? When did I start this? No, I did. I started this on the 22nd of October. Started this game on the 22nd of October, and we went all the way through. August. We went all the way through September to play this. And then I took a big break in between these two because there was that was near the end, so yeah. Because there was a lot of, I think around that time there was a lot of conferences that were happening, so it did happen around there. Very well, you have your explanation. Sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside the head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is, the Alabast.
Take that!
Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Primodoc statue replica. You can't be serious. Yadagarasu, or rather Callista Yu, dressed as Agent Sheena, was inside Babal. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air. Mr. Prosecutor, you left out a very crucial bit in your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air. How exactly did she do that? He is literally bearing his things at me, but he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Albert went to give his speech. He called you into his office, right? So just before the murder, Francisca was called here right into this room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma. What are you up to now, pretty boy? Earlier you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Albert had called to her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did something like that. In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you? As I've said numerous times, there's absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time, which is why I would like to hear about it from you. Francisca, I fear that I still don't know enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright. So, what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify to your movements up until you came into this room. Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can help. As you wish. Alright, so now we do the normal press against Francisco, I think. Oops. In terms of Francisca's stuff, we want to make sure that she has full statements anyway, so we press everything. And then we present everything else after. Okay. So movements at Alvast. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Albert to his office. Francisco, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred, is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francisco about her testimony in more detail. What your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring. Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that Yada Garasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Albert called upon us to protect the embassy instead. Wait, what's my favorite song? I have no idea if you know of this. It's an old song from like the 60s. My favorite song is The Animals' House of the Rising Sun. House of the Rising Sun by the Animals. That's my favorite song. I guarantee most people wouldn't even know about it because it's like a song from ye olde times. So yeah, I have an answer for that one. You know that song, yeah. Yeah. Incident 7 years ago. Or have you forgotten what happened to you back then? You have another top 10 song, well, 2 of them. Ah, I see. So you're compiling a list right now of the best. You're compiling a list. I've got you thinking. I've got you thinking about these songs now. Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself. Incubus. I think I know who they are. I know who Incubus is. I'm fairly certain I know who Incubus is. If it's the same band that I'm thinking of. Yeah. Yeah, I know who they are, actually, yeah. Oh yeah, I know who they are, yeah. Yeah, I think I know this song. Oh, this song, yeah, I know this song, yeah. Yeah, that song gets... I don't know if that played on stream. I hope it didn't. I hope that didn't play on the thing. I know that song. That song gets radio played here. The Incubus song. Yeah, it's a song from the 2000s. Yeah, I remember that song. My favorite song from them is their, speaking of covers, because we were talking about cover songs. My favorite song from them is actually the, well, I think it's a cover song. Wish You Were Here is probably my favorite Incubus song. But yeah, it's like, I remember this song because I remember hearing it. Every now and then you'll hear it on the radio, like on the older stations and stuff. Like, cause I listen to a lot of rock music. Favorite duet songs? I thought you were actually asking me about favorite duet songs. One of my favorite duet songs, is, Where the Wild Roses Grow by, Nick Cave and, Kylie Minogue. But I'm not sure if it would fit your voices necessarily, but if you're asking for my favorite duet, I think that's probably one of my favorite duet songs, Where the Wild Roses Grow. Looks like you remember the case after all. Of course I do. Inspected every location, every possible escape route. What other co-op song duets are there that would work? Imagine you don't go back to my. Oh no! Oh no! That sounds like what could happen if you made a mistake in that Senorita song. That's oh no! Don't sing that song. What if you hit it though? I mean, you might be able to. Who knows? Every aspect of the piece of security detail. I did all that. Then after that. What's that Dolly Parton song that she sings with, thing? I'm trying to remember what the duet is that she did with, and that was different, I think.
Hold it.
It's at the theater as well. Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, but in that stage show. Oh yes, so Francisca was there. Well, after the show was over and I saw the Steel Samurai off. If you hit the Senorita song, then yeah, that's also like perfectly fine. If you need to find more co-op songs, then you need to find more co-op songs. You already have one in mind. That's not a duet, but it's you turned it into a duet. I mean, it's not a duet song. But yeah, you're gonna try. You have to try. You have to try. If you don't try, then you have a 100% chance of failing. Like, that's the one thing. If she's expecting you to hit Shawn Mendes exactly, then that might be asking too much, because not everyone can do that, but like, yeah. Like, you can only do the best that you were capable of doing. Why did I mess that mistake up?
Hold it.
Why don't you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech? You could practice all your life and never hit and not hit that? I mean, true, but that's also asking for, like... That's asking for... It's not even something that's... The fact that she even suggested that, maybe she just thought that you could do something like that it didn't sound, yeah. Like, I don't think that she would have suggested that be the song if she thought that you couldn't do something with it, is what I'm trying to say. She might not have heard Shawn Mendes in your voice, but she heard something to where it's like, I think this would work, because why would she recommend you a song that is impossible to do if she was expecting such high expectations? I think that it's more so just like, oh, I heard this song, I liked it, and I really like this song, and I think you might actually work in this role. Like, I think that's what she means by that. If she is expecting you to be Shawn Mendes in this song, then no, like, I don't think that is the case. Because then that would just not work out nearly as well. It's like asking her to be Mariah Carey in a song. Like, you can't teach or train for Mariah Carey. Mariah Carey is Mariah Carey, and that's it. Like, she is not, you know, it is not something that is... You could practice all your life, even with a good singing voice, and still not be able to do the kinds of things that she's able to do. Like, it's... People have done studies of these, of certain voices, and it's like some some people just have that uniqueness that they cannot be replicated by anyone. For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yadagarasu had planned on getting in, right? I suppose you're right. In the end, the Yadagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden. Even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who would have thought she would use a shadow? Calm down, Francisco. She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden. We were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. You're trying to think, though, what other duet songs? There's got to be others. I mean, it depends on the... It depends on the voices, it depends on, like, subject matter in some ways. There's a lot of duet songs that you can think of, but does it fit the same way? Like, honestly, like... I just like that I typed in duet songs, and the very first thing that popped up was Don't Go Breaking My Heart. That's the very first thing that pops up. Islands in the Stream, Endless Love. This is what AI Overview like recommended, like... What else have they suggested here? Ain't No Mountain High Enough. The song from Dirty Dancing. Senorita's in this list. That Shallow song with Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper that they sang in the what is it called? That movie. What's that movie called? Promiscuous. Wait, what? There's a Zac Efron and Zendaya song? What? Excuse me? What is... There's a Zac Efron and Zendaya pop duet song. I've not heard this. I didn't even know this existed, but okay. Apparently this exists. Yeah. I just looked up... I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking you. Google AI Overview put in a list of all these different things, and there's a song called Rewrite the Stars, Zac Efron and Zendaya. I didn't even know that this existed. They even have a list of a whole new world they had listed, the Aladdin and Jasmine song from Aladdin, obviously. But I also don't know, like, what, I can show you the world. Yeah, show that world. Huh. It's amazing that you can just look up these things. That you just literally type in duet songs on Google and it tells like, oh, here's like a whole list of like duet songs. And I found out something new today, that Zendaya and Zac Efron sang a song together. And it's like, I did not know this. I'm learning about music that I didn't even know existed. You do a whole new world. Yeah, I mean, you wanted duet songs. I just decided to look up duet songs on Google, and that was the first stuff that popped up. A whole list of things. That time the master's body had yet to be found in this room. Is that correct? That's right. But Ambassador Elba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. There are a lot of Disney songs, though, like, that are duets. Granted, they're more like lovey-dovey songs, but... like, still, it might just fit in some circumstances. That's just kind of like what happens.
Who's that Pokemon?
Criminals say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying? High School Musical 2, you were the music in... Oh... Oh, you were the music in me, yeah. I have not watched High School Musical in a long time. All I remember is the first... I remember the first movie. I remember Status Quo. I remember a couple of songs from that. Those movies take me back to some period of time, and those movies are 20 years old. I can't believe this. Like, I think these movies are 20 years old. I think High School Musical is like 20 years old at this point. Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you. When I arrived at this office, Ambassador Elba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants. I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office. Alright then, add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details. You can actually hit that song? Yeah. See, the one thing is like, I'm sure if you ask Zac Efron to like sing those songs now, he probably wouldn't be able to do it. Because I think he'd be out of practice. Like, he's an actor more than a singer anymore, so it's like... Like, I think, was it yesterday? I think yesterday they had a reunion thingy. I think Demi Lovato and the Jonas Brothers. If you've seen Camp Rock, that's, again, another show that's, like, so many years ago. Camp Rock or whatever, they did a performance at somewhere. Demi Lovato and the Jonas Brothers. And that was like a Camp Rock reunion, which, again, more ancient technology, more ancient, back in my day music that I remember being out. But I feel like Zac Efron probably doesn't sing anymore. So Ambassador Elba was in this room at the time, wasn't he? Then again, if he was singing with Zendaya was getting more prominent, like, what, maybe 10 years ago? Someone joined your me and you track just now. When I arrived in this open.
Hold it.
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Albert was watering his plants at the windowsill? The one with the for the girl you made. Yeah, I know which song you were talking about, but you said someone else joined it. Or enjoyed it, maybe you meant. Oh, anyone can join. What does joining mean exactly? Does it just mean like, cause I'm not, oh, someone liked, that's what it means. Yeah, I've never heard anyone say, oh, I guess that's what you meant, yeah. Oh, just joined the collab. Okay, I get it. Yeah. Oh, that's actually kind of a good sign because if someone likes that, then maybe actually like doing the actual duet thing would work. Like that might get some traction. The entrance to this room is on the side. However, the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. Been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that right, correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But fortunately for me, Ambassador Elba is on an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me. With a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? Suppose, after his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. And she followed you, so yeah, the person liked it. Okay. That's a good sign. That's definitely a good sign. Just, as you said, baby steps. One thing after the other, and then... He'd obtained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know. Plants in this room, they're all like my children. You need your berry to join in. Yeah. I mean, if you can get her to join after you've done this collab other thing with the other song, like, you can do it. Passion flowers in the flower box in the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in full bloom. Wait, 4 of them? There was only 2 when we saw it. You just can't take this anymore? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You have to take it. You have to take it and then, yeah. Just focus on Senorita. Focus on Senorita, do that as best as you possibly can, and then if that works out, then be like, hey, I have this other song that I would like to, you know, think, can we at least see if this works? Like, yeah. Like, good things take time. That's one thing. Be patient. Be patient, and yeah, like, just, yeah, be patient. This one, Karma, what did you say just now? So that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement you don't understand? What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony. Very well. There were 4 large passion flowers in food. Press this. I'd like to confirm this with you one more time. There were 4 passion flowers in bloom in that box, correct? Yes, I should hardly think that I could have miscounted such eye-catching flowers. There must be a deeper meaning to this statement, and it appears that I must take a gamble on its meaning for me to make any progress. The prima duck statues were already switched by the time the murder happened. In light of that fact, what Francisco saw in this room before the crime is of incredible importance. But I get it, I get, like, excitement, I get, like, wanting something to happen immediately. The big issue is, yeah, someone remembers the song. And also just if they're able to thing, it's just, it's patience. Okay. Present these flowers, examine them. And then, here's the crossbow. Oh, this is like the last ending as well, which you can get. So we're getting very close. We might finish the game today, potentially, if we're getting ending 7. If we're getting to ending 7 now. So presents passion flowers. Francisca, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your words, sis. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this? Yes, sir. If we keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. All I've done is state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. You're listening to the girl that joined your track and she is not bad at all. Yeah. There's a lot of unique voices out there. Yeah, more variety is good. For this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. You need to sleep now? No problem. Have a good sleep. Thank you for the chats and the music discussion, and good news all around today. You still haven't figured out your favorite song. You might figure out something while you're asleep. You might be thinking about it all night. I have no idea. Good luck with the collab. Good luck with the connection with the thing. Hopefully you can nail that, hopefully you can nail that Senorita song so you can, do the other collab. Maybe you can do some other collabs with, some other songs. We'll see how it goes. Let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. I wish you all the best. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? Yeah. If the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? Yeah, high expectations, but if you can deliver those high expectations, then you will be, all good. Must be something behind this discrepancy. Alright, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by, as always. And my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth. I understand. Alright, now we get to investigate stuff. I see that there's something... Oh, I see now that that's what the hair... Oh, that's what the hair sticks were for. The hair sticks were from this plant, so there were 4 of them, and then that's... Yeah, because that explains the soil. I didn't actually think about that until now. Name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, looks like there are only 2 here, to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Miles Edgeworth. Hurry up and shut this man up for me already. Suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? Show evidence. I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require. You do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight. But I highly doubt it'll last until the end. I think we can intentionally get a bad ending here. We may as well go for the bad ending, right? Because, actually, no, we can go for it a little bit later. We can go for it a little bit later. When we are more secure. You're not like a wolf agent, Lang. We'll see if you have any bite to back up that bite after you see the evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence. The hair shtick.
Take that!
Sheena, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her. They look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. And so what? Is this really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast. Somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babal the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babal. How did these support sticks find their way to Babal, and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. So that's why. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. It's just another stick, isn't it? And so it is. The shape of the support sticks is what is important. Did I just read this? Netflix has hiked up the prices. Oh, great. I'm not even using Netflix in the first place, but like, Netflix has now increased prices for Australia. Like, just Australia, apparently. Because, of course, they have. When they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is the crossbow. That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting... I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant supports, sticks, they make for perfect arrows. I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all these things together. Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. Do you realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. Alright, so this is where we have to press the second statement, I think it is. Yeah, we press the second statement, and then this is where I'm going to do the wire. Present the bad evidence so I can get the next ending. Border crossing part 2. So a ball statue was draped in the other Gavas's clothes and then shot over here. Even if he fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go as far with a statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the prima duck statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? Prima duck statues didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation. You need to free your mind a bit more. And let it fly like a bird on the wind. Prima duck statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. Alright, so don't press the second statement, because that's going to progress the story, so we want to avoid that one. An incredible scene just happened, to have just been caught on film, resulting in this photo. What an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right? Yes, sorry, here. Not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not in the one that sells photos of spirits and giant creatures of tabloids. Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many a time in court. There have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you had ever stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible. You really believe the stuff you're spewing right now. Courtroom certainly is a strange place if what you say is true. There really is something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it. Alright, skip this one. Statues didn't need wings to fly. Now to explain things. I'm almost looking forward to whatever fantastical explanation you come up with.
Hold it.
Of course, and I assure you that my hypothesis is firmly grounded in reality. Well, all I'm hearing is the fantasy of a desperate man. At times, even reality itself can be a mysterious thing. Even you must admit that. Do I? If it's so true, then why don't you go ahead and show me? Mr. Edgeworth, I think I understand what went sailing through the air. Suppose that's because you're an expert at things that fly through the air. What did you expect from the second Yadagavasu? Indeed. Now to show Agent Lang what really went soaring through the air tonight.
Hold it.
You're in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they want to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily true. What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions, it's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. so it would be the wire then. Thin crossbow launched. Allow me to show you the answer. Well, come on then, show me what you've got. But I warn you, I'll know when you're just bluffing. This is what was launched on the Alabaster Amp. Okay, this is the point in time where we wanna fail. I thought I had to. So we want to present the wire here, and then we do the. So we want to intentionally fail this one so we get the bad ending. Because the wire is the answer here, and then we have the other section. Rotary motion. Oh, there's actually 8 bad endings in this one, instead of 7. Yeah.
Take that!
What purpose exactly did launching that serve? Because if you're joking, it's not going to be a fit of laughter I'm about to launch into. That was not the kind of launch I was looking for. I knew you could explain this whole thing in a down-to-earth manner. Oh, okay. We have to intentionally, like, so we have to save here to get this one. This one we have to do now, because, if we don't do it now, it's gonna, go too far. Like she says, confidence is like a soul, and words without confidence are but empty shells. Shouldn't waste your breath on words you have no confidence in, Mr. Prosecutor. Although it's just as bad to say something in full confidence and be wrong. Can you let him lecture you about your self-confidence like that? Don't need to be overflowing with self-confidence, I just need to think rationally. After all, I need to be confident in the facts. Yeah, this is the fastest way to get this one, I think. And it's also going to stick to this as well. And once we get a chance to mash through everything, we can just, do that. Floor? Are you sure it's not your eyes that are flawed? Talk to me again when you see straight. Really? That's a 4th one? That thing has nothing to do with what I was saying. Now put it away. Your logic is so bad they need a repair that you might as well throw it out too. This is the real deal here. Your courtroom mannerisms are worthless at a crime scene. That's a 4th one. I was surprised. Okay. It's actually surprising. Usually there's only like 3 lines for failing. Alright. Looks like I've got all the answers I need. Come on, sis, it's time for us to go. Agent Lang, please wait. Sorry, but I'm tired of waiting. Because I'm not one for waiting around for others to solve my case. Miles, Edgeworth, I demand you do something about this at once. But I'm at a loss of what to do myself. Well, I know I have plenty to ask the sis here about. Let's go. Miles. Is this really where it all ends? Finally we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you were trying to say. You said that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy. Down to the 3rd floor of the Barbalese Embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alabaster's Primodoc statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then, what about Barbal's Primodoc statue? Dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal. Going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Barbalese Embassy. Up to the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy. How do you explain that? I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick work. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick, I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's Primodoc statue. Rotary motion, swinging motion, or bungee motion. Bungee motion would imply going down, jumping down and swinging back up. Swinging motion would obviously be left to right. So rotary motion is the way that they would have done it, like a pulley system. Or like what we're going to suggest now with the ceiling fan. If it was done via rotary motion, if the two statues were transported simultaneously, get real. The statues would collide somewhere along the way. Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shot an arrow with the two ends of a wire tied to it, a circular belt can be formed. Like she says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway. Agent Lang, as you know, the Primodoc statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure. And the fact that Babal's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Like she says. Oh! Here's what I believed happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirator set themselves up in the two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal, where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock QED. You picked him again? This proves it right, Agent Lang. I am not the killer. Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more? This should be interesting. Think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire, believe that it is right here in this very room. Now then, I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible. It was obviously the ceiling fan.
Take that!
Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again. The last piece to the trick are two pulleys. Precisely, the ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. Thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run out. This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypassed the impenetrable security. You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. Bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of the ceiling fan in both of the Alabastian and Barbalise offices, and that the Passion Flower's support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case... Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food. Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do? Single point of the finger here, but in this case, would explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now, but to rush in. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. Ceiling fan is done. There is another bad ending coming up as well.
Take that!
Smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited the room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both officers had ceiling fans tells us that the person had very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I am accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus it can only be you, Cursus Alba. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I am saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit. Well, I guess that leads us to the, again, usually there's always a person of authority in charge. That's, the thing. That's the bad one. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we would finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. So I think at this point we want to fail it again. So he'll kick us out, I think. Because I looked at everything else up ahead, and it's like, because we're accusing him,
Take that!
like she says, items that become evidence should never have any part overlooked. All evidence related to this case are fine and don't need to be examined again. Feel I was mistaken. Agent Lang is correct. Most of the evidence has already been undergone intense scrutiny. However, there is one piece that has only been partially checked, and that piece which lies at the heart of the smuggling is what I should present. That's... Yeah, okay. So I need to do it at that point.
Take that.
I need to do it at a different point. I think this is the... It's fine. I think it was this part here. We get a... When we go to the next area, we'll think in the first place.
Take that.
So this should lead to the... This should lead to the alabaster stuff, I think. Because we've already accused him. If this doesn't work, then I'll just leave it alone. It's fine if we don't get it.
Take that. Knuckle back. Take that. Knuckle back. Take that. Knuckle back.
Alright, hopefully this gets us what we need.
Take that. Knuckle back.
If it doesn't, we'll just skip it. Okay. Now then, if I could ask you to please leave the premises. As you can see for yourself, I am an old man, and I am a bit tired from all of this. Wait, please? I've made up my mind, so if you could please leave. This also makes sense that if he's the one who's behind it all, that he was trying to rush everyone out and do all the other usual stuff about what he wanted to do. So yeah, it's actually... It actually makes sense about how they're going about this. Lang, a good job to you as well. Although I don't think we'll ever be meeting again. Now then, please respect the request of the ambassador of the Kingdom of Alabast and vacate the premises. Is this it? Okay. Now we're at this point. Okay. Present the...
Take that.
I fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Prima Duck statue for the fake, this is a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Prima Duck himself? See, Ambassador, we'll be examining that statue now, with or without your permission. Okay, so now this is where we get to the next part. Examine, we got the bad ending, the black card, and, yeah. Yeah, we're definitely not finished. Considering we have about 2 hours left to go, and we're only just getting to the part end 1, and there's 3 endings. Like, I'm pretty sure there's 3 endings. Not 3 endings, sorry, there's yeah, we're only just about to get to the end of part... we're only just about to get to the ending, we're only just about to get to the end of end 1, and so we've still got end 2 and end 3 to get through, and credits and all the other stuff, so we're probably gonna be able to do another stream of this tomorrow that'll be much shorter, and yeah, that's gonna be interesting. So we want to guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador. I suppose it's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. Looks like a gap. Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret. Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction. Hurry up and open it, Miles. Alright, here goes. Oh, I didn't even see that. That's what they meant. Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's that? This thing that fell out. I believe a more thorough investigation of it is required. So it's a... I didn't even see, like, the little... Oh, now I see what they mean. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll have a look at the... whatever this is. What in the... is this? Hey, is this what I think it is? It's a plate. For making counterfeit bills. Oh, the plate! Right, the plate for, yeah, the plate for the bills, yeah. Somehow, it appears to have long last arrived at the exit of this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Elabos to begin with. This was found from within the fake Primodoc statue Alba smuggled into his country. Alright. Primodoc statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat. We can actually examine this as well. Sure, may as well. It's a counterfeit plate used to make counterfeit Shang-Fa bills. It's incredibly detailed and even includes a phoenix taking off into the sky. The plates as finely crafted as these, it's no wonder the fakes are so hard to spot. The replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. Receiving the statue contained the counterfeit plate from Sheena. The ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damask too. Surprised by the feat, the ambassador raised the replica statue of Damask too, and... then in order to frame the Steel Samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba, you're the leader of the smuggling ring. My country's a mess. And it's all because of you. You're the one who killed Damask too. Answer us. I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was... Mr. Cochin. Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. If there is one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Curses Alba. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but, and is the result of logic and investigation. Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. You think we can give such flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you?
Who's that Pokemon?
Looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me? You see, the reason I came back... Can I actually... is so that I could sink my things into your wrinkly old neck. I'm surprised that we didn't get a profile. I know, sure, it was already there anyway. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What? Agent Lang, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. This reminds me of, Herlock Sholmes from, The Great Ace Attorney, where it's like, he picks up on certain things that are happening, but he, like, comes up with this really funny story about, like, oh, this is what happened, and then he, like, course corrects himself almost immediately, and then he, goes and, yeah. And, you know, this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Elba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the Ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around. So that's why you put on this big show to accuse Francisca of the murder. Using Francisca as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights. Yeah, if I had done that, I doubt the Ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening. I thank you. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. Evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? I don't know about all that. One thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him. You're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you? Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Objection!
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. Didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue. You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake? Doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything. Doesn't make sense. Why doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense? He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card and the videotape. Those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Baird from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Needless to say, we've won Cobb as a commander to achieve nothing but victory. And by any means necessary. Only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. No longer follow the path of Manfred von Kartner. And I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? Which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? Good morning, Kaisex. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you had a good sleep. We are, we've just unveiled the criminal mastermind behind the entire game, basically. All the cases in the past, all the cases in the present day. So a lot has gone on at the moment, and we are just trying to break everything down. I don't know if we'll finish the game today. I'll try to, but we might not be able to. It's a long case. We spent most of yesterday playing this, and we spent a little bit of the day before playing this. To get to this point, and we only have about 2 hours left here. God, I am tired as well. Would like to stop streaming at the same time. I like to stream, so yeah, we have still got a decent amount of time to go before we progress. Before we finish, I think. And we still have trophies to get, I think, as well. That choice is one I must make by my own hand here and now. I think we want to use the trump card. I think we want to use the trump card. Yeah, use the trump card. I'm wondering what happens if we didn't use it. Does the game just end? I'm curious now. I want to see what happens if we just say no. If I save the game here and say don't use the trump card, does the game continue from this? I'm a prosecutor and I can't allow myself to use evidence such as these. Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't do something, Ambassador Alba's gonna get away with it. I know, but... What are you holding back for? The only thing F1 Karma should pursue is the perfect proof. You really do have what it takes to complete our argument. And there's absolutely no reason not to use it. Like she says, the reason people judge people is because people are people. People weren't born to be chained to the law. Laws were born to protect the people. You're the only one here right now who can put this guy out to pasture. And that is the only way a second or a third generation of shamefast people will be born. Can you really still hesitate knowing the fate of a nation rests in your hands? There's no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Albert, I wonder if you might reckon. Oh, so you do it anyway. Never mind. The game gave me an illusion of choice. I thought that by saying that we didn't, it was going to give me an alternate ending. No, it did not. It gives you the illusion of choice and just says, no matter what you pick here, you're going to, no matter what you pick here, you're going to have that decision regardless. Okay. Fine. Fine, that's perfectly fine. I don't know why they had us do that in the first place. You should have just said, I'm going to present this evidence here, right here and right now. For some reason they decided against it, so, I don't know. I don't know. That's what we're going with. Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. Is that what it is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin. Why do you have such a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, Diada Gravasu. Diada Gravasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given. What? This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG8 incident. KG8 incident? The card in the video? These 2 pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate. Oh, very interesting. I must admit I am very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you've presented. I guess, wait a second, this game, okay, this is gonna solve 3 things. So we're gonna solve the murder in one, we've got 2 murders that have taken place in each embassy. And I guess this is also gonna solve the crimes that happened in the previous cases with the KG-8 incident, because there was 2 KG-8 incidents, and one of them was not solved or something. So I'm guessing that we're going to, are we gonna break those cases? I guess we're gonna break those cases wide open. That might be what we're doing. That might actually just be what we're doing. Let's see. Yeah, this might actually explain why we won't have enough time to do it. If we've got to finish not only breaking down this case, but also breaking down past cases and bringing back people and doing investigations ourselves, the prey that Garosso has been chasing all this time now stands before me. Can't allow this man, who has had free reign for 10 long years, to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. March 15, 1:34 AM, Theatro Neutralis lobby. I'm surprised that they were able to bring him out of the lobby, into neutral ground. So you're telling me that they just had this giant investigation where they exposed Elba as the mastermind, and they just casually just decided, you know what, we're all gonna pop down to the neutral zone, I guess. So, what is it? This interesting thing they want to show. Oh, that's why. They're gonna show him the videotape. That's what it's for. The trump card and the videotape. These 2 pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir? What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves that the card was used to relay an order. Do I get another bad ending here or not? No. No more bad endings. No more bad endings right now. Alright, so this is where we get to the, so we present the card, the blood stain, then the card again. And then we get to part 2. Which, again, I just looked at how far ahead part 2 was, and there's like a lot of things to do there. There's a lot of things to do. And, yeah, there's an entire investigation section that we have to do with, this, and then we have a whole bunch of, like, rebuttal things we have to do. So, yeah, but we're definitely not finishing this game today, I don't think. But that means at least tomorrow's stream will be shorter. I'm gonna go and take a quick break. And when we come back, we will put these last little pieces of evidence together and see if we cannot solve what is going on with the rest of this game. So give me a minute or 2, and I will be back to do whatever I need to go and do. Do that now. Alright, we're back. We are back. Let me put the game music back on. Okay, so now we have to present the... I think we have to present the card.
Take that!
As you can see, Mr. Cochin, he's holding the card in his right hand. I see. Killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now? Ah, but there's a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. Prince Detective Bad, Ambassador Alba's directive cards bear the mark of a three-legged raven. Or in other words, a Yatagarasu. I suppose this mark was the inspiration for their group's name, the Yatagarasu. It would be just the... Section of the text has been obscured by blood, but it's clear the writing is Cadopian. According to Detective Bad, Silent CCU is what is written here, along with the method to be used and where she lived. The evil intent displayed in this writing will not go unpunished. Yeah, so we're solving not only the crimes that happened in in this case with the 2 murders, we're also solving the past case. So it's 3 cases essentially. It's dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Cadopian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Cadopia. Obviously, this card here.
Take that!
The shape of this pocket and the directive's card in it. Tells you that without a doubt, this person in this car is Mr. Cochin. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Wait, what? Oh. He's now completely changed. You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove. The Principality of Cadopia no longer exists. I like that his nose looks like a tree trunk. So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist. That arrogance, what it really means is he's already erased all traces of them. Are we finished here, boy? The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him. Oh, the badge. There's a badge right here. That might be what it is. I'm gonna sneeze. It might be the badge right here.
Take that!
Yeah. What the? Ambassador Alba? Yes, what is it? You were once an army man in the service of Cadobia, and it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct? Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Cadobia. But now I am the only one who owns this particular medal. In that case, the only person it could be who was sitting in this car is you. How did you figure it out? By the medal captured here in this footage. It's clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest. He literally just gave himself away. He just gave himself away right there by pretending. This is how it'll be, but I won't look back. For this is the path I have chosen. You've moved me to devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me? It's almost looking possible, isn't it? For a lot of you to have come this far. Looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time. You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well. I've just decided to confess and admit my guilt. You're going to confess? And I will accept whatever punishment there may come as a result. What the? Regarding the Damask II murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense. You're claiming it was justified self-defense? Damask II attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one who you found dead instead of him. What a pathetic performance. I'm not giving you one. Well, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked. I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should. But Damask II didn't have a single weapon on his body. The sword. The sword was bloody, remember? Yeah, the sword was bloody. Hold on, it's nothing to get worked up over, because I hit the weapon. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say the samurai sword was with blood on it was the weapon. But I guess that's also not the case. So maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's something else. You hit it? I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it isn't self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears. My special bonsai trimming shears. It's covered in blood. He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. That's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense. Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. Ambassador Elba claims it's proof he was stabbed by Damask II, so it was justified defense. No way! Oh, which reminds me, I guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on. Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you. The murder of Damas 2 was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive. Perhaps so, but if you were my opponent in court... However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten. And what is that? Oh. That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts. Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate, that's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime, that's the court's job. And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil, therefore... No matter where a crime may take place, I would never stand trial in one of your courts. So basically, he has diplomatic immunity. I'm not sure if anyone's seen, I'm not sure if anybody's seen the Lethal Weapon movies, but there's like a line where they basically go after someone, he's like, diplomatic immunity, and then the guy just points a gun at him and kills him, because it's like, well, if we can't get him on any charges and he doesn't want to do anything with the stuff, we'll just shoot him dead. Because he's a bad guy. That arrogance and your expression... It's nothing like the face of someone who's ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabast has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game. These two layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go fetch your eviction papers. I like that he does this in confession in front of his own guards. Is there nothing we can do? Yep. We've still got a long way to go. I don't think we can finish the game at this point. Like, that's the end. This is end part 1. We've still got end part 2 and end part 3 to do. So we're going to have to try and figure out how we're going to fight our way back into the embassy. And we're also going to have to try and break down what he did in the crimes in the area, as well as... so we solved both crimes, actually. Who killed Master Mask and who killed Benny Coach. But we have not solved the final case yet. So we're gonna have to try and figure out what we have to do for that. March 15, 2:11 AM, Theatrum Neutralis lobby. Can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality. Yes, and there was nothing we can really do about that. So has he updated his profile now? Yep, there you go. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. Can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. I know. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. You can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist. Then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? The law can't help us. Then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself. Don't you dare. Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador, after all. You did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Come on, everyone, we can't give up yet. I want you to think about something for a sec. I've never let up for even a second. And as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. She's right. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well, let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you. Okay, then I'll go check out the ball a bit more, sir. And I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabast. Alright. I guess we're gonna have to decide which side we're gonna go to. Now then, before I gather any more information, should do a bit of housekeeping. Is this the third or fourth time that they've done housekeeping through this entire case? Passion Flowers data erased from my organizer. Station Neutralis lobby. Ambassador Albert seemed agitated over something. I sense that there is something he doesn't want us to investigate. Wonder why? There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him. Cool, it sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And murder Damask too, run a smuggling operation, and make counterfeit bills, apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Coach in Babal. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. Yeah. But it's the same story over there. Anyway, Babal also has extraterritorial rights. I think I know what they're going to try and do. So, if you commit a crime in Babal and you're from Babal, you have extraterritorial rights. Same thing with Alabar. So I'm guessing the way that we get him from this is if we can prove that he's committed a crime in another embassy, that might work. Because that's his out, that he did all this stuff in Alabast, so he gets extraterritorial rights. However, he doesn't have extraterritorial rights while he's in Babal. That's probably what we have to do. Or we have to get him on something outside of the country. Which brings me to my next point. The ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of those special rights. Yeah, that's the one thing we've got to try and figure out what to do. So we got that, and we got that. So now we go and do the logic puzzle stuff. So I guess we explore after. So we want to connect renovations with the counter-fitting operation. And then we connect Alba with the motive. Wait, there's actually things we can investigate here. Is there stuff that's new that we can investigate? It looks like it. There's a lot of stuff we can examine. Let me see if I can investigate first before we do this. Because let's see if there's anything new. This is new. This wasn't here before. This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? I might Wrestle Club inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. There's that troublemaker standing there smack in the center making two peace signs. Man, the Steel Samurai stands out even more than two ambassadors in this picture. Hey, the person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right? No, I have no idea who he is. Wait, but you just said he. You knew which gender he was, so you must know him, right? I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again. Mr. Polania has a real great smile, don't you think? But he was really happy that they were going to become Codopia again. Perhaps, but instead he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him who's always thinking of his country is really to be admired. Yeah, although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday. Hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Codopia are locked away. And we will. Seems that lilies are at the center of this bouquet with an accent of chamomile. You can tell they smell the wonderful fragrance. Okay, this is just a picture. Look, I know that. It's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? Where's your sense of empathy? If you can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo, that's more like a hallucination. You don't have to be so mean about it. Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom. Appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses. Wow, you even know the exact species. Never would have figured you for an expert on flowers. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me. I sound like some sort of botanist. What exactly is this yellow flower here? That one? I'm not sure. What? You don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive. Don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically. I bet he's thinking of something evil behind that cheery smile. Can you please try to remain calm and focus on the here and now? Yeah, you're right. Sorry I got all worked up there. Well, the only way we're going to be able to steal the truth is if we keep on investigating. Okay. Anything else we can investigate along these ways? No, nothing there, nothing there. Okay, there's gonna be something we have to... Now they can put all the stuff together. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press. But the necessary materials such as the Barbalese ink and paper must have been hidden in a secure location. But what did you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? They probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all. Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. The reason Mr. Cochran was killed is the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? Callias Palanio, Manny Cochran, or Cursus Alba. I'm assuming that it would have been... Alba that would have gained the most. Yeah. So one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. For both embassies, the co-conspirator who was mopping up Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochran. Alba could conveniently place all the guilt for the smuggling onto Cochran. What is that name? Of course, it's that emote. All these random emotes that I see just every now and then from... Alright, connect these two together. Yeah, I don't see me finishing this case today. We just got to the start of ending part 2, and we've still got ending part 3 to do, and credits, and talking about the game, and bonus statements, extra endings. I was not expecting this case to be as long as it was, at all. Cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find. The motive for killing Mr. Cochran. She said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. Oh, that's how we're gonna get him. That's how we're gonna get him. So he's immune from crimes that happen outside of the country. He's immune from crimes that happen within his own embassy, so the only way that we can get him on a crime will be Manny Cochin's murder that happened in the other embassy. So if we can prove that he killed Manny, then that means that we have a crime, because yes, it takes place in a different country's embassy. That's how we're going to get him, because she straight up admitted to not, committing murder, so that's, I think, what's happened. I think that's what's actually happened. Didn't want us to discover the real circumstance under which Mr. Cochin was killed. You mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Polania to be ambassador after the reunification? Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabaster's Prima Dog statue. So Mr. Cochin hired Damas too to go steal it for him. When Ambassador Elba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin? It's definitely a possibility at this point. Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Elba was in Alabaster. Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right?
Who's that Pokemon?
Right, and that is where we must solve next. Okay, we've done the logic. That's done. We've investigated everything alongside. We've got to highlight the oh, okay. So Alabastian knife on the yellow flower, and then the actual neutralis. Still a little bit of things to do here. Okay, so to deduce this is the Babal's national symbol is the butterfly, and Alabaster is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle in this knife? Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis, in the very bouquet Ambassador Elba was carrying. Taken at Theatrum Neutralis, the murder weapon can be seen in Mr. Elba's bouquet. Flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing. And take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. Then the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon. Blade determined to be Alabastian. The flower motif petals are separate. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Elba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babali's Mr. Cochin. The place where Ambassador Elba happened to have committed the murder is in the Theatrum Neutralis.
Take that!
Only place that makes sense is here at the Theatrum Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that both of them would have been in is here. But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land. So it wipes out one of those extra territorial rights he has. Makes logical sense, in which case, it is a reason for us to investigate further. So what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain, however the problem will be Alabast. Wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Francisca? I have here the security footage from both Alabas and Babal. You would do well to take a look at its contents. Footage of the entranceways into Babal and Alabas from the Theatrum Neutralis. You move fast. Von Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case. I'm sorry about earlier. We won't be beaten. Because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alabasta immigration screening area. Really hope there's something in here that we can use. Okay, 5:22 PM. 5:23 PM is when the samurai comes through. Which man's footage should I examine? 5:21. I didn't even see what was in 5:21. I think it was empty, right? No one at 5:21. Ambassador Elbow 5:22. Steel Samurai was 5:23. So we want to investigate the 5:23 footage with the card. There is a bad ending here as well. So we want to intentionally fail the what's available found here. 5:23, and then we intentionally fail the bad ending. Oh, never mind. How do we... Oh, I was supposed to, like, fail the, I guess I was supposed to fail the logic instead. Ambassador Alba forces you out. He says that we won't meet again, but we'll pray for your success. Okay, that's... Yeah, unfortunately, we missed out on that, because I skipped too far ahead. And then we get pressed statements. So there's a variety of posters on this wall. Kinda hard to see what's written on them. So they just look so festive, you know? Those are all tourism posters for this country, although most are from Gatewater Land. I wonder if any Alabastians actually go to Gatewater Land for fun. It's just really hard to imagine them hanging out there. True, they do seem to be a nation of extremely serious people. Appears that he is inspecting the person coming into the country. Are you kidding? It's more like he's not checking the Steel Samurai. And they gave me such a hard time. There are certain risks involved when you give some people preferential treatment. The door connecting that hallway in this theater. Nothing appears to be out of the ordinary. Indeed. On the outside, he may look like the Steel Samurai, but on the inside, it's just Larry. Other than the fact that it's that good for nothing, nothing else seems out of order. Wait, you know as well as I, that anything can happen if he's involved. You're not suggesting that someone else could be under that mask, are you? No, I don't think that. Just before he entered here, he gave me an autograph, so I'm certain it's Larry under there. There's the broken spear as well, you can see. Doesn't something about this lump-shaped strike you as odd? It's supposed to be this shape? No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Steel Samurai pushed this to Alabas from the dressing room. The bulge is unnatural. Next, let us check the footage from Babal's security camera. Hope it shows us something good. 5:25, nothing. It's not a single sign of a suspicious person or anything. That right there is the contradiction. Did I miss something? You didn't miss anything. Because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country. Wasn't his body found in Babal? It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I was supposed to do that earlier, but it's I made a mistake. So it's not quite all the bad endings. Speaking of which, there's the, there he is. There's, the ambassador. Ambassador Albert? I thought I had asked you for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, I think I should let you know that this theatre sits on my country's soil. You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over.
Objection!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night? After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I'm heading to the airport now to return home. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you. You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it. Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Albert? Ambassador Palanio? Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know. Very well. If you insist. I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any farther. Ambassador Palladio? Mr. Edgeworth? All I wish for is the normalization of relations between our two countries. But there is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Now then, what was it that you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question. That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed, Mr. Manny Cochin. I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun. This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Ambassador Albert's alibi. Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi. So that is your alibi. That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we have cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you could move out of the way.
Hold it!
I said hold it. What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question. You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question. Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing. Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer. Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors. You are forbidden to lose. Of course, that is something I've understood from the start. The guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yannick was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and uncle Bad. Wish the light would just come on, please. That legacy would live on. Through me. So that's why we've just got to catch him, okay? We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Albert, let's have it the truth now, shall we? No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. Okay. I just realized now, are we able to press all these statements? Yes. Okay, we can press every statement here. We can press every statement. The second one we want to avoid. And then we present the notes. And then we go into the next part. He also doubles the punishment to our health bar if you get a wrong statement or present the wrong evidence. And we want to avoid pressing statements from a certain point. Otherwise, we're going to then also get penalized. So we want to avoid that as well. So we do not, we are not, after this point forward, we're not going to be allowed to press any statements or we get a strike. We get a strike. So there's going to be a little bit less content. So this is our last potential chance of being able to press in. Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of ambassadorship. Do you think that's that the combination is more than enough reason for suspicion? Then there is the matter of the crossbow arrows and the prima statues. All of that is nothing more than your flights of fancy. What do you mean by that? So, avoid this one. I suppose we could also intentionally fail just to see what happens with him leaving. That's another thing I could do. Because I did say we would get penalized for pressing the incorrect statement, so I figured, okay, well, if we're going to get penalized, we can save before we do so. What exactly did you do while you were in Alabast? I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai, and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, that thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise. Are you saying that it was the Mask 2 that made the first move? Yes, and it was after I was attacked that I hit him on the head with the prima statue. Unfortunately, he died from the blow, but it was an act of justified self-defense. Calling it that doesn't cover up what you really did. Cover up? No, my boy, I'm not covering up anything. I'm telling the truth. You weren't planning to admit it, which is why you tried to friend the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now. I'm terribly sorry they didn't clean up the body better, but I am a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden to let you know. Yet despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cochin, didn't you? Man is evil, and I'm sure you are familiar with the facts, but Mr. Cochin was killed in Babar while I was all the way in Alabast. Alright, avoid this one. Get this one, and then we go and do the number 2. You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cochin in Babal. You are correct. I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight, but if you must concede to me... The only thing I am conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babal. I am not conceding that your alibi is the truth. I see. However, no matter how you try, know that you can't crush my alibi. You would be wise not to underestimate a prosecutor of this country. We'll see about that. So, Mr. Cochin was a friend of Ambassador Alba. If that's true, then why did the ambassador kill him? It's not like in the case of my father, where he ordered someone to do it. The problem we have here is we don't know what their exact relationship was. Indeed, if they had complete trust in each other, then there is no motive for murder. However, both men were very selfish, and I believe that is from where his motive arose. Alright, we can press this statement, and then we're going to intentionally fail the next one. It's not a hypothesis. Earlier, we proved it to be what happened. Well, let's leave that to one side for now. Because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive. So you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin. If you want to suppose that I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me. Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously. I'm sorry, I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well, a game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Now let's see you just prove that. How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. Okay, so this is where we now press this statement, I think. And then we got to present the Damask stuff. on the thing as well. So we can press this one, and then we can present on the third statement. Serious that just because you were partners that you had no motive to kill? I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion. Looks like he's not going to admit it himself that he was in league with Mr. Cochin. Suppose not, but I do know his relation to the smuggling ring and to Mr. Cochin. You mean he's the ringleader and that Mr. Cochin was his subordinate, right? Correct, but I know more than just that. So I'm sure you remember the safe in Mr. Cochin's office, right? Yes, the safe had 2 compartments to it, didn't it? Yes, and why do you think those stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Cochin's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Elba behind his back? So Mr. Cochin didn't turn the goods over, but decided instead to keep them for himself? I suppose that's possible. Seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being. But that means that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all. What Ambassador Elba had to gain? I believe that is his motive for killing Mr. Cochin. What are you people whispering about amongst yourselves over there? Sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony. Alright, now we go back to doing... We present the Damask thing here. Yep. So we know this was written by Damask. If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess. I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument. Never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It's been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabar's Primadox statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him. Are you finished with your hypothesizing? Excuse me? Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right? Didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. Appears that this is where the real battle will begin. Now then, if you will excuse me... Wait, what? I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Ambassador Elba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. Doesn't matter what kind of a man he was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death. That is something for Babal to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to. Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Palanio. I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears. There is no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Palanio. We must find some way to stop him from leaving. Seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home. Hold it right there, Ambassador Elba. Okay? Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yadagaras's legacy will live on through me. Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving? You just leave that to me. Ambassador Elba, do you recognize this? No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer? Wait, where have I seen that before? That is a clue my father, Bern Faraday, left for us. Did you say Bern Faraday? Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG-8 incident. The one in which you wrote about the Yadagaras's key. Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu killed 7 years ago. I have no idea what you are talking about. You say that like I was related to it. Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did. What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work on me. If you won't believe me, then take a look at this. What is that toy there? Is this Little Feet again? I think it's Little Feet again, right? Yep. That's... This feathery device was used by the Yadagarasu, or rather by my father. Again, this scene right here, like, where she's standing still, it's like, that's in every, like, ninja, every ninja, like, anime. Anytime there's a ninja or something, like, there's always a person crossing their arms, blowing in the, blowing a scarf, hair, whatever, blowing in the wind. It's always it's in every anime that has, like, some sort of ninja or some sort of, like, stoic character that's just, you know, it's always there. It's always there. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy. What? These 2 pieces of evidence that hold information that Yadagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it to all of Alabas right behind you. Little girl, get to the point. I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these 2 pieces of evidence. Yadagarasu, ever the thorn in my side. Okay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings? It's nothing case-breaking, really. Then it was just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let all the information my father and Uncle Ben find go to waste. We only have like an hour to go if I'm finishing, well, again, if I'm finishing on time. If I'm finishing on time, it'll be in about an hour, but there's also a chance that I'll finish, there's also a chance that I'll finish later as well. Plus, just the existence of Little Faith is troublesome enough for him. Those 2 pieces, aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay, I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end. When the going gets tough, someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony. How dare you all, barring a person like me. Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please. Alright, but this is the absolute last. Then even if you use all the power of Ambassador Polania's office, you won't stop me. Can't let this opportunity case created for me go to waste, so we want to intentionally tank our... let's intentionally, like, get our penalty down. So if we press any wrong statements or present wrong evidence, we end up, losing points. So we may as well, tank our rating just to see if we can, see what they have to say anyway. Because we can save the game beforehand. I want to see what happens. It might be the same thing. Alba's Alibi Part 2. It might be the same thing, but it might also not be the same thing. The last time I met with Mr. Kochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Kochin again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him, wouldn't you agree? Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. An arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter, we can't allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you, though, you've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished. So any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is to present the correct evidence. Understood? Of course, I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Kochin was killed before he returned to Babal, in which case there is only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. Alright, so we're going to intentionally press all the statements just to see if this gets us another ending, and also if, we're going to check to see if, they also get, some other problems sorted out as well. So I'm going to save, and we're going to press all these statements just to see if we want to press them to see what it says, and also to for a few other things.
Hold it.
Remember the victim here? I was watching the Steel Samurai, as was Mr. Kochin, who was sitting nearby. I've been meaning to ask, why invite the Steel Samurai as a guest for an embassy event? I like Steel Samurai Daddy, so I asked for him to be at the event. I see. So it was by Ambassador Elba's request. Now then, will that be all? No, wait, I'm not finished yet. You're not very good at listening, are you? I told you I don't have the time to listen to a bunch of useless questions. Time remaining for me to find the truth has just been blown away. Alright, let's see if it's the same stuff that he says, or just different each time. Do you have anyone who can testify that you never left Alabas after that? Of course I do. I was in front of a large crowd to give my speech, wasn't I? Guess he's not lying about being in Alabas the whole time. Yes, as long as he is willing to admit to Damas 2's murder, then I suppose so. He keeps saying that it was justified self-defense. I get it. Okay, so what if I were to pretend to be a real klutz? And then trip into Mr. Meadows really hard. That'd count as self-defense, right? That's not self-defense, that's just being careless. Well, you never know until you try. I suggest that you don't, especially since you've given me a statement of intent. Now then, will that be all? Okay, he's just gonna say the same thing, you know. He says the same thing at the end of each statement, but at least he has conversations with us, with everything else. So you never saw Mr. Kochin again after you left the theatre? That's correct. I'm an incredibly busy man, you know. So it's more likely that Mr. Kochin ran into Ambassador Palladium. Even now, you would push his murder onto someone else. How dare you, saying that I would kill Manny? Ambassador Alba, I demand that you refrain from making baseless conjectures. I was merely offering a possibility. No, this won't do. I can already see this is turning into an international incident. Who exactly is pressing who here? In any case, what I need to do is stay positive and forge on. Okay, this is where... So aggressive in his objection! Alright, last... well, then we can present something incorrectly. Your alibi is that there was no time span in which you could have killed Mr. Kochin. Yes, because I was in the theatre watching the stage show. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, do you remember seeing him sitting in the audience? I'm sorry, but I don't remember anything outside of what was going on stage. You shouldn't have been so focused on the show and paid attention to your surroundings. Mr. Edgeworth, it's the fact that Ambassador Elba came to the theatre. But I guess you didn't know that because you didn't see him as the Steel Samurai show. Well, I do recall that he and you had a photo shoot with the Steel Samurai. It looks like you were finally beginning to understand. Now then, will that be all? Objection! Alright. Last, So if the only place he met the victim was at this theatre, then when was he killed? We know that Mr. Kochin did return to Babala alive, which means that the only time he could have been killed is when they were both here. And that means that he was planning to kill Mr. Kochin from the start. Alright, so this will be the next ending, I think. Assuming that we end up, doing what we need to. So, I'm going to intentionally present just wrong evidence. And then that should get us an ending. Doesn't now. Not that it really matters to me either way. But are you really sure my statement contradicts that piece of evidence? Judging by his overconfident attitude, I guess this piece of evidence wasn't related to his statement after all. Miles Edgeworth. You can't chase him down with that kind of evidence. Yes, I know. Now then, I believe I must end the game here. You've had enough fun, haven't you? Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't do something, he's going to get away. I've already confessed. What else do you want from me? No, I have yet to obtain the truth behind tonight's events. Do you think I really care about this truth you seek? Now, since I have admitted to my crime, I will need to pay the airport a visit. So if you would be so kind as to move out of my way. Is there no way to stop this man? I don't believe we'll be meeting up again, however. I will pray for your success. We're not through here yet. Just evil villain laughter. Is it really game over? Why is he exiting stage left? Shouldn't he be going out the front door? Because, like, again, he's going back into the embassy. He's going back into the embassy, so... I don't get it. Alright, let the save game present the right stuff. We want this one. Let's go. So, commemorative photo on the thing, and then we do the next set of stuff. I'm not sure if the same thing is still happening here. Because he gets another set of things as well, so we'll check to see. So we'll present the commemorative photo on I'd like to take a look at this picture. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's commemorative, alright. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again? This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it as well you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it in among the flowers you were to give to the Seal Samurai. Meaning that you killed Manny Cochin here at the theater. It's time for me to catch my flight. We're not through yet. Objection! It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. The courts... Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end? Agent Lang? Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba. Your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. Oh... What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through. Like she says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters in the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. The Imperial household? What have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. Yeah, that just opens the case wide up now. That just opens the case wide open. Now we can actually prosecute him and do stuff. Effective today, effective right now. Yeah, now we have, no more diplomatic immunity for you, sir. You are now no longer immune. You now, yeah, you are no longer immune. Do not pass go, do not collect $200, do not, do any of that. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. Video that your capacity protected. You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Lang Shi. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. It can't be. I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked. Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing. Looks like he's turned docile again. He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him. Oh, now she can. Now she can. She can use the whip on him now because he's no longer an ambassador, so laying a hand on him is not going to matter. And I mean, granted, I'm not saying that, like, people should go around getting whipped by a character, by the character of the whip, but still, it's like, she was like, oh, I couldn't do this because you're an ambassador. Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador. Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba. Objection. I won't be stopped now. He still intends to fight us. So what if I am no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me. I expected no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater. But even if it is true, that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd, sorry. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babal? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous. I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. This also means we can press him on as many statements as possible now, because he no longer has any ambassadorial rights, so we should be able to just keep pressing him on issues as much as we wish. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. So we should be able to press him without any problems anymore. Alba's Alibi, Part 3. I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? There is no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship. Would you have me surrender too? Hang on. Do you mean the actual Are you actually... The actual walk, do you mean they're doing that? Are they actually doing that? Hang on, I gotta check this. Are they actually doing that? You're kidding, right? Is that what's actually happening? Oh, the zombie walker. For a second there, I thought you were talking about... I thought for a second you were talking about, they've just announced that Paul Walker is coming back for Fast 10. I thought that was what you were saying. The zombie walker is a Walking Dead word. Okay, I thought you were about to say that, that they were bringing Paul Walker back. Which I was about to go and look up and see. Yeah, I'm not surprised if they're gonna go and do that. My mistake. I hope that you're able to get a good sleep though. Welcome back. I don't think we're finishing the game today, but we're getting very close. So next time we stream this, it'll probably be the finale. Assuming that I finish on my at normal time, but if I don't finish at normal time, then it's fine. Or you can play this a bit longer. August 15th is the Superman home release, so 2 days away. Oh joy. Oh joy.
Who's that Pokemon?
We can, yeah. Oh joy. So what, is that less than 2 months? That's less than 2 months, right? Was it June or July that... No, it was July! Hang on a sec. That is... Hang on a second. That is way sooner than I expected. Wait, what? That is... When did this come out again? Let me... Oh, what? Okay, this is really a really bad sign. Granted, the movie's made nearly... Yeah. It came out July 11th. So, we're talking almost a little bit over a month. This movie's made 600 million? What is the box office looking like right now for the movies that are currently out? Oh, nice. Fantastic Four First Steps is in the top 10 now. It's made 437 million. So Jurassic World Rebirth, 800 million. How to Train Your Dragon, 623 million. Mission Impossible, 600 million. Superman, 581. F1, 573. Fantastic Four First Steps, 437. So Superman has just surpassed F1. Granted, they're both Warner Brothers properties, so yeah. That is insane. Why? 1 month after theatrical release, they're putting it immediately to streaming services. That's a little bit weird. I don't know if that suggests that the movie they thought was a failure, but to me that is... Like, why would you put it immediately to... If the movie was such a resounding success, why would you put it straight to streaming after that? Like, not even Sinners went to... Sinners, F1... None of these movies went to streaming services within a month. So I guess no one's watching Superman. Is that the answer? Nobody's watching Superman. Or they've just stopped watching. $225 million budget, the movie made almost 600 million, but that doesn't include all the other stuff. It's the best superhero movie of the year and the best Superman. Yeah, no on both accounts. We've already got a better superhero movie in Fantastic Four. And it's nowhere near the close to being the best Superman movie. Like, it doesn't match the first two. Then again, people liked it, so... I guess. Like, I've been seeing people like, I guess we'll have to wait and see if, Fantastic Four's the same thing, but it's weird that, like, a month after streaming, it's already on, a month after release, it's already available on streaming. So they've given up on the theatrical release completely and said, hey, like, why go to the movies to watch it when you can, watch it at home? And it's like, if the movie was a success, why would you need it out on streaming services immediately? Like, it failed. The only time it succeeded was in the eyes of James Gunn, it seems like. A bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you. As if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, put this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything. I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Yeah. The best superhero movie of the year, the best Superman movie. Everything is great about Superman. It's better than it's on the same level as all these other movies that we've seen. People arguing that Fantastic Four is worse than Superman is, and it's like they're on two completely different, opposite. You know, likability, I guess. Without the title of ambassador, he is just another witness. Yes, just another witness. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy. Getting good. Wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony. And then that also doesn't give me a lot of hope for these other, Actually, how much did Fantastic Four cost? If this cost $225, how much did First Steps cost to make? Fantastic Four... How much did this make? That's actually, yes, it's even got... It's been out for less time, so they're saying 200 million plus for First Steps, and it's already made 437. So it's made double its money, but it's also been out for 2 weeks less than, almost 2 weeks less than Superman. Yeah, we'll have to see when F4 comes out on digital. So it's been out for about 2 weeks less than Superman, but it's already made, at least almost 2/3 of, Superman's budget. Like, so it costs less money, but it hasn't made as much money, but it's also been out for less time. But I think word of mouth might be, like, again, I haven't been seeing a lot of people bashing on, Fantastic Four as much. It's mostly just been, oh, but Superman was better, or this was that. And, yeah, I disagree, in terms of, like, it seems more accurate than anything. It seems like it's one of the more accurate ones, so I honestly will have to wait and see, when F4 comes out on digital. If F4 comes out on digital around the same time, then maybe the same thing could quantify, but I think they might have more faith in First Steps than they do with Superman. I don't think we get penalized here, so...
Hold it.
That's right, as I explained earlier. Commemorative photo shows that you had the knife on your personage. But it's weird, Sinners, like, 28 years later has only just come out on streaming services, I think. Sinners, it took at least 2 or 3 months. F1, I think it's not, I don't think F1's on digital yet. Accountant 2, I didn't hear anything about. So it's very telling. I'm not sure if Mission Impossible's reached digital yet. I don't think it has. I haven't been getting any advertisements for Mission Impossible on digital. Yeah, F1 is next week, and so 1 month versus like 2 to 3 months for these other movies. Just very, very strange. You have no proof that the bouquet was prepared by me, isn't that right? Excuse me? the fact that there was a knife in the bouquet was something I wasn't aware of. Yeah. It must just be Superman. It's definitely Superman. I can't think of any other movies thus far that have come out on streaming services within at least a month. That are at least major releases of the year. Minecraft, no. Lilo and Stitch is still in cinemas. That hasn't been announced yet. Lilo and Stitch hasn't been put onto Disney Plus yet. I don't believe. Jurassic World Rebirth hasn't been put onto any streaming service yet. Yeah, I can't think of anything that's been so they must just think that they're not going to make any more money out of the cinema experience anymore. They've given up on Superman within a month, and barely a month. Like, barely a month, only a couple of days. The 15th of this month, and then next month, it came out July 11th, so a little over yeah. And Rebirth came out before Superman, so I think they've just given up. They've given up on Superman. It couldn't even beat Jurassic World Rebirth, and Jurassic World Rebirth made 800 million, so it's not going to reach $1 billion. Like the rest of the movies did. So that's also another telling sign that I think people have given with that. There was a knife in the bouquet was something I wasn't aware of. What a pathetic excuse. Weapon was used in one of those is one of your national treasures. It isn't exactly something anyone other than you could touch, let alone take. I allowed some of my trusted subordinates to handle them. It could have been my secretary. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe this is some sort of grand plan by James Gunn to convince people to watch the movie. You give it a chance or whatever, and it's like, there's too many factors that have happened with this movie. I think it's too little too late for Superman. This doesn't offer a lot of faith for Supergirl, it doesn't offer a lot of faith for Wonder Woman, Teen Titans. Actually, when does that come out? When does Peacemaker Season 2 come out? That's this month as well. Are they trying to get people to watch for that? When does that start? That's next week. Yeah, that's next week as well. 21st of August. 21st of August for, Peacemaker. So, who knows? What's showing in Superman now? And yeah, was that yesterday? That he posted out that tweet? Watch Joey, it's like, no, don't watch it in cinemas, just wait for the streaming service release. You're an even bigger slimeball than I thought. You would push the guilt of Mr. Cochin's murder onto one of your subordinates? In any case, the fact that the knife was in the bouquet means nothing. Okay, we don't get penalized for pushing him now, so... Still wish to deny your actions, and you still wish to deny reality and accuse me of murder. Yeah, Superman was released earlier, it came out on digital before Peacemaker was even released. Yeah. So, yeah. Peacemaker hasn't even come out yet. What a resounding success. I'm not in denial. Even though he's not an ambassador anymore, he's still got a real bad attitude. I believe it's because he's no longer ambassador that he can let himself speak freely. Well, if he's not holding anything back, then neither should I. Wait, for the sake of the case, please refrain from what I think you're about to do. But don't you worry, it's the mega hit, then people love it. I mean, they're not showing it with their wallets necessarily. Quite the pair of frightening women you are, but I digress.
Hold it.
That'll be the next thing, though. They'll praise the Superman streaming numbers. It was supposed to be better than the Batman and the Penguin, right? That's what people were saying. But then again, they also said She-Hulk was on the same level as the Penguin. So, yeah. Even if he was found of a bar, he was killed somewhere else. Stop bluffing, because you can't prove what you're claiming. If this were a court-martial in my country, you'd have already been removed from the room. Yeah, better than Nosferatu as well. Yeah. So, who knows, like, it's just one of these things, like that'll be the next thing. James Gunn will promote the streaming numbers of Superman and be like, look at how successful our movie is, and I'm just thinking, if the movie was such a big success, look at all those numbers that could have been translated to profit in the cinema, but you chose not to do that. And then Supergirl's going to be the exact same thing. Supergirl's going to be the exact same thing, except I think less people will watch Supergirl. Less people watch Supergirl. I guarantee I guarantee that movie will make less money and will be watched by less people than Superman. For sure. It has to be. You're joining us on purpose, because I'd be happy to show you my claws.
Hold it.
Hold on, Agent Lang. Allow me to fight him my way, with evidence. I was just joking. Not so easily ruffled by the likes of him. Supergirl will get a 3-week home release, maybe 2 weeks. Who knows? I mean, Snow White... I think Snow White had a shortened theatrical release because it flopped so bad, and then they released it in... Was Snow White February? Hang on a second. I think Snow White was February, right? I think Snow White had a longer release than... Did Snow White have a longer release than... Snow White was March. When did it become available on streaming services? Hang on. Even Snow White had a longer release in cinema. It came out on March, in like mid-March, and it released on digital download in May. In like 2 months away. Even Snow White had a longer... Yeah, it had a longer... And it was the number one movie on Disney+, and it had a longer stay in cinemas than Superman did. Yeah. Congratulations, James Gunn. You somehow made a movie that had to go straight to streaming services faster than Snow White. A movie that bombed in the box office. It's very sad. As a let's see, Minecraft? What is Minecraft? Whoops. Minecraft released...
Hello.
Hello.
I'm home early.
Minecraft released, April 4th on cinema, and it came out... Home media release? That was also a month, yeah. Minecraft came out April 4th, 2025, and its home release was the next month. However, it's still in cinemas, in some places. But it also made a ton of money. So you could digitally download it May 13th. Actually, no, that's 2 months as well. 2 months for Minecraft. Minecraft was May 13, and then June 24th for the DVD. So that was still actually no, that was a month. Sorry. So Minecraft was a month, but it also made almost $1 billion. It had a $150 million budget, and it got to 955. So to me, yeah, they could have kept it in cinemas longer, but I think it's still in cinema, so it's still making some money. So Minecraft was 1 month, but it made a hell of a lot more money than Superman, and it didn't cost as much money as Superman. So victory, I guess.
I hope everyone's doing good today.
Everyone's doing good today.
Yes. How was stream? How's
Stream is good.
Yes.
Yes.
I got home early.
Yes, you got home early.
Yes, I've got a hot chocolate ready for me.
Oh yes.
Yes. Just need to print off some. Well,
Yeah.
print off something, so I turned on.
Yeah. All you see on Twitter now is that's my Superman. Well, I'm glad you can watch it in 2 days at home. Yeah. Get some good movies into the cinema again. Now Superman's gone and out of the way, we can now get some good IMAX movies in, like Nobody, or like other, and other stuff. Be prepared for all the rest of the stuff. Superman's coming out in home release in a month.
Oh. Is that a movie critic you're talking to?
Yes.
I noticed that you were going to be watching Borat.
Yeah, he
on
watched
the
Borat.
Discord. How was Borat? I don't know if I've ever watched it.
Yeah.
Have we watched it?
I've not watched it, no, but I've seen clips, so.
I mean, Sacha Baron Cohen does a good job as Borat.
My wife.
My wife.
I think he said it was his favourite comedy movie of all time.
Well, of course, Sacha
Yeah.
Baron Cohen does a good job as Borat.
Yeah.
Hello, how's it going? I got home from work.
Yes. She got home early today, so.
Yeah, we've been having some chill times. Which is good, so. Oh, was bad? Oh no.
Yeah, Superman was bad, yes.
Oh.
The worst-
when was the last good film that you
When
watched
was-
from Sinners?
No, the last good film that he watched was, Weapons.
Oh, you watched Weapons.
Yes. I think that was the last good film. It was Weapons.
Yeah, some work colleagues were talking to me about Weapons if I was planning to watch it. But again, like I'm still not sure about horror stuff.
Yeah.
I just can't deal with horror.
Yeah.
And yes, I do want to, like, just for you, I want to watch Sinners. I just need a company to watch it with. And have to watch it during the daytime.
It's not a scary movie.
I know, but
Yeah.
still, yeah.
Yeah, Weapons is not a horror, it's a thriller and mystery. It definitely is. It's more mystery, I would say. With, like, horror elements, but not a horror movie. Like, again, it has horror elements in it, but it's also a mystery movie as well, and a thriller in some ways. Like, it's not... It's like multiple genres. Too bad. Though I'm no longer an ambassador, it still could have been an international incident. If you have the will to threaten us with that mouth of yours... It's not scary at all, the trailer is scary of the movie, yeah. Yeah. It's not really... It's more, mystery. I was also just glad that they went with the different casting. Like, I could not imagine Pedro Pascal in this movie, in Weapons. I could not imagine that being the case. So perhaps you can use it to return to the testimony. Very well. But to be fair, you should watch what you say as well.
Hold it!
Is that really so? Yeah, yeah. She's out of the room at the moment, but I'll let her know. She'll come back in a second, because you just got home. Actually, I think she might be busy doing something. Let me actually check real quick. I actually don't know what she's doing. She'll come back in a second, I think. I think she's just getting changed. Because it is cold. So she's probably getting an Audion or something like that. Yeah, we'll probably go we'll probably go longer today. Because usually I get off before she gets home, but because she's home early, I'm gonna go and oh right, that's tomorrow. Yeah, yeah. Tomorrow is IMAX re-release of Sinners, but yeah, nobody 2 days tomorrow, and then Sinners has a second showing of at IMAX. So one last, well, maybe not the last, but maybe one of the last times that you'll be able to see it in IMAX. Because I get this feeling that they're gonna. George, welcome in. Hope they're doing well today. Thanks for stopping by. Hope all is well. Yeah, she's back.
Oh.
She just came back.
Oh, were they people asking
No,
stuff?
movie critic was just talking about Sinners is getting an IMAX re-release.
Oh,
Yes.
well. How many times are you gonna watch it again?
So he's gonna watch it again, yeah, because it's a re-release. In IMAX.
I knew who was gonna watch it again, but
Yeah.
how many times is he gonna watch it again? That's the.
How many times? I think it's only on for like 2 showings, so
Oh really?
it's one of those things where they only show so much.
So you're gonna go to both showings?
No, because one showing's on the same day as Nobody, I believe. Nobody too.
Which one's that one?
The one with Bob Odenkirk, where he goes on the hunt for the kitty cat bracelet.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Well, they're doing a sequel movie where they're on vacation.
Oh.
And
Does the kitty cat bracelet get stolen again?
we don't know what happens with the kitty cat bracelet. But you're welcome in, George, as well. I hope that you're doing well. I know you're on vacation at the moment.
Today I made sure to wear pink because.
3rd time at home, 10th time in the theater.
Oh well.
Yeah, because he owns the home release as well.
Oh sweet,
Yeah.
so that means you can watch it anytime.
Yes.
You can be like, bad film, Sinners. Bad film, Sinners.
Well, we're hoping for nothing but good films.
Yeah, well, I hope that, like, I'm hoping for like a good film.
Because you don't want to have the bad films. Hopefully the last bad film that releases
It's
is...
essentially Sinners is your like eye bleach. So like if you watch something completely cringe, you watch Sinners to eye bleach.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm following the rules of Wednesday from Mean Girls. You have to wear pink on Wednesdays.
Oh.
So I wore pink today. So.
That's what we were saying, have a variety of flower.
Well, he's like one of my favorite characters. I love Vegeta.
Oh, the home release is also in IMAX ratio as well. That's the other thing that makes it work.
Nice, yeah.
Oh, your first weekend job. Hang on a second. I think there's an ad happening.
Oh.
Your first weekend job after 2 weeks of vacation. That went by so fast. You were on 2 weeks vacation and it feels like it was not even that thing. I'm doing good. Alyson just got home.
Yes.
We're cracking down to the bottom of this case.
I'm setting up Animal Crossing.
We may finish the game today. I don't really know. There's a lot to do. Chances are maybe not, but that also means I can set up the thing. But I'm feeling good. I'm doing good. It's nice to have a nice long stream to be able to just do stuff as well. But yeah, I did not realize that 2 weeks went by so quickly. That 2 weeks went by so fast. It always does. Could have easily Black Manager supported to be quiet and then move the body. Objection! That's what the guy sounds like.
Is he supposed to be the Von Karma?
He's the ambassador, basically.
Oh, okay.
Sinners and next week F1 with the home release, so those 2 movies are your antidote to bad movies. There's your answer.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But we're hoping for nothing but good movies.
Yeah, I
Because the last bad movie was Dracula, and when I say it was the last bad movie, it may very well be the worst movie that he's ever seen.
Oh god, yeah.
It's either Strange. I think it was either that or Strange Darling.
Is that the oh, what's his name? The something samurai.
The Steel Samurai,
Steel
yes.
Samurai, yeah.
That is the Steel
Like,
Samurai.
Of course, there's another investigation about him.
Yes. And of course, Larry was dressed up as the Steel Samurai.
Is he the suspect?
He was the suspect at one point.
Oh.
That always happens.
Is he being accused of murder again? That's like the whole trope of Phoenix Wright games. Number one, Larry Butts always has to be a victim or like a suspect of like murder.
Yeah.
To have it be a good Phoenix Wright game, it needs to always have Larry Butts be a suspect of murder. Oh god. I like his design though.
Yeah, he's basically the ambassador, or ex-ambassador now, because we added him as the ambassador. He's no longer the ambassador.
Oh, you outed him.
The Interpol guy.
Yeah.
He ended up revoking his ambassador because he was basically had diplomatic immunity.
Oh,
So
right.
it was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna go and investigate.
Yeah.
Investigate that, yeah. Yeah, he said Dracula is at least the worst movie of the year, not even close. Christoph Waltz could have saved it if he didn't even know who his character was. There was an interview where he didn't even know how to answer questions towards the movie.
Oh god.
Yeah, it's the same guy from Better Call Saul. Because they're releasing a movie where he's basically on vacation with his family and it's an action movie. It's coming out very soon.
Pokemon!
It's very difficult to enter my embassy as the guards always conduct a thorough check. If someone so much as makes an unnatural movement, it would arouse their suspicions. He just likes working with Luke Besson. I don't even know if they've been in any movies together. Outside of this one. Have they? Have they? You know what? Have they? Christoph Waltz. Luke Besson. Movies. Did they do anything else together? The answer is no. The answer is no. They have not worked in a movie together at all, except for Dracula. That's the only movie that they worked. That's the only movie that they worked with. The movie is still at a 3.9, by the way, for movie reviews for the Dracula movie. Any other new reviews that have come out, or are these just the same reviews? Oh my god, I have to read this out to you. This is what someone's review was for this game.
Oh.
Dracula by Besson. Perfect. This movie is perfect. Thank you, Luke, for still being so creative and true to your soul. And remember, those who talk and write bad about your work are not to blame. They just don't get your art. Their minds aren't fit for greatness. Deep in your heart, we know, we are here. We love you, Luke. We love your movies. We always will. That's what someone's review for Dracula was. 5 stars.
Now, was there another 5-star review there? The other problem is like, what other films has he done?
He did stuff with Taken. He did Lucy. He did stuff with Taken. He's done a lot of stuff, but this is one of his first like actual directorial stuff. Then somebody else, 5 stars. I feel like Luke Besson has been judged way too harsh. I loved this movie. Beautiful love story where the acting makes you feel that unbelievable love. Beautiful pictures as well.
Well, from what I remember you telling me about it.
I wish I was kidding. These are the reviews.
Yeah. A ton of 5-star reviews on that.
Another 5-star review. Loved it. It's a love story, so if you like previous Dracula versions with fights and revenge or whatever, it's not for you.
From what you had told me, I think I prefer the Johnny Depp movie when he was like
4 stars.
More.
Enjoyed it. I was hoping for a fateful Dracula film, but it's pretty much Bram Stoker remake. He's Vlad the Impaler fighting Turks, wife dies, turns away from God, and there you go. That's the... Yeah, okay.
I saw one star review.
5 stars. Absolutely loved this movie. Is literally Bram Stoker's Dracula, but more playful. Another 5-star review. Wow, beautifully shot, amazing score, acting, Caleb as Dracula, just simply far superior than Nosferatu.
Oh my god.
I'm not even joking with you. This is what this review says.
From what you told me about it, I think I prefer Johnny Depp's like vampire movie. I don't remember.
I'm not even kidding.
I don't remember what the movie's called.
I will copy and paste this
I
review.
think that was more.
I will copy and paste this review. This person gave the movie 5 stars, and this is what they had to say. I wish I was joking, but I am not.
I'm curious about the movie that's called.
Alright, let me get back to the game while I'm doing this anyway. Let me think about that for a second. So we'll probably be going for a little while anyway. So whoever said that the guard would... This is actually really loud.
Oh, the printer. Sorry.
Alright, I gotta read this. Don't get your art. He killed his own wife, blamed others, took someone else's who their wife became a stripper, cried a lot, had a dance battle, killed himself, became Dracula without getting bitten, had Casper the Friendly Ghost Stone henchman, terrible score, terrible acting, and somehow even worse interviews. Yeah. Are you okay?
You choked on the thing when you were reading that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. As soon as you said dance party, I completely forgot that I
That's what
choked on my
happened.
own.
I'm not even kidding you. That's what happened in
Yeah,
the Dracula
I know.
movie. There was the
I
Count.
just forgot that.
The Count from Sesame Street is a more accurate portrayal of Dracula.
Mm. I just completely forgot that there was a dance
Yes,
battle.
there was a dance battle, and there was also like Dracula becomes a stripper.
Oh, that too. That also choked me up.
Yeah.
I didn't know that happened.
And then like this person, I'm not even kidding. Like that post that I wrote, that thing that I posted in the chat. Wow, beautifully shot, amazing score, acting. Caleb as Dracula, simply far superior than Nosferatu.
Far superior.
Like far superior. Not even like better. Not even like
That was a good movie that you watched, right?
Nosferatu. He loved Nosferatu,
Yeah.
the newer one. Like it's lies.
I wonder if is it similar to the old version of Nosferatu?
That you can't really compare the two because Nosferatu is Nosferatu when the original movie came out and Nosferatu the remake. It's like so much time has gone past.
Oh, yeah, the
Like Nosferatu back then was like such an important film. I don't think you can compare it to this one because obviously acting's far superior. Like other things are far superior. Like it's not fair to compare
I'm
them.
assuming the original Nosferatu came out close to when the original Dracula came out.
I think Nosferatu predates. Hang on. I think the original Nosferatu predates Dracula in terms of
Oh.
feature stuff. 1922 for the original Nosferatu.
Oh, 1920.
Bram Stoker's Dracula was 1897. The book.
Yeah.
I don't know when the first Dracula movie came out though. If you look at the first Dracula movie, the first one was 1930s.
Oh,
So it predates Dracula by a good, nearly a decade actually. Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Maybe Dracula got inspiration from Nosferatu.
Definitely. Definitely.
But then again, you did say that the book came out first, so...
Yes, but it's like, again, the movie itself, like, it took them a long time to make a movie of Dracula, actually. Yeah, Nosferatu is art, it's a masterpiece, almost a 10 out of 10 for me. The only reason why it's not is you want to more count Orlok. You have to leave, job is calling, have a good day, talk to you soon. No problem, thanks for stopping by, George, have a good day at work. Hopefully it goes by as fast as possible.
Travel safe.
Travel safe, and I will talk to you next time. Thanks for stopping by. Like, I'm not trying to get everyone riled up and ranting about stuff, but at the same time, it's like these are reviews that are getting posted up on the internet. And we already looked at some of those reviews before, and all of those reviews that I read out, apart from one, were all 5 stars.
I've played Animal Crossing for 4,255 hours or more.
I think you need counseling.
Yeah. And I'm still working on my island. Yeah. I'm still working on my island, so...
Yeah, when they said far superior, that almost makes it sound like there's not even close. Maybe people's minds have just changed on movies. They've been exposed to so many bad films or something, where it's just like, this movie has to be good, right? I don't know. If we retrace Mr. Abel's movements, we should find some hint to solving this case. Well, right after the Steel Samurai stage show, he went back to Alabasta, right? From there, he started preparing for his speech in the Alabastian embassy. It does sound like it wasn't possible for him to have gone to the Barbalese embassy. Couldn't have gone to Babar, but the body didn't remain at the theatre either. Is it possible that the body was temporarily taken to a different location first? I have no idea. Nosferatu has already been out, so its final numbers are... Let me check what Nosferatu's numbers were. Nosferatu, 50 million when it, budget, 181 million sales. Dracula... Dracula, 40 to 45 million. Box office right now in Europe, because they're only counting the Europe stuff at the moment, is, the movie's been out for almost 2 weeks. Box office in Europe, 1.7 million. 1.7 million. That's just one continent. So even if we combine all the other continents together, which is what, Africa, Asia, North America, South America, Australia, I think that's all of them, right? And then, because Antarctica and Europe, right? There's 7 continents. So even if we did that together, let's say that we were generous and rounded it up to 2 million, right? This movie has only made $10 million, and it's been out for 2 weeks. And that's me being generous by actually upping the amount of money. So, me being generous, it's barely made a quarter of its budget in 2 weeks. Nosferatu made 4 times its budget, almost, in its entire existence. So, there you go. There you go. That's the simplest way to look at it. I think this is now normal stuff, right? Yeah, that's the other thing as well. Is like, I don't like it when people lie about the reviews. I'm not saying that budget should mean bad movie, or like box office should mean bad movie. There's been plenty of good movies, great movies that have flopped in the box office, but it's lying. It's the they've either never seen a Dracula movie before, or their interpretation of what a Dracula movie should be is completely different to what we consider as a Dracula movie. So on the fourth statement, we already pushed this, didn't we? Did we push this already? Did we push these already? I think we did. Let me actually see if we did. I think I did already. Yeah, we did. Okay. Objection. Okay. Fourth statement, we're going to present the footage and then the notes and then the bloodstain. Okay. I have no idea. What would they complain about with Nobody 2? I don't know what would they say about Nobody 2 that would be like inaccurate to what it actually is. Like it is what it's advertised as. It's a fun action movie with some comedy elements, some serious elements, some good, you know, some fun characters. Like what would the thing that people would say is just maybe that's what they would do. I mean, they called Sinners woke, but granted, how many of those people actually watched it? Oh, that'll be the next thing. Yeah, that'll be what it is. Bob, Hutch puts his family in danger instead of just allowing for them to think. He's just intentionally harming the family. Even though in the movies, he loves his family, and, yeah. That's what it'll be. In fact, that's what he cares about the most. He cares about his family the most. That's the thing that he cares about the most. Yeah, that'd be the next thing. Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Or someone's gonna say something like, another action movie is better. They're gonna say, oh, Nobody 2 didn't have the stunts like Mission Impossible did, or something like this. It's gonna be that'll be the next comparison, right? Oh, you know, it was a good movie, but it was no Mission Impossible. Like, it was no Mission Impossible Final Reckoning. That'll probably be what the normal people would say. That's probably the you know, oh, this movie's overrated. It's not as good as Mission Impossible was. Calling out right here, right now, Hutch is a psychopath and likes to hurt his fan. I mean, James Gunn apparently called Batman a maniac and a psychopath, so perhaps you should give this a look. What is that supposed to be? It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area. Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it? Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement. Thank you for the warning. Now, if you could, take a good look at this section here. This lump here is inside the pushcart. And they are correct on that, since nobody is not a Member Berry movie. Yeah. I mean, they would be correct, but I can imagine someone being like, oh, it was a good movie, but it was, you know, Mission Impossible had had this really big stunt in it, and there was nothing in this movie that was on the level of the Mission Impossible stunt. Which basically just means most action movies can't live up to that because nobody else is doing that kind of thing. Like, yeah, stunts are an important part of an action film, of course, but, like, not every movie's gonna have something on that level. Should I? Because I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the pushcart. Yeah, the body and then the blood stain, that's right. That's not right. Oh, it is right. Never mind. Yeah. Yeah. It's just like when they said like Mission Impossible Final Reckoning was like the best the best the franchise has ever done. It's like, have they watched Fallout? Like, have they actually watched Fallout? Like, I don't think any like it's gonna be hard for Fallout to be topped for a movie in that series. I think. Like I feel like it essentially peaked with Fallout. I don't think they can top it any further. What is the meaning of showing me that? So the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Cochran's body. You had to steal Samurai Willie's body away from the real crime scene. What a guess. But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it. Yeah, it's okay to like a bad movie, I agree. But don't lie about it to try and convince people that it's better than it actually is, or that there's things that happen in the movie when they don't happen. Or just, yeah, you don't make reviews at all. And don't go and see someone giving a movie a good score or a bad score and then immediately try and convince them to change their mind or just post mean pictures. Like this shocked reaction of like, oh, I can't believe you gave it this, or I can't believe you felt this way about it. It's like, just be respectful about it and just... Can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. Like, what? I'm not even joking. One of the people on that review thing that I saw, it was like they wrote a love letter to Luke saying like, oh, we love you and we support you and you don't deserve all of this hate. But it's like, if the movie is not good, like... I dare you to watch Dracula and Nosferatu back to back and see who was right there. Yeah. And I also want to know. I want to take a poll of like. I want to know how many people watched Dracula and how many of them watched Nosferatu. Because we already have one person who said that they said it was far superior. They said Caleb was far superior than Nosferatu. Which I think is a lie. Don't have any more time to play with you people. Yeah, at least you'll have fun watching Nosferatu. That's the other thing. It's like what we were talking about before, how there was different ways to show off vampires and Dracula themselves. Sorry it took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Gummy! What you've come to? Is it still Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. I found it in the open-air stage area. So that's where you went. The spirit the pups left me with. Thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is it worth anything to the case? Yes, it just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. Something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open-air stage did you find this pushcart? Well, just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, Detective. Yes, sir. Yeah. I think if someone was a fan of those movies, they would say that. I'm not even necessarily saying that I'm a massive art movie kind of watcher, but it's worth giving it a shot, you know. It's worth giving it a shot. And the people that are in that movie, it's like they're good actors and actresses. There's really good performances across the board, so it's like you can at least appreciate something like that in that way. Steel Samurai Daddy used this pushcart to wheel the Iron Infinite round. Iron Infinite is Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess's kid, right? Yes, he made an appearance at the end of the stage show. It was a rather fitting ending to the whole thing. The Steel Samurai is unwillingly forced to move the body. Yeah, so high for werewolf, that's from someone who doesn't like werewolves. I mean, I think that movie will be good as well, for sure, if it's done by the same people. Just give Robert Eggers all the movie monster kind of things. He seems to know what he's doing. Oh, he's doing some other things as well. Yeah, werewolf. He's doing the Christmas Carol as well, apparently. And he's also doing Labyrinth. He's doing a Labyrinth remake, a Labyrinth sequel. He's doing the Christmas Carol with, Willem Dafoe. So that could also be interesting. Yeah, same cast as well. That could also... Like, that's the thing as well. It's like, attention to detail, period dramas, historical accuracy, using certain dialects, and even, like, when he talks, like, there was an interview where he doesn't like setting things in contemporary eras because he just doesn't like modern technology, photographing through modern technology. And he said the furthest he would go would be the 1950s. Like, he doesn't want to do anything beyond, like... He doesn't want to do anything current day. He wants to do stuff from the past. Which I think is a good sign. And all of his movies have high scores. All of his movies have high scores, at least where, you know... And they made money as well. The Witch, even The Witch, a movie that you didn't like, made 10 times its budget. The Northman, it didn't make its money back, unfortunately. Which it should, definitely should have, because The Northman was fantastic. The Northman barely missed making its budget, which is a complete shame that actually happened. That's a shame. I actually just saw this now. His only movie, like, that's the only movie that he made that didn't make money, was The Northman. It cost 70 to 90 million to make, and made only 69 million in the box office, so it actually bombed. Which is such a shame, because that movie is great. I loved watching that. I've watched that at least 2 or 3 times, and every time it's fantastic. So I feel like he either needs a bigger budget, or maybe he just needs more people to watch his movies, but... He does a lot with, little. Like, even The Witch that you hated, he made $40 million off of The Witch. And it only cost him $4 million to make. So... Regardless of what you thought about The Witch, it was still... It was his best movie, but after Nosferatu Ritual might be to put it in second place. Yeah. Understandable. I don't know, I think we need more people like that, where it's like, he doesn't want to set certain things... You know, it's blood. This must be Mr. Kojin's blood. Which only goes to prove that Mr. Kojin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. Like, I would not disagree with, you never saw The Lighthouse. They said The Lighthouse was 11 million and he made 18, so it wasn't a bomb, but it didn't make as much money back as it could have. But he's only made 4 films. A lot of the other stuff was like short films. But again, for someone who's only made 4 films and 2 of them were successes, he's already got Werewolf, Labyrinth remake, and Werewolf Labyrinth remake and A Christmas Carol on the thing. So we'll see what he does with those. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Coach in this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. Robert Eggers might be in your top 10 best directors. That's a lot of praise. I feel like after... Give him a couple more movies. Give him a couple more movies, I reckon. Give him a couple more movies. And let that develop a little bit, and I could definitely see it. I think he needs more movies and more time. Yeah, Dennis Villeneuve just for June. I could see that. Peter Jackson for Lord of the Rings. And then you've got, obviously, your other, you know, big famous directors as well. I think you just have to give Robert Eggers some more time. Oh, nonsense. Why would I bother to do such a thing? You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast. I mean, it was difficult for you to make a stop in bar. Arrival was good, didn't like Sicario. Yeah. I think Nolan goes there. Like, Nolan's in there regardless. Even though, like, some of his movies are a bit overrated, but it's like, he's pretty consistent. Guy Ritchie would be there. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, if, Dennis makes that, Bond movie really good, he did Blade Runner as well, the second Blade Runner, which I like Blade Runner, it was fine. And he did Prisoners as well. He did Prisoners as well. Well, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. Then you smuggled it out of Alabast. Prisoners was good but overrated. Oh, I thought you liked that movie. If you can show how you moved the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win. But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight. I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. So I ask you to provide us with... testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast. Where is that reason? There we go. You liked it, but it's not as great as people's. Ah, okay, I get what you mean. Yeah. I know that well, we've discussed this before. Not necessarily like a harsh critic, but I think you're like a fair one. And you're more than happy to point out, like, when someone is, Not like being truthful, I guess, is the best way to put it. Miles Edgeworth. Have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means... there is no question that can't be answered right. The Prima Duck statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Neil Blomkamp, the thing creator and leader. He's on the top 10, but he's still a good director. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people that liked his movies, but he's I think a lot of people didn't like a lot of the stuff that he did with certain things, I guess. Like, I can think of more other people as well that would be up there, but like a lot of older directors. Which means there must be a logic for somewhere I can exploit. So I did the bloodstain. Now I gotta press everything. Press all the statements, then do bilateral near the wall. Okay. After I returned to Elabas, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yada Garasu appeared. I feared for the natural treasure, so I raced back to my office. Is that all? Yes, that's all. Oh yeah, Matthew Vaughn, I was going to mention him. First Class, Kingsman, and Kick-Ass. Yeah, he would be there. Trying to think about like other like more recent choices. Yeah. Oh, they are making new Kingsman. Is it going to be a sequel to Kingsman, or is it going to be a sequel to the newer movies? I heard that they're making a new one. I did say that The Rock would have made a good villain for one of them, but I don't think at this point they're going to want to do that. Did you ever watch Argyle? Kingsman the Blue Blood? That sounds interesting. Did you watch Argyle? Oh, there you go. Two of them. Kingsman the Blue Blood. And Kingsman and the Kingsman the Traitor King. Okay, I didn't actually realize that was a thing that they. No, there's two. Argyle was pretty bad. I from what I saw on the trailers, it looked like it could have been a fun and interesting movie. The film is the beginning and the end of the film. Wants to get okay, so they are maybe working on Blue Blood, and then they've also got the Traitor King for the Kingsman, which is going to be an alternative history for Adolf Hitler and how he came to power. That could work. The script is apparently completed. And then also they were going to make a TV show called Statesman, where it was going to be Channing Tatum, Jeff Bridges, and Halle Berry would all be in the movie, and they were going to... He took inspiration from the Loki TV show as inspiration. So that's also could be something. But not entirely sure. Yeah, I hope that they make more of them. Could definitely do with Looks like you left out a few things. Such as the murder of Damask #2. The Kingsman had a cameo in a mid-credit scene in Argyle. Yeah, I have not seen Argyle, so I've only seen the previews, but I heard that it was bad, but I saw the trailers, and I was like, this movie could be at least somewhat interesting. I feel like I kind of have to watch it, because it's just it's a spy movie. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office. Oh, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time. Is not every life precious? Do you really need me to answer that for you? People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society. Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this? Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you like. Movements in Alabast. It's not bad, but just extremely done it in not a good way. Yeah. I mean, I'm willing to at least see it out. And just, I can't see, I thought it was, when I saw it, I thought this is similar to Kingsman, so I figured that maybe I would give it a go. Just to see if it's actually, like, somewhat decent, because I liked all 3 Kingsman movies. Even the second one, which had some problems, but... You know, even that Operation Fortune movie with Statham, I liked it, but at the end of the movie, I was just kind of like, that was a weird and interesting movie. It wasn't terrible, it wasn't fantastic, but it was a fun movie for what it was. I had a hard time trying to put thoughts together about it. Yeah, Kingsman is definitely superior, absolutely. Yeah, I think Operation Fortune's a fine movie. Like, I think it's not as good as Kingsman. I just think that it was interesting.
Hold it.
So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around. The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest. So you do have a soft side after all. The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels. So you tend to strain your back as well, huh? Isn't it just because you're normally all hunched over? You did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose. The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. It was good to see Jason Statham playing a role where he was still playing the character, but at the same time he was also in these, like... There was some funny moments in the movie. I do like me some, you know, I do love the Bond movies, but I do like, you know, I like Kingsman, I like the Johnny English movies, like the parodies. Your phone is drained, so I have to charge it. Hopefully you will have a good stream until next time. No problem, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the chats as always. And I will see you in the next time. Thank you for the chats and things as always, though.
Hold it.
Yellow Karasu was just a trick you had set up. A most amusing joke, and how do you propose that I set it up? If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yadagarazu's shadow. That is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. What's it gonna take for you to fess up to anything? Very well then, let's move on to a different question. After the Yadagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And once everyone was inside, well...
Hold it!
What happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this, however. Upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Mask Man.
Objection!
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name is Damask, too. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Primodoc statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped with the fake. Talk about an unlucky man. Being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. This newcomer is really letting her whip fly by. The scary part is her silence while she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I might be able to prove that he is actually guilty of anything. Are we finished here? Miles, Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babal? Sir Edgeworth! Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it? Is this the end? Appears that we made it just in time. Oh, the actual... It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle. Evil Magistrate, it's time for you to pay. Oh, here they come. It's the Steel Samurai! No, you are mistaken, for I am... Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Tokyo. And this is... Pink Princess Mommy! Yep, it's still old bag, still... Edgy Poo! Oh no. Two people that I wanted to see the least. Larry, what are you two doing here? Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just want to help, yeesh. Gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust of my samurai spear. Go away. How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us? Well, isn't that grand? I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now? Hey! Is it just me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh yeah. Found him in a ball, but he was in the middle of the pool. Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. Oh, it appears that we made it. Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal. She found it in a pool. I don't recall there being one in Babal. Oh, that. Well, I was in Elabas the whole time. So I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. Thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden. I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh? Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. But I found him in...
Hold it!
That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of the pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. Key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabast is the Yadagarasu bilateral symmetry, or it's the bilateral symmetry, so that would imply that if there's a travel route from one end, there has to be a travel route from the other one. That's the best way to put it, I guess. Or at least that's how I would explain it anyway. That's right. So embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir? There's a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the rat used to smuggle Mr. Cushion's body lies. Something like that really exists, sir? Embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine. It'll be right here. So if it's bilateral symmetry. Yeah, that there, and then, just the fire, fountain.
Take that!
Yes, sir, I'll be back before you know it. It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time. You will stay here with us and wait. This is Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There is a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden. Just as I suspected. What is it? The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other. Which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Barbalese side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Alabast. Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any. Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool. It was the Barbalese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected. And where is your proof that the two sides are connected? Proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant. This blasted doll! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back! Hey. Don't tell me. You guys figured everything out without me. We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son. If he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through to Babal. This guy's a doll and he's small, so I can believe it made it, but he has a point. Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe? See, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over. Agent Lang? Why is he helping Mr. Albert out now? He's not. He's realized the flaw in my argument is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. And another thing. Mr. Cochin's body was found in his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open-air stage? Mr. Albert had an accomplice in Babal, remember? You mean Sheena, right? With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office. Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body? He's right, Sheena would drown if she did that. It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe. It looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body. Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements. What was happening in the embassy around the time Sheena was in Babal? I think there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. There is, because they drained it, remember, in the first part, so... Get rid of the water. That's it. Now I believe this time we really are done, right? Fortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Elba. You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water? Move the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done. Excuse me? The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time. What do you mean there wasn't any water? Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. Oh, the what's the same thing? Oh, right, the fire. Yeah, the fire. Yeah, the fires. Because remember, they used the... Yeah, they used the water from the pool to quench the fire. Tonight, the Yadagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Barbalese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border. So what? The water level went down. The reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this. Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. I haven't lost yet. I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead you to your defeat. Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route. I know that. Should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Elba, how deep are these pools anyway? I'll have you know, these pools are extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the wall, either. It'd be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb out of the pool. Ladders or footholds along the walls? There was no need for such things. What do you mean? If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will. Looks like you got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already. The way in which Miss Sheena and the body were able to rise up to ground level, if there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. This was used so that the body of Miss Sheena could move up and down in the pool. These here. Let me do pick knife. I don't know how much more of this we've still got left if we keep going. Not really a lot. Oh my goodness, not a lot at all. When did we get the trophy for the stepladder conversation, or did I miss something? Or is there always a conversation with the stepladder thing? This must be in general. There must be a second one. Yeah, there must be another one. Okay, so that's probably why I've missed it. Mr. Elba used the fountain spouts in a manner of speaking. Use the fountain spouts? How so? The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Machina and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Barbalese side and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion for all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cochran's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Elba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation of things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Cochran's body into the pool. At this time, Miss Sheena was busy conveniently starting the first fire in the bar. She then made for the open air stage's pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in the pool, the water level went down. By the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Elevast into Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Elba simply opened the fountain spouts once more.
Who's that Pokemon?
And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Miss Sheena and the body. After that, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There is an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Cochran's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. Well, ex-Ambassador Albert, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? You knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back. You accuse me of moving the body across country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me. Nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now? Proof. I believe what is what he seeks. Yes, proof. Without any, who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened? He wants proof? What are you going to do, Mr. Edgeworth? There is no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. Body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Babal's open stage area. It was the pick.
Take that!
And what exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Barbalese side will be your undoing. A guitar pick? Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were? Much to your chagrin, perhaps this is not a guitar pick. This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to, we have a photo of it, so that would be... Is it something in the commemorative photo? Oh, that's what it is. Oh, that's what it is. It's the missing flower piece from the, it's the missing flower piece from the thing, the bouquet. Yeah, the thing they were mentioning before. That's what it was. Okay. Now I know what it is.
Take that!
Oh, sorry. They want to know what it belongs to. Never mind. I thought they were talking about the, we need to give the... I think it's the knife, not the picture. I thought that we had to show them the picture to refresh their memory. That's what I thought it was for. So it'll be the, yeah, this...
Take that.
Let's take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Coach. On the handle of this knife, there's a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick into that open slot. It's a perfect fit. I assume that the petal must have fallen off of the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder. And then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's body. That's an interesting story, nothing more. Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story. Because for some reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet, you say? Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon, which was smuggled into the theatre, wind up in the open-air stage area on the Barbalese side of the embassy? Don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all to me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Garden's pool on through into Babal. Impossible! People of Shake Far have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Albert. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy. Why? Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life. No matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see it to that. Justice is served to people like you. You can't call what you've given a perfect argument. You know, I don't think this guy is going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with, or people who refuse to admit when they lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually. You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence that I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Albert, I request that you testify once more. This will really be the end of the line. Oh, there's the segment into part 3. So this case is actually just this is the law safe? Yep. March 15, 3:33 AM, Theatrum Neutralis lobby. Mr. Albert, I request that you testify once more. As if there is anything else for me to testify about. Still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Albert who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis. Very well, I suppose I could do you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. Only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation. Can we press him for everything here, I guess? Press the third statement, and then present later. Okay. Steel Samurai's show. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the content of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. So you were in the theater proper, watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai. Yeah, it was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool, it's the Steel Samurai who was cool. Yeah, and the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh? Hey, Edgy, who is she? Who is this super cute girl? She's been standing here this whole time and only now he notices her? Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation. Sorry, I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Of course. Yes, okay, I'm Larry Birds. Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle. You got that? I know, this is the end. For that man there. You know, that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear, I will finish the job. This really is the endgame. Time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. Okay, third statement we have to press, so we'll avoid that one. Last row? I should think that an ambassador would have special seating reserved. I wanted my staff to enjoy the Steel Samurai show as well. So I gave up all of the good seats for them. It was enough for me to simply see them. Hey, the Steel Samurai wasn't the only hero. Let's not forget about the Pink Princess here. My dear madam, if you continue to thrust about like that, your hip may begin to hurt again. Oh my, well aren't you the considerate person you want to be? But this young butterfly is on the side of Edgy Poo. So you can spare me the flirtatious come-ons. Wow, he's completely frozen. In frustration, perhaps. I dare say she can be one rather trying opponent. In any case, Mr. Alba, can you actually prove to us that you were watching the show? Hold it. Are you admitting then that you have no way of proving to us that you were watching? Quiet, you buzz in my ear like a pesky little fly. If you don't wish to listen quietly until the end of what I have to say, then perhaps you should pack up and get out of my way. I see that you're willing to be a bit more receptive now. Well, it's true that I may be difficult to prove that I was out in the audience. We must skip that one. Hold it. I agree. Today will be a day to remember. Especially when we finally make you pay for all the wrongs you committed. What? Hey, that's what the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate. Actually, that line was just something I ad-libbed. You may act all surprised, but naturally you remember this line, don't you? Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt, that's all. And allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more. Hey, then that makes you the Steel Samurai, huh? Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose, then yes. And I do believe it's about time to bring the curtains down on this with a bang. I wonder if Mr. Albert was really there watching the show. I don't think so, because the only time he had to commit the murder was during the show. The only time he could have placed the body into the pushcart was during the scenes when the Iron Infant was not on stage. Then that means, by the end of the stage show, are you saying that the body was already in the pushcart by then? No way! You mean I was pushing a dead body around? That you used me in such a foul manner is unforgivable, evil magistrate. Well put, Steel Samurai. Now I will show to all those present just who is the evil magistrate that the Steel Samurai must defeat. Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself. That's nice. That's nice. Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture. Wasn't planning to let him. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. Didn't you think the climatic scene of today's show was just totally awesome? Yes, I remember that well, and that spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate, early summer rain jab. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever. Is that how it went? Totally forgot about that. How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear. Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move? Suppose you are correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me. Early Summer Rain Jab was a move that was to be unveiled today. And because I saw that brand new special move, I believe it confirms my alibi. Oh, sad. The only way he's got to protect himself is that he watched the Steel Samurai. I guess this guy really has nothing else left.
That Pokemon?
Yes, and to avoid arrest, you can bet he'll say or do anything. But with all of us here, there will be no escape for him. Yeah, we'll find a way to bring him to justice. Now then, let us continue with your testimony, Mr. Albert. Very well, the Steel Samurai special move and the various other scenes. Okay, so I think it was this one? I'm going to present the Samurai Spear then. Then the cart. And then the deduction. Yeah, so the reason why we know that that's false is because he broke the spear, so he couldn't use the, do the rain jab. Yeah. The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer? You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me by asking the same question over and over? That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this. The Samurai Spear, what about it? This spear actually never made it on stage today. Excuse me? Fortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Kay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai's special move was tonight? It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. Correct. Because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Curses Albert, you didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you? So if he wasn't watching the show tonight, then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Cochin instead. So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. Just what is so funny? You're so sloppy, and so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watched the show, or most of it in any case. What do you mean by most of it? Ah, you see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage. That was the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, Belle. Just because it's got the name of the move wrong. You can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show. Honest. As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan, ever. Who was that just now? Who be away, young lady? Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that? Edgy, please hold on for a second, I beg. You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan. But I totally think he's a Steel Samaniac. What exactly is a Steel Samaniac, Belle? I believe you meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one, because I'm the Steel Samurai. I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai. What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth? It appears the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show, filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart. Sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Cochin. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for? Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain job. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Wait, it was a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say? Did I say something stupid again? Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret? Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before? Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. But 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room whiteboard. Early summer rain job, that's kind of how we decided the name of the show. By that time, I'd already bet the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. Long story short, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, kind of pretended the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret. So basically a gag order was issued for publicity's sake. Almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move. Hold those lips of yours still. The heck, old man? I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's all very tedious and a pointless exercise in wasting time, much like a kid's show. Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you. How dare you? Suspect that you already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony. So now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show. Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, curses Alba. You were the one who said it yourself that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start. So, just what are you driving at? That the name of the move that you just told us was never used in the show or said aloud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Curse Alba, this is the only way you could have known about the move Name of the special move. You saw it, you asked about it, or you thought it up. Weird. Oh, it was you saw it there. For a second, I thought I missed something. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret. So you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard. So that means Mr. Albert was in there at some point, right? What's the big deal, sir? I didn't see what that means. There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room. So we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Cochran's murder. It was the... This. Because I think this was in the dressing room from what I remember them saying. The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. That's all that done. Any trophies? There's some logic stuff there as well to do. Pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there, along with the Iron Infinite in the last scene of the show. And then right after the show ended, it went into Alabaster along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage. So basically the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. Precisely. Oh, but wait, what if, and this is just a what if, what if the murder took place right in the dressing room? What do you mean, Kate? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Slipping undetected into a private dressing room then would be as simple as pie. The killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with the pushcart then too. Correct, thus making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Coaching. Curses Albert, during the show you went down to the dressing room. And I want to know why. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room. I knew it! I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest. Not so fast. What is it now? Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What is there to explain? I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name at the move on the whiteboard. You punk, still trying to get out of this. Do you really think you can get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him? Don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. Don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there. Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal. If we use Little Feast, we may even learn something from a recreation. We don't need to do any of that. What? Wolfie, how could you? I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that I've already searched there. My men really are something else. And they found nothing. There's only one other thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it. I guess you're right. If they found something, they would have reported it to us. The couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find. If there's no info to feed into little feet, then I can't do much to help either. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. The fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can provide proof both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a three-man. Is there no other course of action afterwards? It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you will excuse me, because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one. Who is it this time? Hold it right there, you whippersnappers! First Larry, now you? What is it with you scary mobs that like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I didn't mean to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in. Why did you have to speak up right at this instant? But you know what, Edgy Poo? Cheer up. Because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing. The most wonderful thing? From you? It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know? Ah, my special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? Is this? It's...
Who's that Pokemon?
Books of those samurai dogs, right? Yeah, so Edgy Poo, here, go on and eat one and you'll feel right as rain. Are we through here? Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo? Tell me you understand the depth of this lady's love for you? I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know? No, sir. The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed you and made you nice and full. One day it's my dream to serve you some of my own homemade food. I mean, it isn't the desire of everyone to make sure that their beloved never goes hungry, and what if that was... I lost it. I just lost it. I got halfway through and then it just went way too fast. That's just what I want to experience. I'll tell you one thing, though. A long time ago, they used to say that I could make the most delicious meal out of any ingredient you threw at me. Oh, I was a star in the kitchen back then, and I was... Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do anything about her? There is no power on earth that can force that woman into silence. But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. Had a special design on its fan, like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. But when I ate one, it tasted just like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad. Wait, a special box with a Hinamaru-like fan on it? Never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there's no such thing as a Hinamaru dog. Take from the dressing room, the fan's red sun is filled in for some reason. It's a contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this red sun may be just what we needed to point us in the right direction. A present? Studio B was basically told us to play delivery boys. I suppose I hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. To pile them all into the pushcart just to move them. Boxes of samurai dogs were sitting in the pushcart. You understand what this means, correct? Killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. Killer placed Cochin's body into the pushcart in the dressing room. And then forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be. Once we found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. Okay, so now it's logic time. So we've got to put the samurai dogs and the body in the pushcart together, and then the Hinamaru dogs with the new thing, and then examine the spot. Still got a lot of things to do. And then apparently it was called Rising Sun Dogs in the original version, but it's called Hinamaru Dogs. Gotta put these two together. Samurai and bodycart, because that's where it is. Killer used the pushcart to transport the body. Which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. The samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor. Hang on one second. Most of the likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. Dogs were put in the dressing room floor by the killer to make room for the body. So that puts these two together. should not exist. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinamaru on it. This red sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing samurai dogs from the pushcart. Then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. So if this red substance turned out to be what I believe it to be, empty old bag. Thank you. You have given to me is truly something very special. Edgy poo! Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir? So as I suspected, you killed Mr. Coach in the dressing room. How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to consider cooperate is with some definitive evidence. Arrogance and self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every single piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good. I didn't check my recent evidence stuff. You're bluffing. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sounds like you finally found them. Oh, that's the Animal Crossing, summer, what's his name, thingy-majiggy or whatever.
It's the statues that I
found. Yeah, the statues.
It's fingers walking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like the design.
Yes.
I'm doing a wedding area.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was just my
The insurance thing.
my car insurance.
Yeah.
It's due in 5 days.
Yeah.
But it's like I first got the thing like a month ago, so I'm like, why am I gonna I don't want to pay it a month prior.
Yeah.
Like now since I got the renewal thing, I'll pay it tonight.
Yeah.
Don't have to pay it a month in advance.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll just pay it tonight.
Yeah. So tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs is gonna put the old man away? Trace evidence that will bring him down. Why, it's here, of course. This part is just the same as all the rest of the boxes. But there is one spot in particular on this box that seems off. What exactly is it? Box of samurai dogs with a Hinamaru fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood. Blood, you say? Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste. Gotta admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey, you, get this down to the lab pronto. Why was there blood on that box to begin with? think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with a pushcart, correct? Yeah, you have a great memory, Edgy. Pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff on. Figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart. If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor? See, the killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart. Exactly, and that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box. When my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because embassy staff members had already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder. It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great feat to shame. What a scandalous way of putting that. I didn't steal, I received it from myself. Curtis Alba, I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part. Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however. How can he be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this? Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what? So, Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet. Sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime, that alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room. You say that like it means something. Excuse me, sirs. Report, what were the results of the analysis? So, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood. I knew it. With this cursus, Albert... Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question. Your question? The one from before? Or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make? Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room. But it doesn't prove that I am your killer, does it? That's... It's a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Albert is the killer. This evidence, it's meaningless. It can't be, we were so close, sir. I'm gonna smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do. Finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. I can't think of a single thing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. Who's that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now. Wasn't me, Belle. Wasn't me this time either. Wasn't me either. Who? Why did you... because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, so... There's more? Hurry up and spit it out. Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned. It's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood. What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it? I don't know, sir. All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore. Neither do I. My, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proved something to be true, alright? Namely, my words. And which one of your words would that be? The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy. What sort of nonsense? Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder. So you would like to believe. What if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then? I guess that's possible. Damn it! Have I been wasting our time on a red herring? The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough. Curses Alba, you bastard! Silence. Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. I've wasted enough time here with you. And you have your answers, now let me through. Oh, it doesn't matter where you run off to. You'll never escape me. Someday I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my thanks into you, you'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see it, to it that this day happens. Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whining of a pathetic loser of a mutt. Is this really the extent of all that we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility, someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it is I who has been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he do? What would he who can turn in any desperate situation around do? Turn it around? That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get onto the box like this. And if I think about it that way, if the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed into the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. There is only one other person that could be. Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage, and will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the Underworld will also allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me. Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. What do you mean? Let me describe you in one word. Pitiful. Pitiful? How so? Cursus Albert, your wings were clipped long ago. For someone who was trying to fly from away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you. Mere words. What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth? Just what you think it means, Kate. We had already caught him in our trap a while back. With an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence? The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood. We know that it is not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to this case at all. Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good, then I believe you are already aware of what I mean. Then you know who the blood belongs to. Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in its tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. It has to belong to... If it doesn't belong to the victim, it belongs to the killer. The blood of the red sun on this box belongs to you, Cursus Albert. It's his blood in the box of samurai dogs. It's not even a victim. Blood fell into the box when Mr. Kojin's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer. So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim, then there is only one other person it could belong to. Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion. Mr. Kojin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding? What if during the murder Mr. Kojin had fought back? You mean if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Kojin managed to wound Mr. Alba? Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves he was bleeding then. What is the piece of evidence that shows that Mr. Alba was probably bleeding at the time? The wound that he has.
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear in your body a great wound. That was from when Damask, who attacked me with a pair of scissors. Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room. Ah, but is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors? You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip by you, no matter how insignificant the possibility. You're one to talk, Mr. Albert. You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as a smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal. I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing. I believe I've overlooked something. You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Kojin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right? Yes, that is correct. I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you will propose that such a weapon came from. Wait, what? What is this? Hatsune. For a second, that was a spam account. Would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort. Just as Mr. Albert was able to bring in the Alabastian knife and a bouquet. There must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort. Ah, but as long as you can't prove what that other way is. All your talk about Mr. Kojin stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you'd better hurry and tell me now. Wait, what? This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Kojin brought a weapon into this theater. The knife. The Yatagarasu knife. this is how they got, yeah. This is how they got there. By law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yeti-Gravasu's key. But that key... That's the key from my father stole from here 7 years ago. And it is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought to the theater. Oh, from the thing, actually. How far am I from this case? Because I gotta remember that, like, I can still... Even if I am near the end, I can also just... do the review, which also might take a little bit of time. And I can do that the next time. Oh, there's also a bad ending here that I could have done too. I still have a chance to get the... Actually, no, I just gave the killing blow. So this is the killing blow. This is the killing blow, and then the breakdown stuff happens later. So it technically inputted the last thing that actually matters. So we're gonna get the ending, as well as the credits, as well as everything else done. Potentially in the next stream. Because I just realized now, it's like, that was the last input. So we'll get the ending with the breakdown. We'll get the aftermath of the case after that, and then we'll get the credits, and then we get the review. So that would be actually a good thing to actually, like, because, yeah, that would actually be kind of good to do.
Who's that Pokemon?
So we've done the first game. First game is finished, basically, outside of just completing this thing, yeah. So we've got the epilogue, we've got the credits, we've got the review, we've got anything else we can go and look at, we've got other things we can talk about with the game when we get into the thing. So that'll be it for today's stream. We went way longer than it normally would go, but it is what it is. So, obviously in terms of progression-wise, I should actually save the game. I have to save it. Gotta save the game, actually. I forgot to do that. So I could keep going, but I also have the credits, the epilogue, the post stuff to do here, the review, which I can do a short stream the next time that we do it, and then that would be into the next game. So, obviously, in terms of the stream, like, again, nothing graphically or music-wise really changing. It's just usually very consistent. Same thing with gameplay, nothing's changed either. Obviously, character-wise, for the most part, most stuff hasn't changed. The characters are still very much the same. We were able to figure out about the true nature of the Yeti-Gravasu, that it was Faraday, Callista, and Bad. Callista was, Sheena was unveiled as Callisto, who has now since been arrested. Francisca got accused of murder at one point. We've just figured out now that Manny was murdered by Elba, obviously. And Shilong ended up coming around to doing a few things as well. Obviously, Elba, the ambassador, ended up, like, feigning his, oldness, I guess, and, sort of kind of exposed himself, I guess you would say. Even Larry and Oldbag made him come back near the end. Bad ended up revealing that he was the third member of the Yeti-Gavasu. In terms of the story stuff, I mean, I should probably, like, load up what we did today, because I wasn't expecting us to, like, we wouldn't have finished this today. We could have, if we kept going, we could definitely have finished it, but at least this means when I do my stream tomorrow, or the next day, I can at least go and do, some other stuff. Let me actually like load up what I wanted to do, because we're not finished yet, so I won't go over the entire review, because we haven't seen the entire ending yet, or the credits. we'll just go over what we did in terms of story-related stuff today, because we made a lot of progress. We started at, I think we started in middle 3? Where did we start? We started... Oh no, we started before that. We were in middle 2, I think. We started... oh yeah, sorry, we were in the Secretariat's office doing that. So we started in the Secretariat's office, got to the end there. That was when all the stuff we were at the middle 3. It got to a point where we were able to convince that Sheena was somebody else. We ended up going and basically breaking all that down from the very beginning. We discovered that she had stuff in her clothes, which we set on fire, so that we could prove that it was her. She did a bunch of testimony for all that as well, and then it was actually revealed that she was the prosecutor from before, in the previous case, Callista Yu, and she did she never unveiled herself as that, like, she just, you know, it was just her mannerisms, I guess. And then we figured out that how they actually managed to do it, like with the grandfather clock and the wire connecting the 2 rooms together using the secret passage of the second thing of the fireplace. They were able to do that. They burned the coat, obviously, and she takes Kei hostage, says that she's the Yatagarasu. It's revealed that the Yatagarasu isn't a 1 person, it's in fact 3. Callista being the prosecutor, Byrne being the prosecutor, because it makes him being able to disarm the systems. Callista being a defense lawyer means that she's able to go and do what she needs to do, and Detective Bad is able to be the one that hides the evidence. So essentially 3 people were the Yatagarasu by the end of this, thing, I should say. And Lang got shot, he's walking fine. You got arrested. We found out that Little Thief was basically made by the Yatagarasu. So Sheena got taken away. Also, Bad got taken away, so that got them out. And then also, at the end of that section, she left the hair sticks, which we ended up finding out what their use for was for later, because she mentioned specifically, I wasn't the one who killed Manny, so we figured out that. That ended up getting done as well. They had a big backstory about, like, why they became the Yatagarasu as well. That was all very well broken down. And then we got the trump card, which we had a decision to use if we wanted to use it or if we didn't want to use it, obviously. We got the videotape and the trump card, which were both stolen evidence, and we weren't supposed to have it, but we ended up having to basically pursue this, and then a lot of the connections there happened from that point. And then we have to figure out what happened between the different murders with the different immigration stuff. We played the tape, which ended up showing Manny with the knife and the card. And also we saw in the background one of the cars, and we saw some other stuff there as well. Albert entered into the fray at this point, and we started breaking down how all the stuff with Albert was going on, which we eventually got down to him being the watering of the flowers, which was this was around the point where Francisca was being accused of murder in the game, so we got down to that. Once all that was figured out, we figured out the stuff with the crossbow bolts, how those were done. And then it was a matter of figuring out how they were able to swap the 2 Babal and Alabast statues, which they ended up figuring out that as well. With the pulley system, obviously, using the fans, and everything else in between, of course. We had to prove, we found the counterfeit bill plate inside the fake statue, and then that was how we broke down that the only person who had access to that was the ambassador, who ended up killing Damask because he ended up being too far thing in the first place. So that's been finished. they said that they tried to say it was accidental, and obviously we proved that that's what they. And then we also proved that they were the person waiting in the car when Cochin got dropped off to go and do what he was doing. So instead of him being a weak elderly man, he ended up being like an ex-army guy who was thing. He showed off his wound that he took from the damage from Damask, apparently. He also started saying about, like, oh, all the crimes that I did were committed within the embassy, and I have extraterritorial rights, which means that I can't, I'm unable to do, such and such and such thing. Even though we proved him otherwise. And he tried to use the diplomatic immunity excuse. We ended up breaking that down. And we had to put a whole bunch of other things together. At first, we had to go. They went back to the crime scenes. We investigated a little bit more with some pictures that were shown, and figured out about some other things that were appearing. We also figured out the stuff about the where the murder was getting taken place. And we saw the security footage, which was obviously very telling about that too. And then we finally confronted him, and he was basically it got to a point where if we questioned him too many times, he was going to start making a lot of mistakes in terms of his. He was making a ton of mistakes in terms of his program, not like what he was doing and stuff. Also, we ended up going and, what else did we do? Once we pressed him and that, basically he tried to use his power of diplomatic immunity, and then, Lane came back, stripped him of the diplomatic immunity, and then it basically allowed him to be a lot more vulnerable because he was trying to escape to get out of the area, of course. And then, just as we thought that that was over with and we got to that point, then Gumshoe arrived with the pushcart and we had even more evidence to use. He was still fighting back after that. We then had another interference where Old Bag and Larry came back to explain the stuff that they found with the infant baby doll being found in the area as well. We also ended up doing a few other sections with that area. We also ended up doing stuff with the reservoir and figuring out how they were able to basically everything, because everything was completely symmetrical. One thing had to be on the other side. So we figured out that there was two pools, how they were able to get the body from one side to the other, how they were able to get evidence from one side to the other. By raising the pool, the water levels and decreasing the water levels. And then once all that was done, how they explained how they got everything into place, of course. And then, just as it looks like we're about to get to the end, he had more stuff to thing, which then came down to the play, which he got the name of the move incorrect because he was just getting stuff wrong as it was. And then also just figuring out what else he was going to end up doing. And that got figured out, and then he tried using the bathroom break excuse, that didn't work. He then tried saying that he was in the waiting room, and he got the move's name wrong, and then the stuff with the samurai dogs, which we investigated for the blood, and then now we're at that point here where basically we inspected the red spot, it had the blood of Alba on it, and once we got the that information out of the way for that finished, and that's basically that. We thought that was the end, and then the technician came back. We compared the wound to his blood. It was a match, and then we presented how a weapon could have gone into there, which was obviously the Yatagarasu key. Which everything comes back to the Yatagarasu in the end, like a full circle kind of moment with the game, which is actually kind of cool that they were able to do something like that. And, yeah, I guess we'll just wait and see what happens at this point. So the next time we stream this, we'll get all the reveals about how everything played out. We'll get the aftermath and the epilogue. We'll get to review the game. We'll get the credits. We'll get a few other things as well. But we won't do that tonight. Because we've run out of time anyway. I don't think there's anything else I want to really talk about when it comes to this. I feel like we're already kind of, going over that in the first place, so we'll just wait and see what happens. I'm not sure what else to really talk about anyway. I feel like I'm kind of repeating myself at this point. So... what have I got to say? Yeah. Yeah, graphic-wise, music-wise, gameplay-wise hasn't really changed. I kind of went through the characters already. And we already went through what happened today in the story, so tomorrow's stream, or whenever the next stream is, it probably won't be tomorrow at this point. It'll probably be, Friday? Yeah, Friday. I probably won't stream tomorrow, at this rate. Because this video will take a long time to upload. Yeah, I don't think I'll get it done tonight. We'll wait and see. Yeah, so I think, the next time we stream this, we will be able to make progress. We'll get the ending, the epilogue, the credits, the trophy, the review discussion done. It might be a shorter stream to make up for this one being so long. And then we'll also go ahead and that will then lead to Saturday, which will be Persona 5 Strikers if we're able to do it. If I'm not able to do Persona 5 Strikers that day, we'll just take the weekend off because Allison's going to be doing stuff on Sunday. The Monday will be Rivals, and then Tuesday to Friday should be the new game going forward. So we'll see how that goes and hope for the best there. I think that's about all I want to talk about. I feel like I'm rambling at this point, and yeah. So with all that being said, be sure to like, comment, subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription review of this video gets close to monetization. So my content reveal has low content become more accessible to find. I uploaded my past Plat as well as Let's Plays and Let's Plays too. YouTube channel, you also find a link to upload the games. This is for the games we played and streamed thus far. Yeah, I just ignored it. I saw that myself and I just ignored it. I really don't care about what, like, some people are just weird. Some people are just weird. Like, I literally went this long because there was just a lot to... Like, we're nearly at the end of the game, and I probably could have kept going if I wanted to, but, there's a lot of things. Some people are just weirdos, honestly, on the internet. Just a one-and-done comment of things. Some people, like... Again, it's the whole thing about, like, when people review stuff. It's fine. I don't care. I really don't care. They go in and out of my brain. It's, yeah. Working more Plat by past segments for games we have the Plat Trophy for, as well as switching things up some for games on Switch, along with more Triangle Shadow experience, Ultra Shadow Dragon, so much and Pokemon Violet and Knowledge for with those. The live notes, as well as Super Mario RPG Remake and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee speedruns. Dragon Quest 11 notes I'm working on right now. Final Fantasy Picture Master notes I'm working on as well. It's all good though, I really don't mind. Again, for every bad person that just comes in and makes a stupid comment like that, I get plenty of good people that come in from other streams and just chat and talk and stuff. That's the way that I have to look at it, you know.
Who made a comment?
Well, someone made a comment on my video in stream.
This one?
Yeah.
What they say?
It wasn't anything that I would ban. It was just like, oh, basically like a you have no life kind of thing because you're just streaming for 1.5 hours, and it's like, yeah, well, it's because I went long, that's all. Yeah. What? It's just people on the internet.
Yeah, they come onto the stream.
Yeah, exactly.
And
they come well, that's the other thing that I gotta think about. Someone could have kept that comment to themselves, and instead they just come onto the stream and their first comment is just that, and it's just like, you clicked on my video, and then you clicked on the chat, and then you typed in the chat, and then you still spent more time.
Spent time like.
Yeah, you could have just ignored it.
Yeah.
You could have just ignored it.
Like, what are you supposed to do? Like, stream for 10 minutes and then call it a day?
Yeah.
Like, what's that supposed to do?
Well, I did go extra long today because of, I didn't realize I was going that long. And the game's gonna be finished tomorrow anyway, so...
Oh, sweet. Yes.
Friday, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just like how I was like, what happened? What
Yeah,
did
nothing
they say?
happened, it's fine. I don't care. I'm not gonna get insulted by people on the internet.
Yeah.
I upload everything to YouTube because I have a 14-day limitation on my videos before they're permanently deleted once the videos are published. Everyone told me I can't do so. I mean, I look at it this way, it's the same thing with like when someone comments on a review and says, oh, you gave it that's a 50? Like, oh, that's a thing, and just post up a meme. It's just like, that's not like, I can just say that the person said to me that my stream is not appealing enough, so if it's not appealing, why? Yeah, exactly, it's the same exact thing. If you had nothing nice to say, why did you click on the stream, click in the chat, type in the message in the chat, and then think, oh, that's why, because you're a bad person. That's why. That's honestly why. Some people just want to be negative all the time. Follow or subscribe to me on Twitch at 100 subscribers. I'll be doing a 5 cheaper channel Spear. You also get access to more channel point mention points as well as next channel point mention thing. So after we finish Princess Peach, this game, Donkey Kong Returns, Luigi Mansion 2, Persona 4 and Ultimax, and God of War Ragnarok. 3 choices are between Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Metaphor Fantasio, and Tomb Raider Remastered. You also get sub badges and emotes, as well as actually viewing, or you can just watch the ads, get Twitch Turbo, or get ad block. I greatly appreciate everyone's support today for the follows, chat, subs, bits, looks, raids, shoutouts. Yeah, it's just weird people acting weird. That's really all that it is. That's really all that it is to me. I really don't care what, like, when is Ragnarok? I've got to think. We're mid-August right now. Peach might take a couple of days. Donkey Kong and Luigi's Mansion might only take, like, a couple of weeks, maybe. I'm still thinking Ragnarok could be the end of the year. Maybe November, December, potentially. It's hard to say, because, like, this game's gonna be finished tomorrow. At least the first game, so that'll be done within, like, a week or so. And I've also got to remember that Gamescom's happening next week, so that's gonna be taking up, like... Gamescom's going to be taking up a couple of days. Tokyo Game Show in September is going to be taking up several days. So I'm not entirely sure. It'll be it'll happen when it happens. Follow me on Twitter to be notified. It won't be in January, I don't think. I'm thinking it'll be sometime near the end of the year. I think I said, like, October at the earliest, but I still don't think October is reasonable. Like, I don't know if I'll have enough time. Follow me on Twitch to be notified when I go live. Wish to add me in Discord. I will send you an invite to my friend's Discord server. Close to 2,000 members, still going strong, playing topics games, of course, as well. I'm very active there, and you'll also get a notification when I go live on there as well. It's fine, but you can't wait for the Ragnarok live streams and Platinum Grind. I mean, I will be doing that. I will be doing that. It'll be the same times that I usually do it. Long streams, story playthrough, platinum grind, trophy stuff, hunting, as always. Also, if you want to know my stream over, the leadership mode feature content going forward, you can find a link down below in the description for that as well. So as always, before we go and head off through tonight, let's see if there's anyone online we can raid. If anyone has a raid request they'd like me to make, I would gladly do so. Otherwise, we'll just see who's currently streaming and give them the raid. The story is really good. We'll take our time with the story. We'll take our time with the story. We will do the platinum grinding because again, I like to get platinums. Like, we'll try and take our time. We'll do all the exploration stuff that we can do. I might even do some optional stuff. Let's see, who's currently streaming? Who can we raid? Let's have a look, see. Oh, perfect. I see. I know exactly who we're gonna raid. Okay. I love this already. Am I reading this correctly? You have a world in Pal World called Pokemon Trained by John Wick, player named Billy Butcher. I have to raid into this. I'm gonna raid you, Movie Critic. Thank you for stopping by. With all that being said, have a good rest of the day, night, wherever you are, and I will see you all in the next stream. Oh, well. What is this? What is this? What is this?